Welcome to Total Drama Yokavachi Island. Here we have 18 different contestants, all ready to do whatever it takes to win this game, betraying, gaining friendships that may not be real, maybe a little bit of lying and cheating. Each one of them will have to endure immense stresses outside in the wilderness without any cabins or shelter. Each tribe will have to build their own shelter, and each team will have to gather their own food and boil their own water. Ages ranging from 18 to 48, all with their own stories and reasons to win. So with everyone standing at the beach in front of me / Chris or whatever, the host in general, questioning a random contestant, Emily, why did you come to play this game? So I feel like her answer would be something along the lines of her introduction, like, born in Kenya, eventually came to grow up in America. She didn't always have much until recently, where she found good fortune, but she wants to prove that she doesn't need fortune to get far in life. She can do it on her own volition, and she hopes everyone here holds themselves to the same respect. Clive, why did you come here? What makes you think you're gonna win and stand out in this game? And immediately, he's probably a little bit nervous being immediately put on the spot, but he's probably saying something like, I'm not the greatest at sports, or, like nature, creating fire, any of that. I am very book smart. I do think I can complete puzzles very easily. All right, Amelie, Clive, let's talk to, Shiloh. Shiloh, what do you expect to gain out of this game except maybe money? In which I feel like he's more than ready, happily excited. He's like, I'm trying to be here to prove to myself that I'm about this shit. My family don't think I'm about it, but I am. I do think Shiloh would probably be very open immediately, just say to everyone like, I am diagnosed with autism, but that will not affect me in any way. A matter of fact, I believe my social game here might be better than some others. And the fact he says outright is very good. I appreciate it. Respectable. Honey, some people may obviously have a couple questions about your outfit choice on a game like this, survival and stuff. Well, what's up? And Honey, he's immediately like,
well, I'm a drag queen, so it's just how I do things. I'm here to kill shit. I could have won this game show. I could have won Big Brother. Don't matter. I'm about it. I'm hoping to make some friends that'll last forever in memories.
That's very respectable. I respect that answer. And it's like, I think, not up to a selfish standard either. Alright, last one before we divide the teams. Draco. I just want to say, I like your name. What's up, my dude? Second, do you even have any idea how to survive in a world like this or out here with the basic skills you need? And I feel like Draco, he's like, want me to be for real? I have no idea. My strengths coming out here aren't particularly that of survival. I am more here for the game show element. I do believe I can be useful in challenges, but besides that, I don't know. That's not my cup of tea, so, make someone else make it. I'm like, alright, well, everyone is gonna be given like a wrapped up buff, and then they're gonna unwrap it, revealing which tribe and team they are on. Everyone, please unwrap the buffs now. Alright, everyone is with their new tribes. We got Honey, Casey, Clive, Clav, Logan, and Amelie representing the Shrimp Shufflers. Seattle, Catalina, Ginny, Z, Angel, and Shiloh. You guys represent the Outer Outlaws. And then lastly, we got Draco, Aubrey, Recon, Pay, M, and Amaya representing the Zodiac Zebras. You guys may now travel to your tribes. Good luck. So this is gonna be like the moment in the show where they're walking back, and then there's gonna cut to like them talking about themselves and whatnot. So I'm gonna say the first one it transitions to like showing that is Amelie. So she explains how once again she was born in Kenya, in which it wasn't good at all for her or her parents, so they did have to eventually settle over here to America, hoping for a better life, in which only recently did they finally find and achieve the goal and happiness they were looking for. She wants to prove that she's her. She wants to be her. She wants to be the queen of the game. She wants anyone who thinks they're in particularly smarter than others or tech smart, just anything that could be very fine or technical, she wants them gone. She is a little afraid of the people who are creative, can think, can talk. Not to mention that and bully. She's gonna try her best not to come off as a bully, even though she knows that her confidence may proceed as such. But if she sees some actual bullying, she's not gonna fuck with that. She's gonna stop that immediately. Now, for Clive talking, I feel like he says, I'm a little nervous due to me not being the greatest at stuff. I'm not weak, even though I do like flowers. Pansies, marigolds, they're pretty nice. My kind of goal is to be the books and brains to someone brawn. Someone strong to kind of shield me to get to the end. I want to be the Cody to someone Sierra. So I feel like when they finally arrive at their tribe, they're looking at everything. They're like, all right, we got, a little camp area to start setting up, hopefully. They all probably do visit a little bit of everything just to scope out the area, make sure everything is good and all right. All meeting and greeting. I think Clav and Clive would immediately find it humorous that their names are similar. And Clav is like, I'm pretty excited. While the others talk, he says, to meet someone else, that's kind of on my level, someone I do appreciate. You seem like a chill dude. I think we could talk about stuff. You like Skyrim? And Clive is like, it's alright. I'm more of an Elden Ring dude. And Clav is like, oh, bro, Elden Ring is fire. And then they start talking about their builds and stuff. I do think they would bond quite well. Amelie and Casey, I feel like would probably be the next two to kind of like talk on their own face to face. Casey's like, well, I'm pretty sure you're the tallest girl here in the entire competition. I'm almost positive I'm the shortest one in the entire competition. And we are on the same team. How do you feel about that? I think Amelie just finds it a little humorous. She's like, opposites usually attract, we can be like a good team maybe. I feel good about everyone else here. I think we got a good mix of people. Everyone can bring their own stuff to the table. Now, Logan, she is the contestant that's 48. And honey, I do feel like she would ask that. She's like, so, like,
how old are you?
And Logan, I don't think she'd be ashamed at all. And I think out of everyone, she probably knew that they were gonna guess she was the old one. So she's like, I am the 48-year-old one. I'm not gonna try to be the mom of the group, but it may just so happen to look like that because I am actually very good at nature. I'm good at starting fires, creating my own stuff out of nature, hammocks, water venting to purification systems. Matter of fact, if you give me 2 plastic forks and a cardboard box, I can make you a very nice sub-base setup. I feel like honey's like, oh, hey guys,
Logan just said they can make fire.
And Casey, she immediately likes this because unlike Amelie, who, she kind of gets along with, she does like kind of other smarter people as long as they're not like full of themselves or snobbish. So Casey's like, oh, Logan, bet you can actually do that? Like, you can actually make fire and stuff? Alright, well, then what the hell are you waiting around the hot spring for? You gotta come over here. Come over to the camp area. So I think Casey immediately takes Logan over there. She's probably gonna ask for Amelie's help, in which she tells the others to, like, go collect wood, sticks, all that, whatever. In which I do think they do so in a group, probably talking, getting along. Logan's teaching Casey and Amelie how to get some coconut shavings off the coconuts they got from the imported trees that are definitely not known for this region. Trying to get a fire started and getting some sticks. Not a bad start, but here we have Outer Outlaws now heading to their tribe. Now for the confessionals, we are going to start with Z. So Z is a little bit different than the other contestants, considering he didn't even really want to be here. He probably explains like, yo, I'm mostly here
because I got peer pressured by my family, with Heather being my cousin and all. They expect a lot out of me in this game, but if you want me to be honest, I couldn't care less. But at the same time, if Heather's bitch ass can do it, I can do it. If she can play a great social game with being a bitch, then I can play a great social game by saying nothing.
And he's kind of the complete opposite of Jenny, where she's like, hi, my name's Jenny and I do know this game means business and backstabbing, and I might have to do that, but I really want to make friends here, like the lifelong ones, and I'm just so excited to be in this bitch. You don't understand. I do think a lot of people underestimate me, but I do plan that and use it to my advantage, because once they really get to know me, we'll all be friends in the long run, and I can't wait to get to know these people and show them what I can do in the challenges. So I think immediately Seattle might be a little bit bold. He's like, all right, guys, low key, we should immediately get started on this shelter. Because I've been in situations where it rains. I've been in situations where you out in the cold or it's raining, it's storming, thundering, animals getting your shit. You don't want that. And that's why I feel like Kata, she's like, yeah, whenever I used to go camping and people couldn't get their tents built or they fell down while it was raining, the moments we had to spend in rain were terrible. It was cold, and even if you get rained on for like less than 6 minutes, you're gonna be shivering and cold if there's no fire, which there probably won't be considering it's raining. So I'm kind of wish, yeah, we need to start building the shelter. That's probably what the other people are doing. The better we can sleep, the better we can conserve energy, which is the better we can do in challenges. So let's do this as a team, yay! So Seattle probably instructs, he's like, me and Z will be the one here building stuff and putting shit together, putting the bricks in the foundation. Kata, Angel, go get food, go get water, try to find just some random stuff, whatever we could use. Shiloh, Jenny, whatever coconuts Kata and Angel bring back, get me shavings off those as well as getting sticks. Their area is not really that produces a lot of wood or sticks or something. So I feel like Sheila and Jenny, they're probably going to try their best at like caves or in the front of the ocean, just getting whatever they can find that's burnable. Some plants might be growing here and there, digging them out, getting them. That's when I feel like Seattle and Z realize, and they, go inside of this cave. They're looking around. They're like, oh my god, this could actually be our shelter. This looks fire. This ain't gonna rain. Seattle's crying. He's like, hell yeah, we can do this, bro. So that's when I feel like, he calls back like, Shiloh, Jenny, stop playing in the water with the crab, get your ass over it. And so I feel like that's what they do. He's like, look at this cave. It's perfect. We still need the stuff to make fire, but I want you to go tell Kat and Angel that I want all 4 of you working on getting food, some sticks or whatever if you can find it. We don't need as much as I thought we would since we don't gotta build a shelter. We have a huge head start on the other teams, guys. We can do this. And so I think with that, they do build a little bit of confidence. At first, they weren't sure about Seattle's boldness, but he knows what he's talking about. He's finding, he's doing the work. He's putting the plans together and it's working. So I feel like everyone's probably gonna search and do their own thing. Eventually, while like searching for rocks and stuff, Kata like slips, but only a little bit, but she does yelp, and like surprise. Angel kind of hears it. She comes over, she's like, oh, you alright? You alright? Kata's like, yeah, I'm fine. And Angel's like, alright, good. And then she looks at the camera and she just like whispers, she's like, damn, bro, I hope her ass fell, broke a leg. I wanted her gone. Zodiac Zebras finally arriving to their tribe, which is the farthest away. Poor guys. Alright, Aubrey. She's kind of looking around. She's like, I still can't really believe I'm here low-key, but like, dead ass, I'm for sure not going through all this. No way I did everything I did to get here just to bitch out and not make a name for myself. Not only am I here to win every challenge that I possibly can, but the game. Period. I know I need to be adapting to the game, its social dynamic, blah 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 blah, sincerity, etc. dialogue tree. But I think even without being sincere, I can fool the others, have them mistake it for friendship. It shouldn't be too hard. These people probably wanting friends, they're like lifelong stuff. I'm here for the money, bro. If you ain't here for the bread, you here for the crumbs. After that, we got the big M. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff to do here for the thrill of the game, but I'm just kind of here for the money. Yeah, I'd like to meet my best friend, and yeah, I'd like an unbreakable duo, but I can't focus on getting too developed. I need everyone to know that I'm just a vote. I'm not a person that will win until eventually I do, because I have no choice. I need me, my mom needs me, she needs this money, and at the end of the day, I'll do anything to have my name on that check. No Nike, except I'm gonna do it on God. So I feel like after everyone, talks a little bit, introduces themselves, says their name, Draco might be the first one to pop up the questions like, hey, the sun might be setting soon and I know there's a challenge tomorrow, so we should probably do something about shelter, do something about bed. So me personally, I'm gonna start getting stuff. I'm gonna start trying to break down bigger limbs, maybe some tree palms, anything to like use as a makeshift bed. But if you want me to be honest, like, look everyone, I low-key might just go to the ocean, right? Hear me out. Bury my body in sand as long as it's not raining. Use that as a blanket blanket and I'm asleep. So I'm doing this more for y'all than I am me, because I'm gonna be sleeping good regardless. But y'all do what you want. If you want to help me, you help me. If not, then relax. So I think Pay immediately takes this as an opportunity to go like talk to him, in which I feel like while they're walking, picking up stuff, and he's like, Draco says, Pay, be honest, out of everyone, I didn't expect you to come help me, but this shows character. This shows that you're about it, and I respect it. In which I feel like Pay kind of looks at him, and she's like, nah, I just think you're cute. I like you, and I want you. I'm gonna go tell Recon you asked for his help, and you're gonna say you did, or else. Oh, and also, bye, Draco. Now, Draco, he's just standing there, right? He's like starting to sweat. He is the one. He's the dude that puts people in their places, makes people nervous, and he's the one that gets shit crunk. And he's over here sweating, nervous as shit because of Pay. He's like, no way, that just happened. Then Recon, he comes over here. He's like, hey, Pay said you wanted my help or something. Like, I didn't know that, but I'm glad to help. I'll do anything I can, Loki. I just want to be helpful. You can count on me. And Draco, as much as he wants to say, what the hell just happened? He's like, you know what? Yeah, alright, just, you see those, like, bundle of shit over there? Just go brush through the shrubs, see what you can collect, and I'ma just go over here. And you got Pay over here, whispering in Amaya's ear while, like, they're getting coconuts or something. She's like, didn't Draco come off a little strong? And he's a little weird, I won't lie. And Amaya's like, what you mean? I feel like Pay's like, well, I was talking to Draco, and he said that he was surprised I even came to help him, and that if I actually wanted to be useful, I'd go get Recon. I don't want you telling anyone this, but Draco, he a little boldish, but maybe he's just having a bad day or something happened. I don't know. If he said that, don't you think you should just kind of tell people? Because that's an easy first down. She's like, well, that's the thing. We can't get information out of him if he's already mad at us or he knows that we're plotting against him. If we want to do this the right and smart way, Amaya, me and you, just wait, see what else he does. And, if we lose, let's see who he scrambles to, and then let's tell everyone, because then we can see who's really honest and on his side, potentially ours. So I feel like while Aubrey and Millen are like picking up sticks at the ocean front or whatever, she looks to Millen. She's like, man, I can't believe the nerve of that bitch. Make me come pick up sticks. Like, if I want to do on my own volition, that's something, but make me come out here pick up sticks, like I'm giving a hand job to Groot, bruh. That's not what I'm here for. And she just kind of throws the sticks down. She's like, fuck it, man, I'm out of here. So Millen grabs all the sticks. He takes it back. They just start setting up their little whatever. Aubrey's mad, but she doesn't want to tell other people. In which Amaya goes to Millen. She just, Amaya's like kind of whispering. She's like, yo, what's up with Daphne back there? What's wrong with that bitch? I feel like Millen's like, well, I think Draco may have just gotten under her skin. Amaya's like, Draco? Oh. So she doesn't say it, but in her head, she's like, damn, what Pay said must have been true. And as the sun sets, it seems that all the tribes and teams have settled into their camping areas and have gone sleep for the night. Or is everyone actually asleep, or is someone in the night conspiring and doing something? Turned night of day one, everyone is heading to bed, but around 1 a.m., about 1:20 a.m., we see Logan get up, walking to the water well. And when she does get up, Clav wakes up seeing her leave. And I feel like Clav kind of wakes Clive up. He's like, Clive, Logan just left. And then Clive, he's sleepy as hell. He's like, she might gotta use the bathroom or something, bro. Just don't wake me up. Alright, Logan gets to have a midnight intro. Or confessional, should I say. Alright, so I feel like Logan would express why she's up. Like, I have trouble sleeping at night. I usually use cannabis, but that can't be done here. I'm kind of an insomniac, and I think sometimes, like all the time, and it's not good, but I'll be strong. My Deontay's rooting for me, looking over me, and giving me strength. I miss him, and I know he's gonna be proud of me at the end of this. So not only does she kind of like think about the people she's lost recently, like her husband and brother, but she also does like a little confessional. So that probably takes like 40-50 minutes. I think like 40 minutes later, after that, Clav wakes up Clive again. He's like, dude, she's still gone. It's almost been an hour. I want to go to sleep myself. What is she doing? And Clive, he gets up, and hearing it's almost been an hour, he's like, well, that is strange, but we'll figure out in the morning, dude. Just leave me alone. And so he falls right back asleep. Clav, you know, he finally sees Logan come back to the camp after some time, lays down, try to fall asleep maybe an hour later. And so when morning arrives, I feel like Clive and Clav kind of volunteer themselves to go to the water well, mainly on Clav's behalf because he wanted to talk to Clive. You know, he kind of discussed now that they're more both awake. Clav's like, I know for a fact, I know when I saw her leave, and I know for a fact I saw her come back almost an hour later, if not an hour later. And Clive, he's trying to think of reasons why that could be, but even a confessional doesn't take that long. So Clive and Clav, I feel like they kind of brainstormed. They're like, well, she might have been searching for an idol. You know, there's been idols on other seasons of Total Drama. And Clive is like, well, should we try and work with her? And Clav, he didn't really think about that. He thought about the part where it's like against their trust, but it could be a good idea to actually work with Logan. So they probably get the water, come back, and then we have Clav finally do his intro. Name is Clav and home is Montreal. I wasn't expecting to come out here and finding my footing so fast, but I do actually really like my team. I think we are a good mix. I'm here to show my two older brothers that I can have achievements too. I'm not a shadow. I will play this game. I read body language well, and I know how to line up targets. This will be a strategical game for me, but I will also try and make maneuvers that I believe will help benefit my entire game process moving forward. So while he's doing that, Clive and Amel are probably out at the ocean front trying to pick up some crabs, you know, a little bit of breakfast. And I feel like Clive would kind of mention, he was like, hey, I think Logan may have got up in the middle of the night and she was gone for a while. I don't want to say something, but could be something. And so I think Amelie might draw her own conclusions rather quickly, like, oh, so you're saying she probably got an idol. And Clive, I feel like once again, he's like, well, I'm not sure. It's just something that I potentially saw. And I think this entire time while they're talking like this, Casey is like on the borderline of camp and oceanfront within earshot just listening to this. You can't see it, but behind that hair of hers are some Dumbo ears. She got solar panels, bruh. Hearing aids need her. So I think Casey comes back here while like Logan is on one side of the camp, Honey's on the other. She goes to Logan and she's like, hey Logan, I think you are one of the stronger competitors on this team. I think you know the most about this. So that's why I just want to tell you that Clive and Amelie right now talking a mess on your name, girl. And I think Logan start to look like visibly distraught, and I think Honey recognizing this comes over here and he's like,
hey, y'all okay? Logan, is Casey alright? Like, did Logan say something?
I feel like Logan, you know, says no, and she explains what Casey heard and how she feels. And I feel like Logan, she starts get real visibly upset, and she doesn't want to think that she's oversensitive, so she tells them the reason why she's really upset. And basically she gets sad and explains that her husband and brother both have kind of recently passed, and so she couldn't sleep. She just needed a minute to herself, and that's why she was off. And she does tell them that she also did a confessional because they were curious about the situation production was. And then she starts getting like real sad. And so when Clav approaches them, he's like, what's wrong? Why is Logan sad? And Honey, he's like,
well, apparently Clive and Amelie down there having a great old time talking shit about Logan when she just wanted to mourn a little bit. And that's fucked up in my opinion. I don't stand for that shit.
And Clav immediately, he tenses up, he's scared and he's nervous because he's the one that got up, he's the one that told, and he's the one that started the speculation. He's like, they did. And so with Honey getting a little bit loud, Clav getting a little bit nervous trying to explain what happened, Clive and Amelie are now like, you know, wait, what happened? What's happening here? What's popping? And immediately I feel like Honey's like,
nah, don't act stupid. The both of y'all know what you done did. Clive, you look like a bookworm got magic powers to turn into a human, and Amelie, your bitch ass has no sympathy. Did you not know what Logan went through? The people she's lost, the morning.
Immediately, Amelie, she's like, do not care. A competition for $1 million, and you don't think that anyone wouldn't just make up a story like that? Yo, they gone, they get an idol, and then they get caught, then, oh, what do? Oh, I just gotta make up a story. I could have done that. You know, if it was this easy, I would have got 2 idols last night. Would have snuck over to the other camp. Honey, I just feel like he gets pissed, bruh.
You clearly don't know the full story. You don't even have any respect for your teammates. How respect is earned and disrespect is earned. What did I do and what did Logan do to earn your disrespect? Who the hell even told you that?
Amelie, she's like, well, Clive, originally, I didn't even say this low-key. I was just told it. I didn't even say it. And immediately, everyone just looks at Clive with anger, and in a total drama fashion, it just fades out to the other team. And Angel still sleeping, snoozing away, but she is woken up by sounds of Z, Shiloh, and Seattle all working, all trying to fix the cave, get it going, set up some hammocks, and she just hears them laughing, broing out, and she just gets annoyed that she's got woken up by this. And I won't even lie, one of the top 5 worst things to me, feelings, is getting woken up when I really don't want to. That will make me dislike a person for the entire day. So I think she sees no one at the ocean. She just goes over there to, just chill, have a little confessional. And she's like, I understand getting shit done, but at 7 a.m. or what I think is 7 a.m. I have no idea. The sun literally isn't even fully up. Half the sky is still dark blue, and these bitches want to be Bob the Builder type beat to Coon. I just really don't like this team. The girls are mad annoying, and the guys are just muscular thwomps. So I feel like this would probably be a perfect time for an intro. I'm not one to really get into my life. It hasn't been good at all. I'm Angel, that's about it. I need this money. Even if it's just the money I get per day I last, because that's what production gives us. Any help will do, but I will do whatever it takes to get to the end. No friends, actually none. I'm a vote. That's all I am. That's all they should view me as, because I'm not here for personality. I'm not here for wooing or persona. I just want to show that I am the best Survivor player, not the best person, not the best human. I'm the best player. I'm not here to prove myself to them, or not here to prove myself to me. I'm just here to prove 2 people wrong, and they know who the fuck they are. So I feel like on her way back, she probably wants to search the water well, but I feel like before she can, Kata, is there to get water from the water well, because that's what Z asked her to do. And she's like, Angel, this is where you went to. You're getting water too, huh? And Angel's immediately like, oh my god. But she's like, oh my god, hi Kata, what's up? But yeah, I'm here to get water. Thought you need a little bit of help. And I feel like while they're getting water, Angel, she's like, so what do you do? And Kata, she's like, well, I work for Pixar, which is a very neat job, and I like it very much. It's something I should probably hide from the others since it is a big corporation, but I think it is such a highlight of my personality that I have to say. And then she just starts rambling about, the art software she uses, the hard drive she has to go through, the amount of space it takes up, not to mention the exporting times, her dickhead boss. And Angel, she just, hearing nothing but Japanese, and Angel don't speak that. She speaks 6 languages, and that's not one of them. Kata's eventually like, so what's your favorite animal? And Angel, she's just like, I don't know, a turkey? Here, I'll tell you what. I bring back the water, and you go get some sticks to help. How about that? Yeah, bye, see ya. And Kata, hearing the request, she's like, yes, I would love to be a help however you want. Angel is Kata's favorite person, and Angel doesn't even know it yet. While she's getting water, she does her intro. She's like, hey, my name's Kata, and besides Girl Scouts about 10 years ago, this is really the first time I've been out in the wild, or in a social setting besides school and college, of course. I usually just spend my time animating in the workplace, room, office, whatever, or making cosplay for my cats, not to mention some costumes for my bearded dragons. I hope to find like-minded people and friends. Angel and Shiloh, they both seem really cool. I think I could get along with them. Yippee! So while they deal with water and trying to get everything good and ready for it to be purified, Ginny just talking to them a little bit as well. Seattle, Z, and Shiloh are on the other side of the cave. This is a pretty big cave, by the way. So they're actually trying to build a fire pit along with, a fire in general. They need to boil water, cook stuff, get warm. A fire in a cave is actually a great insulator, especially since Seattle has plans to put palm fronds on in front of the cave so it insulates better. They all just mentioned their favorite sports teams. Seattle, he likes the Saints, repping football. Z, he likes the Blues, hockey. And Shiloh, he likes the Heat. They all kind of mentioning what they do for work. Z is a lead editor, along with being a part part-time personal trainer for some people. Shiloh, he's a little embarrassed, but he says, you know, I'm a Starbucks employee. I know it's not anything great. And Seattle's like, hey, it's bread, bro. Don't be mad. I'm just a truck driver. Like, what's that? It's bread. Bread is bread. And so I feel like while they talk, Seattle, he kind of whispers a little bit, facing away from the girls. He's like, you know, you guys, the girls hang out quite a bit, and I think us three, you know, being some of the strongest, we could take this far, but if we don't, we might get targeted, like, already. And Z, he was already kind of thinking about that. He just didn't want to say it because he know it's best not to say anything, but he just kind of nods his head, letting know Seattle that he, you know, understands. Shiloh's like, yeah, they could probably start an alliance. Kata likes Angel. She told me that much. Kata says Angel is very nice, and Jenny's talking their ear off right now. Jenny is a very people person. They probably already have a 3. They might rope one of us in, but we can't break. And Seattle's like, yeah, exactly. That's what we need to do. This is a plan. We got this, boys. Fading out to the next tribe. So it's around like 8:30, 9 a.m. and everyone's still kind of up trying to do stuff, but Draco is still sleeping in the sand. He's snoozing comfortably. Everyone else had to sleep on bamboo, got a little swampy. He slept in sand. He was good. But suddenly he is woken up by an intense pain on his forehead, popping out the sand like a cartoon character. And when the first thing he hears is Pay laughing. She's laughing because she had her glasses off, using the sun as a way to burn Draco and beam him. Draco immediately gets pissed and he's like, why did you do that? Why would you do that? The others won't like this. But Pay just kind of ruffles his hair and brings him an entire tray, like a wood bark tray of freshly cut coconut in the shape of hearts and a makeshift coconut drink. And Pay's like, no one else got breakfast in bed, so how about you keep this between us? They might not want to know you're eating triple what they are. I got some sticks so they don't think you were just sleeping in all day. I'll tell them you got them. Bye. And then, she skedaddles away cartoonishly. So Draco, as he eats, he kind of looks at the camera to do a little confessional. And he's like, I am so confused on this tribe. Recon is but Pay is weird to say the least. I think Aubrey is pissed, but she can go diddle with Fred and Shaggy for all I care. So he does his little intro, and he's like, I've known tough times. I want those times to be over. I want my time to shine. I won't let people stop me. Even if I have to bite my tongue, I'll survive and outlast. Pay and Aubrey won't get in my way. I'm not here to prove anything to them, just only proving something to me, because that's all I'm here for. Well, and to prove some others wrong, and they know exactly who they are. Mom, Dad, Monica Norden, Devin Norden of Rhode Island, y'all deadbeat bitch-ass parents who will regret your actions. I will win. You bitches should cry. Y'all should have died in that caca. Oh, I got cut you off, Draco. Live TV, pal. So Millen and Recon kind of pass him on his way to the camp area. Their job is just getting some water from the well. And I feel like they do start talking, getting to know each other, in which I feel like they both find out they like Pokemon. And so they start going back and forth on their favorites. Recon's like Sudowoodo, Onyx, Goldeen, Magikarp, Totodile, Max Keeble's Big... Oh, let me stop. And so I feel like Recon's like, yo, any other games you like? Because I actually used to play a bit. I'm too busy to play games kind of right now, but I used to play quite a bit. What's your favorite Halo? Millen's like, oh yeah, Halo, I kind of like it better than the Call of Duty series, low key. My favorite is Halo Reach, and Recon's like, oh, that's a pretty good one. Recon probably says his favorite is Halo 2. They start explaining which, like, Mario games are the best, and eventually they start talking about Sam Bankman-Fried. I don't know how Millen brought that up, but he'd probably going to jail if he's not in jail right now. Recon aware of, like, the stock market crash and like the crypto scams. So I feel like it probably like goes to Millen and his own intro. He's like, Recon is cool. I like him, but he also likes Draco. And Draco, from the whispers I've heard, doesn't seem to be very popular. I'd rather be on majority than have it be split, but I do really like Recon. He's one of the coolest dudes here. We geek out. I don't want him thinking he's on the outs, but I have to do what's best for me in order to get that money. Then Recon, he has his official intro. He's like, hey, shout out freckle bitches. That's my line of restaurants spread throughout the Midwest all the way to the South. Best grub you can get on God. But I am a little afraid someone here might recognize my face. I don't know how often someone would recognize like fast food owners or whatever. And I'd even build it. My dad built the empire and left it to me. I've been working on it ever since though. And yeah, I got money from the restaurants and stuff, but $1 million could very well help. Not to mention the free TV time. Shout out, my line of restaurants, some of my workers and family, Din, Don, Doyle, Dale, Dalton, Donnie, Dax, Dylan, Dallas, Desmond, Aubrey, Amaya, and Pay just kind of sitting and watching. These two mainly trying to start a fire, see if they have any luck, but none is going. They're both kind of getting a little mad. Pay probably leaves to go mess with Draco, and when they're alone, I feel like Aubrey, now that everyone's gone, she listens to Amaya as Amaya starts talking about how no one has really come up to either of them. They've kind of just been talking to each other while the rest kind of like go out and socialite. And Aubrey, she does agree. She's nodding her head and she's like, yeah, that is kind of true. They haven't really talked to us like I see them talk to each other. If we're already on the outs and we haven't even done the first challenge, then fuck them. They just do too judgmental. We can get them out of here low key. And Amaya's like, yeah, like low key, we don't need them. We got each other, right? They won't see it. We each got one person, and then bam, that's technical majority. We each just need to get one more. And then Aubrey thinking about that, she's like, that's actually not bad. That's 4 right there, and then we can betray the others if we have to. She asked Amaya, she's like, do you like Taylor Swift? And Amaya said, fuck no. And Aubrey laughs, she's just like, good, just making sure. And Amaya, she jokes around, she's like, do you like One Direction? Aubrey says, fuck no. They just dab each other up, and I do think they solidified, at least for now, a final 2. Aubrey getting a confessional. She's like, I had zero hopes for this tribe considering Sandman, Tootie from Very Odd Parents, Space Cowboy, and Onion Hair, not to mention Millen. But I think Amaya, I actually have a chance being friends, but she seems cool. She's down to earth. She gets shit. She gonna get shit done. Me and her try. The other were just daddling off. We try to get fired, bro. Cavemen could do that, but these others acting like they couldn't. Knuckle draggers. Out of everyone, the easiest to come join us might either be Pay, but she seems a little weird. So me and Amaya try to get Recon on our side, because he doesn't look like someone that would say no to an alliance. As the day continues, they work on their tribes and their conflicts and social skills until eventually it is time for everyone to head to the first challenge to compete for immunity. All 3 tribes have arrived at the ocean front and the beach area to participate in their first challenge, but little do they know this is the episode that one of them gets eliminated. They all arrive at the beach, look at each other, excited, hyped for the first immunity challenge and reward challenge. Alright, so Chris, our host or whatever, gonna explain to the campers that, here's the challenge and here are the rules. This is how it's gonna go down. Each tribe must select 2 people that has to dive down into the water around 8 feet deep and collect 5 crabs with your team color on it. Once you have the crabs, give them to Chef. After that, the 2 people you selected on your team to go next will grab an electric eel each. Don't worry, the eels are fake. However, the electrocuting part is not. You must balance your way through a long, thin, curvy beam without touching the ground or letting the electric eel's timer go off. If you touch the ground or fall off, or the timer goes off, yo ass gon' get electrocuted and then you have to restart. Once both members of your team with the eel are at the end, the final 2 selected by your tribe must fix and untangle the correct wires out of a huge tangled mess of wire. Once you have it fully untangled, it should be long enough where you can touch the exposed wire to one of the eels. If correctly done, this will ignite, electricity, then flame up to a rope that will reach up to the tribe's fire pit. When it lights your team's fire pit, you win immunity and reward. The first 2 to finish both get flint. However, the first team to finish will get a small toolkit. Hammer, saw, a couple nails, about 10, 20 of them, maybe a couple thumbtacks, sticky tack. Alright, y'all go ahead and choose who's gonna do what. Alright, so with the Zodiac Zebras talking, I think we all know Pie ain't swimming, or Pay, my bad. Why do I call her Pie sometimes? Wouldn't be too far off. You know what? Canonly, that's her favorite food now, pie. blueberry pie. I feel like Millen wants to swim because he doesn't want to do the untangling part because that's the last part, and if you mess that up, your team's gonna blame you. But he doesn't want to get shocked by eels either, so I think immediately he's like, you know what? I volunteer to swim. And immediately Aubrey's like, hell nah, bro. I already know I'm one of the best swimmers here, deadass. So Millen, you gonna do one of the eels, alright? You gonna be on the eels or the puzzle, I don't care which one, but I'm gonna be swimming. And I saw Recon swimming out trying to get fish and stuff earlier, unsuccessfully might I add. But me and Recon, we gonna swim, don't worry about that. Y'all just figure out the rest. And you know, this kind of annoys Millen a little bit low-key. Like, he's getting his first op ever in his life. He lived a mundane life, but now he's like, alright bro, bet. So I feel like they're all kind of looking at each other like, you know, not wanting to do the eels. And immediately I feel like Pay is like, you know, I got the puzzle, don't worry. Millen's like, you know what, yeah, I'm very smart with puzzles, I'm good at it, we got it. And Amaya and Draco's like, bruh, alright, whatever, y'all some pussies, let's get the eels, bruh. Immediately I feel like Seattle would be the type of dude that's like, you know, I know no one wants to do eels, so I'm gonna go ahead and do them just so none of y'all have to go through the pain. I think I could handle it probably better. Z, I feel like immediately volunteers to swim because he knows personally that he's very good at that. Jenny, she's afraid of like even thinking about doing the eel. She's even scared. She said, nah, but I'm gonna do the puzzle, don't worry about it. She kind of asked Shiloh to do the puzzle with her, but I feel like immediately Seattle would be like, Kata, you're extremely smart on the puzzle as well. Shiloh, I've seen you swim before, my guy. Go ahead and do that. Me and Angel, we got it. And you know, Seattle, he's gotten Angel's attitude before. He's heard it. So he kind of did that on purpose, but he tried to not make it seem like it. He want to see her get shocked. And you know, this kind of annoys Angel low-key. Like, she's kind of pissed off about it, but she don't let it show. She's gonna do this. Alright, now for the shrimp, I think almost instantly everyone kind of agrees that Logan should be one of the swimmers since she's like really like fast and good in the water. And then immediately Amelie says, all right, yep, I'm the next swimmer, because she's definitely not getting shocked, bro. She's gonna leave it to them. Clav and Clive are immediately thinking the same thing. You know, they're like, hey, we're both gonna do the puzzle, thank you. And Casey, she's very smart and she wanted to do the puzzle immediately regardless of the eel. And she's like, nah, Clive, one of y'all got moved now. One of you are taking my place because I gotta do the puzzle. We gonna win this for the team. So I think Casey kind of pushes Clive out, and Honey's like, whoa,
I gotta do the eel. Alright.
And so there we have it. The swimmers on the left, the eels in the middle, and the puzzle to the right. Alright, everyone got their picks? Good. Let's get this set up and go. So looking at the swimmers for each of the teams, I do want to say the fastest out there is probably Z and Shiloh. However, the first team to get a crab, I believe, would be Shrimp. Logan getting a point. So in the middle of the challenge, Casey confessional / intro. And so Casey's like, I'm here so that I can build a resume, show off my superior genius. I can be recognized by a leading company or community that could potentially lead me to a life full of possibilities. Need the clout. Winning this show is simply a stepping stone to what I have in store for my life. In order to help people, I gotta help myself first. I will leave here a winner and you get to see it. Congratulations. Alright, enough from the sidelines. Let's hear something from Seattle. I'm Seattle. I was a backup. I'm surprised I'm even here. I guess I'm supposed to be the one who picked fights, be mean. Yeah, I'm stern, but I'm not stupid. I know friends is how you win. The contract clearly said jury vote to win, and I need that money, so I'm gonna get a strong alliance of people. I'm gonna work this game, and I will leave here a millionaire. Alright, Z, Shiloh, the first team, made it across. Z was finished first, helped Shiloh up. Seattle and Angel now grabbing the eels and walking with them. Immediately, Angel kind of like puts her foot out, trips Seattle. He falls, gets electrocuted, has to restart. Logan and Amelie make it to the next step for their team. Honey and Clive grabbing the eels, trying their best. It is kind of slippery though, and only about a minute or two later, Recon and Aubrey was done. Draco and Amaya Kata got the eels. Angel took too long. The timer went off. It electrocuted her. Gotta restart. All of them are trying their best. However, it's proving to be a little bit difficult. Seattle took too long. Draco fell. Amaya took too long. I feel a little bit bad, but Honey and Clive both get shocked like 3-4 times each. They keep falling. Clive is so angry at Casey. He knew he would have been better at the puzzle. Draco makes it across. Now waiting for Amaya. Amaya's getting mad. She's like, bro, this is so hard to bounce. This eel is bullshit. I swear the timer keeps getting shorter. Angel now making it through. Seattle trying to rush, almost losing his balance, but he doesn't, allowing Kata and Jenny to start working on the puzzle. You know, while they're working on the puzzle, you know, while Jenny is like untying perfectly and everything, she's like, so Kata, how are you? How do you like the sun today? The weather's kind of nice. It was a little bit rainy yesterday, but I'm glad it's a little bit more sunny now. The clouds kind of look nice. How about that? The sky's blue. It's kind of more blue than yesterday, but I feel like the stars are gonna be more prominent tonight. How about you? I wish there's a meteor tonight. I would like the wishing star. I wish I was here. I wish I could win. And Kaz's like, bro. And Kaz's like, yeah, I'm good. Stars, yeah. And how is it Jenny's doing all that but untying faster than Kata? That's crazy. Clive once again falls as Amaya's timer resets. However, Honey finally makes it through. Kata and Jenny with a strong lead. Her entire team rooting for them. All hyped as hell because they know they ain't gonna be last. Amaya finally makes it through, and Millen and Pay focusing very much trying to untie this bull. They know there's only one shot for immunity left, but Clive finally finishes, allowing Clav and Casey to start, and immediately Clav starts whipping through them, untying them super fast. Casey's a little surprised, and she's actually kind of having a hard time with it, but she's doing all right. Jenny is the first one done with her rope. She's just now waiting on Kata, and I would say about a minute and a half later, Kata, congratulations, you have secured your team immunity, and you guys get a small toolkit. I hope that helps you guys. Immediately, they all huddle together. They're excited. They're hyped. They going back to their tribe happy. Millen finally unties it. He is now waiting on Pay. Their entire team is. They're all rooting for her. Clav quickly made up time. Clive and Clav would have been a perfect duo for this. Clav is wanting to help Casey. She's saying, nah, B, get out of here, bro. I ain't want you to help me. Fuck out of here, bro. By the way, bitch, you got a leech hanging off your head. You don't see that purple ass thing sucking all your blood out? But while Casey is insulting my boy Clav, Pay finally gets it, lights the fire, and they win immunity. Congratulations, Otters and Zebras. None of you will be the first set to go. However, extremely disappointed and now mad and angry sad, Shrimp Shufflers, one of you will be voted off tonight. Zebras, since you guys got second, you will get Flint and immunity, but that will be all. I will see you at tomorrow's challenge. I think while walking back to camp, Amaya might say something like, yo, we could have done better low-key. We could have got first if we just like hurried up. And Draco's like, yo, what do you mean? You part of the reason we took a little bit, ain't it? The fastest one here was Recon, and he knows I'm good. And Recon's like, bruh. Alright, just chill. We won. Let's enjoy this moment. I feel like they do calm down, start talking about the fire they about to have, the nice cozy sleep they're about to finally get. A long walk, but I feel like the rest and realization that none of them is first out will be like a great relief when they get back to camp. Otters, congratulations. Here's your toolkit. Immediately, I think Seattle is hyped. Z is hyped. Kata knows a little bit about building, I think, so I think she got this. As they're walking away, Seattle's like, bro, all of you did amazing. All of you did great. This is the team I'm looking for. Jenny, amazing job. Kata, you did your thing. Angel, I do appreciate you taking on some eels for the team. We can do this. Let's take this motivation onward. Yeah. And then, unanimously at the same time, Z D and Sheila also go yeah. Now, Shrimp Shufflers, unfortunately, you guys do not get Flint. One of you will be leaving tonight by a vote. Go back to camp, talk, strategize. I will see you at the campfire ceremony. Alright, so immediately being at camp, I think Honey is very sad that they lost. And you know, some of them do like immediate things like Clive and Clav go to get water. The rest try to get sticks while Logan attempts to redo their fire since it went out while they were gone. I think while this happened, Clav, confessional. I'm here to be a winner. The winner of winners. And starting off with the loss sucks ass. I think if Casey were to just humble herself, we may not be in this situation. She's kind of nosy and she's not that great at challenges, it seems. Now, Logan, however, I do like. She's very strong and she said she can get fire going. Alright, so Logan gets a confessional. She's like, you know, being out here, even with a loss, is like so mind-clearing. I kind of realized that others had some contraband, like Clav brought an MP3, Casey hides multiple cans of Pringle chips in her hair. So I thought since Chris didn't really search people, well, let's just say I got that pack. Not talking cigarettes. You heard? After tribal, I'm asleep good. That's all I'm gonna say. So I feel like moments later, after her confessional, after Clav and Clive gets the water, they are all gonna swim, have a great time, and they are gonna talk. Clav probably starts first. He's like, you know, Logan, I'm sorry for what was brought up, but I promise me and Clive are very much aligned with you, and we want to work with you. Clive, you know, he pipes and he's like, yeah, us three could take this. I got the brawn, Clav is the brains, and you're the extreme version of both, Logan. And Logan, you know, everyone's kind of like said, you know, thank you for making fire or doing this or whatever, but none of them has really talked game to her like this. So she's like, I think that's very kind, actually. No one has really talked to me like this in the game yet. And yeah, they are nice. And I do like Honey for sticking up for me, even though it was a little aggressive. But I do appreciate that you guys are actually thinking of me wanting to look out, because I am a little bit worried about this vote, and you guys coming to me like makes me feel a little bit better. And Clav is like, don't worry about Honey, she is safe, and I'm even willing to say if we make merge, Honey could join us. We could be the 4 in a merge. And I feel like Clive immediately says yes, but I also think for now we should talk it out with each other, and I believe we should go after Amelie or Casey, and that's my opinion. And Logan, hearing this, she realized she does kind of have to vote for someone. She's like, I see, well, I don't want to see anyone leave, but someone does have to go. And then we get a close-up of Honey and Amelie talking, trying to like get the fire a little bit higher, but for some reason, no matter how many sticks they add, it doesn't work. And Amelie, she's mad. She's like, this isn't fucking working, bruh. And Honey, yo, they're like,
Yo, just calm down, bruh. It's okay.
and Amelie, she's just trying to, you know, compose herself. She's like, I have to ask, why choose this show in particular to try and win? And Honey, they're like,
To be honest, I didn't really come here to win or lose. I think the show will give me enough clout that I can star in other stuff or even branch out using my own personality.
and Amelie's like, so you don't care if you win or lose. Don't tell others that. They might want you out, but me, I kind of want you on my side, low-key. You're the least boring bozo here. You don't care if you gotta stand up for yourself or someone else or yell. You do what you want, and usually people like us get targeted, but we should work together. And Honey, they're kind of surprised by this, and they're like, I do realize you didn't say anything about Logan. You just simply overheard it. And you did immediately tell us who said it. And Amelie's like, exactly, bro, I ain't scheming. And you hated Logan getting her feelings hurt, right? So let's work together. Let's get the guy who hurt her out. I want to get him out. And Honey's like, you do? You want to work with me? And Amelie's like, of course. I feel like the both of us should stick together. We should probably get back before they become suspicious, though. And Honey's like, thank you. I was actually nervous I wouldn't. Amelie's like, yeah, I'm gonna go this way. And my name gets brought up. stuff, let me know and I'll tell you the same, or something like, yeah. And then she leaves. Alright, so I feel like Amelie probably searches for Casey to talk to her while Logan is back trying to make a second fire, get them really nice and warm for when they come back. Amelie told Logan she's getting sticks, but that's kind of a lie. So I feel like Amelie immediately like lays it down. So how do you read these people? Casey's like, what do you mean? Like my opinion? I suppose you could say that. Well, I know Clive and Clav are buddy-buddy. They're close with Logan. And even now as we fail, no fire, no comfort, they laugh. How incredibly ignorant. And Amelie's like, bro, we have fire. Logan started one. She's trying to get a second. How long have you been out here? Are you searching for an idol? Casey's like, nah. I'm just here chilling. I just want to be alone. Don't worry about it. So I feel like Amelie's like, so anyway, you're not a fan of the three? You want to break the three up? And Casey's like, I'm not sure if you're trying to actually vote with me, but I think I've said enough. You're not in my line of sight, so I'm hoping I'm not in yours. And so then, everyone hears excitedly that Logan made a second fire. They all go over there. It's kind of a huge flame. She's gonna try and make a third one where it connects in the middle and it's really big, making one huge one. I feel like, a couple moments after the celebration, Clive pulls aside Honey and he's like, hey, me, Clav, and Logan, we all kind of work things out, and we are thinking of voting Amelie. Maybe Casey if something goes wrong. And Honey's like,
wait, Casey? I mean, that does make sense. She did kind of fumble the challenge.
And Clive is like, exactly. Now don't really think about it. Easy vote. Us four all the way. Team Shrimp. So I feel like after Clive leaves, Casey sees that they had a private chat and she immediately goes to Honey. A little bit nosy. She's like, hey, you. Have you been settling in well? Honey's like, well, yeah, I think. Are you talking to people? And Casey's like, I mean, Amelie kinda. She proposed that we target, the obvious three. And Honey, she thinks about it for a second, a little confused, but then she immediately clicks. She's like,
the obvious three. Oh, yeah, they really are that close, huh? They could probably get a fourth and take out whoever they want. They haven't talked to me yet.
And Casey's like, exactly. For all we know, they could have someone else. And if Amelie is wanting to do something now, that means she's on our side. We need at least three before they can get a fourth, or else one of us are doomed. So I feel like it cuts to a Honey confessional like,
Casey kind of freaked me the fuck out a little bit low key. She's a loose cannon. I'm afraid she could blow up again, and I don't know if I need that by my side, let alone in the tribe.
And there it is, the last bit of chat before they have to go to the campfire ceremony. So when they get there, Chris is there to meet and welcome them. Welcome campers, please take a seat, a small discussion before the vote. So as everyone settles in, he's like, alright, so Logan, losing first immunity sucks, don't it? And Logan a little surprised as she's being the questioned one, but she's like, yeah, it's not preferred, but we have had our own small achievements, like fire, 2 fires, and clean water, without any flint or help from production. We did that. And Chris is like, whatever you gotta tell yourselves. Amelie, any game talk? And Amelie's like, bruh, it's total drama, of course. Everyone is talking. If they said they weren't, they simply lying. And Chris, he asks Clav, you have a coconut allergy, and there's, not very much rice. How is it? He's like, well, Clive kind of trades me his rice portions for my coconut rations, so it doesn't bother me none. And Clive is like, yeah, I like coconut more anyway, especially in the fire with some salt from the ocean, not half bad. Chris said, speaking of half bad, Casey, any discussion on your challenge performance? Casey's like, well, first off, screw you because you deadass just outed me. Why do they get soft-ass questions like allergies and fire making? You remind everyone that I sucked ass today. This shouldn't be allowed, you high. And then Chris just says, shut it, forget I asked. And I feel like, Honey just kind of pipes in.
I think challenge performances only counts for so much, Personality and attitude goes a long way in how you talk to people.
And Chris is like, well, both Heather and Duncan won. They don't got any personality between them, about as much as an apple core thrown in the trash. But I don't know what you're talking about, I guess. But it does not matter because now it is time to vote. votes. We are about to see the first member of Yokavachi Island eliminated. They all go to the voting thing, every single one of them casting a vote. They've had time to think about this, they've had time to strategize, and now it is time to read the votes. Alright, if anyone has an advantage or an idol, play it now. I feel like everyone kind of looks at each other. Amelie shoots a look at Casey, looking at her like, waiting, but no one says anything. I will now read the votes. The first vote goes to Amelie. The second vote goes to Clive. The third vote goes to Casey. That's 3 votes done, 3 votes left. The fourth vote goes to Clive. The fifth vote goes to Amelie. That is 2 votes Clive, 2 votes Amelie, 1 vote left. And the first person voted out of Total Drama Yokavachi Island is Clive. I'm so sorry. You tried your best, but the votes just didn't go your way. Immediately, Clive is like, dude, what? And, Clive, he starts, like, freaking out. He starts tearing out. He's like, fuck, bro, I voted Casey. I think that's what happened, because if I didn't vote her, it would have been a tie. And Clive and Casey, both at the same time, they're like, what? And Clive, he's like, I just got nervous. Casey was talking to everyone, and she talked fondly of Honey, but we were trying to work with Honey, but then they were talking, and then Honey didn't like me, but Honey liked Logan, so I thought Honey was gonna make Logan flip because Casey was there, and I don't know. And Logan's like, dude, Clive, I'm sorry, I promise. I had nothing but the best intentions. Clive is like, damn, bruh, sorry, man. I hate it had to be this way. And Logan, just reassuring like, Clive, I promise you were in positive thoughts. And then Clive is like, yo, I want to know who voted me. If you're not a coward, tell me who voted me. And immediately I feel like Amelie, she's like, I voted you. I voted you. What about it? What you gonna do about it? And I think it's probably pretty easy to guess. Casey's like, yeah, I voted you. And the last one is Honey. I'm sorry. I just had to choose between, I had to choose. And ultimately, you got on my nerves. You only came to me last second just to tell me what to do and not even really reassure me. You're right. Team Shrimp. And with that, Clive goes down the dock of shame and rides the boat of losers. I'm so sorry. Congratulations to the 5 of you. You guys have survived Tribal Council. Have a good night's rest. And there it is. Tribal Council done. The first immunity and reward has been completed of this season. The Shrimp Tribe starting their morning without 1 player. And I feel like Honey's probably just sitting at the ocean front, enjoying the sunset. And you know what? Confessional intro.
It's kind of peaceful when it's just you and the sun. Outside of this island, I go to a lot of parties. I'm usually the center of attention in a crowd of faces. Losing Clive isn't a great team boost. I'm not here to lose, really. I want to be shining. I want to be glamorous. I'm the king of this game, but my moveset is that of a queen. I'm about this bitch.
And I feel like after enjoying the sunset for a little bit while longer, Amelie might come up and, waking up, she's like, with a yawn, is everything all good? Don't let the eliminations get to you, honey. This is just the start. We're gonna have to do this again and again, and I want to be by your side all the while. I think we should move forward as a group, even me, you, Logan, even Casey for now if you want. And Honey, hearing this, they immediately recognize what she's saying, and they're like,
I don't know, man. Due to the challenge, and I already feel bad for kicking out Clive, and you want Clav out. Could we do Casey out first and then Clav?
And Amelie, that wasn't her plan, but as long as she's safe, she's willing to do whatever. And she's like, you know what? That's more than fine with me. I always want to make sure your opinion matters, Honey. And Honey, hearing this, they're taken aback a little bit, and they knew that Amelie complimented them before for being likable and relatable, but hearing this compliment is actually very nice. And Honey's like, what?
I actually really appreciate that. Thank you. Logan's probably gonna want to get water boiling soon when she wakes up, so we should probably get some firewood, help out.
And this entire time, you'll never guess who was listening. It was Casey. And as soon as she hears it, she scuttles away off into the forest a little bit to do her own confessional. She's like, bro, this is why you can't be lacking in the game. The snakes will hiss, you just have to listen. Closed mouths won't get fed, but closed ears won't ever learn. I got a vote on me last night. I'm not here to crash out. I leave a couple bitches 20 toes up while I stay 10 toes down. I know the target, I'm the dog. So the sun is up for the most part. The sunset, or sunrise should I say, is just kind of ending, and we see Shiloh and Ginny kind of laughing and crafting. You know, they're making like colorful bracelets and stuff, and Ginny's like, oh my god, they're gonna love these bracelets. I'm making the custom order emblems for each of our trimates, and oh my god, pass the feather, Shiloh. I got a perfect idea. And Shilow's like, yeah, this is actually kind of fun and a super smart idea using natural dyes on the sand. You know, creating glitter and stuff and tree sap as the glue is genius. And Ginny's like, aw, thank you, Shiloh. That's actually very kind. Thank you. You're smart and strong too. So a separate clip. He's probably on a rock or something, majestical style, does his little intro. Ginny is actually very funny. The way she talks to people is unique and enjoyable. How she treats others with much kindness and respect. Everyone deserves the same treatment and respect no matter what. Even in this game where we need to judge each other. Find the snakes. I'm still finding the human in each person, even though I shouldn't be. Judge no one. So I feel like they, you know, keep crafting. They do the little bracelets and they wrap it up, and eventually they notice like Z, Kata, you know, people starting to get up, so they come back over here. And Ginny's like, good morning everyone. Me and Sheila got some firewood for the fire, but we also made everyone some bracelets. Ta-da. And Kata, you know, she's probably first in line to get hers because she probably likes that sort of thing. And she's like, oh yeah, this kind of cool actually. Thank y'all. This is very nice. Very pretty. And Sheila's like, thank you. We used French blue and royal purple for yours. You know, they're kind of handing out the bracelets, giving Seattle his, Z Angel theirs, waking them up a little bit. And I think each of them have like a quick snippet of a confessional. You know, Angel's like, they woke us up for some stupid fucking bracelets. I was sleeping good. It took me 4 hours to fall asleep. I sleep about 3.5. It took me longer to fall asleep than it did the time I actually fell asleep. And that bitch woke me up for some bracelets. I'm pissed. You know, Z's like, you know, she said my bracelet color was based on my aura. How is that pink? Like, actually, wait, it's worse. She didn't even say it was pink. She was specific. She said, and I quote, this is Z-type highlighter pink, champagne luxe salmon splash with a pearlescent magnetic chrome. What even is that? And Seattle, he's real mad. He's like, dude, my bracelet was nothing but fucking glitter. I got that shit all over my shirt, and now my skin has it all over since it's wet out here. Everything is just glitter. This is fucked. So while they dealing with bracelets, half of them happy, the other half a little annoyed, we have Pay. You know, let's go ahead and do an intro confessional. What's up, Pay? Pay's the name. Being Cupid's my game. I love helping people find love. It's one of the purest forms of emotions available. Draco, I thought I might meet my forever person out here. It was a hunch, a little bit of a feeling, but I didn't think it would be so quick. But I'm glad I found him. I'm glad he looks nice. He will forever be by my side and help me take this game over. Even outside this game, we shall rule the earth. I mean, anyone who stands in the way of that will be dealt with directly and firmly. You know, she's coming back. You know, she passes the water well, and she's kind of see Millen there. And Millen's like, oh, hey, Pay, coming back from a camera talk? She's like, hey, Millen, yes, I am, letting the world know how lucky I am to be in this tribe. Hey, Millen, you know, I think Amaya might like you, you know? You know, Millen, you know, he's kind of shocked because this has come out of nowhere. He's like, wait, what? What do you mean? And she's like, well, Amaya's silly. The way she looks at you, the way she talks, you're on her side, and I think she likes you. And he's still shocked because they haven't really talked too much, just a couple times here and there. And he's like, I see. Well, I haven't noticed anything, but I'm pretty flirt oblivious. Thank you, though, for telling me this, Pie. And she's like, my name is Pay, but you're welcome. And so he goes off and does whatever. He passes Amaya. He kind of gives her a wink. She's a little confused because she's just trying to get firewood or whatever, which is a little hard considering this area of the island is wet. Do a little bit of a confessional intro. And, you know, she's like, it's pretty simple. Fame. I'm here for stardom. I'm destined for it, and I'm here to prove to everyone that it's all about the mentality. If you want to be the main character bad bitch that you know you are, then you gotta act like one. Behind my personality is a very smart, strategical player, and I'm here to grab destiny by the horn. You know, Pay also coming back. She sees Amaya, you know, getting firewood, and she's like, oh, hey Amaya, getting firewood, I see. And Amaya, she just kind of looks at Pay and she's like, yeah, you look like you want to say something, so go ahead. And Pay's like, oh, bold, I see. Well, you know, Millen, I think you two might be this season's showmans, you know? You two are perfect and he likes you. I'm pretty sure you like him. And Amaya's like, Millen? You mean the Sheldon Cooper stunt double bubble trouble bitch boy McCroy? Hell no, you can miss me with that bull, bro. I ain't here for all that. We all know Ye better than Igor. And Pay, hearing this, she's a little setback. She usually knows when people are good for each other, connective, and to see her kind of decline at Pay's like, wait, what? First off, debatable about Ye and all that. And no, you don't understand. You're someone he likes. And Amaya's what, like, well, I don't care. He's barely mentioned me. You're being weird, girl. And Pay's like, interesting. My apologies. Carry on. The challenge is soon, and I think we best be prepared. The challenge being soon, I feel like Clav and Logan are probably trying to set up the fire. That way it might not go fully out, or even if it does, it's still salvageable, even if the challenge takes super long. And Clav, he's very, like, saddened and distraught by Clive leaving, and Clav, you know, kind of like, Logan, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if we have the numbers. Like, are we on the right side? I know Honey likes you and she wouldn't vote you out, but what about me? And Logan, you know, she nods her head. She's like, Clav, I've thought about this too, and I really didn't want to lose Clive. He should have just voted with us. I didn't even know they were targeting him. I thought they were going to target anyone. It would be me because I'm the older contestant. I feel like Clav kind of looks around. He sees Honey and Amelie just chilling, Casey doing whatever, and he whispers to Logan, he's like, you know, after the challenge, if you want to be lookout, I could probably search for an idol. And Logan, hearing this, she knows there's an idol out there. She just never wanted to search for it because that's like an instant target. But if she's just looking out, then it's not really her having it. So she just nods her head and she's like, later. The contestants arrive to the challenge area as Chris is ready to explain the rules to them. 5 people from each tribe will each have a chip with their name on it. And it's kind of big. It's like a foot around. And I meant like a circular chip, like a poker chip almost. They will then take turns hiding it within the parameter of the area. The 5 players that hid the chips on their tribe will also then go out searching for the other tribe's chips. Whenever your chip with your name on it is found, you are then eliminated and you can no longer help search. The first tribe to have all 5 chips of theirs found will be eliminated from the challenge and be going to tribal council. Whenever that happens, the tribe with the most chips left will earn the reward of a tarp, a couple blankets, 1 hammock, and 2 pillows. Zebras have decided that Aubrey is sitting out, mainly cause she nominated herself too. And then for the Otter tribe, Kata sits out as she doesn't want to be the reason they lose. So in case her tribe does lose, she won't be the target. Alright, each team is then given 15 minutes to hide. They're being monitored to make sure they don't seek, it's just strictly hide. And then the challenge is off. Everyone's starting to search, going their own ways, and I feel like a couple people might group up. For example, Jenny and Shiloh, I feel like they're definitely going to be searching kind of near each other in the same direction, just different places. And as they search, I feel like Jenny just says something like, oh my god, if we keep searching like this, it's going to take all day. You know how big this area is? It's going to take forever. I hope we can't get eliminated because we can't get eliminated. I don't know if we have the numbers. And Shiloh, you know, listening to this as he's, you know, like trying to search through a bush or something, which first off, Sheila, why is your dumbass looking through a bush? Who do you think is going to take 15 minutes, look at a bush and go, ah, yeah, That's fire. I'm a cook there. Ain't no one hiding their things in something simple. Y'all gotta be searching. Anyway, Sheila's like, Jenny, I can't really go into too much detail, but don't worry, you're safe. I have the numbers, I believe, which means you have the numbers. And Jenny, hearing this, she kind of gets a little happy. She's like, oh, all right, thank you, Sheila. I knew I could count on you. I feel like Z is probably off on his own, like doing some actual searching, like on some good. Seattle and Angel, they were kind of searching separately, then they just kind of grouped up on accident. But you know, while they're there, Angel's like, you found any yet? Because it's been about 10 minutes, roughly 15. And Seattle's just like, nah, I ain't found anything. And this is why I feel like Angel's like, you know, we could search Chris's private mini fridge. I'm sure someone might have hid something there. Seattle, he's a little surprised hearing this. He doesn't even know if this is allowed, but you know, he thinks about previous seasons, all the bull they got away with. And Seattle, thinking about it, he's like, I think someone might have hid something in his mini freezer too. Let's go check it out. And you already know they about eat all of his shit, bro. His Uncrustables, pizza rolls, his off-brand Capri Sun, Pacific Cooler, and they're drinking it, all of them. I mean, they have been out here for like 5-6 days, kind of hungry. All right, the Zebras trying their best to search, and I feel like this is when Millen trying to slide his way into Amaya's DMs. He's like, so Amaya, I think we could help each other, you know, search, and I think we could also help each other in the game, you know? And Amaya instantly, she stops searching, she looks at him, and she's like, listen, bitch boy, A, not kissing you, not gonna happen. B, I don't know what you told Pi to make her get freaky with her words, but I ain't about that. And 3, if you keep trying to come near me, I'm gonna beat you so good your head gonna spin. Fuck out of here with all that. And Millen, he's now just standing there like, yo, what just happened? Cause I was told that Amaya liked me. She just told me she gonna beat the brakes off my ass. I'm getting confused messages. What's going on? I gotta go find Pi. I meant Pay, and speaking of Pay and Draco, you already know Pay is following Draco, bro. And I feel like he's kind of getting annoyed because he can feel her like literally being a shadow almost sometimes. She's searching, but you know, he even tries escaping behind the cafeteria maybe, and she still appears out of nowhere. So Draco, he does something he knows Pay ass can't, and that's climb over the building and, you know, using some stuff to his advantage to climb on some Uncharted shit. You know, this is supposed to be a challenge of, you know, seeking, his ass trying to hide. So I feel like Millen is kind of searching in the forest, and he sees Draco just running out of nowhere. And then, you know, he, instead of searching, he kind of stops and look, which is kind of bad because now we have 3, potentially 4 of the 5 people not even searching. The only person like super serious about this is Recon, but he sees Draco setting up a trap. I'm talking a pulley system, ropes, netting, everything. And Draco kind of squats behind a rock, you know, trying to hide, conceal himself, and he's just waiting because he know Pay is gonna chase and run after him. So he's waiting and waiting to the point where Millen is like, you know what? I don't know if he's trying to get an animal or something, but I gotta search. So he does. And Draco, he sees Pay for like half a second in the distance, and he hides a little bit more, still peeking as Pay gets closer and closer. You know, he hides behind the rock for a second, make sure she can't see him, and then he looks and peeks again, but she's not there. You know, he's kind of waiting for the trap to be activated, but all of a sudden he just hears Pay behind him. Wouldn't want to be that guy. And then all of a sudden Millen just gets caught in the trap out of fucking nowhere for no reason. And Draco, he gets scared like instantly. He starts running and Pay just laughs, and she's like, all right, gotta lock in, do this challenge. Let me go get Millen down. Recon kind of coming over, looking up at Millen, you know, just straddled up in the sky. He's like, what happened? What going on here? And instantly Pay is like, I think Amaya set up a trap or something. I'm not too sure why. She should be searching. And Millen, he knows it wasn't Amaya, but she also just threatened to beat his ass. So he's like, you know what? Let me just stay quiet. Can you get me down, please? Thank you. Everyone on the Shrimp Tribe gets to search and participate in the challenge. And I feel like while Clav is searching, because all them kind of searching separately, Casey goes up to him. And she's like, hey, Clav, I know we should be searching, but I want to talk for you. I want to talk to you for a moment, please. this. You know, they kind of go off to the side, and Clav is like, well, what is it, Casey? And she's like, I know this is a game of deceit, and I know I got a vote on me last night, and I have every reason to lie, but I promise you I'm not when I say, Honey and Amelie, I overheard them talking this morning, and their target if we lose is me. I'm gone. However, you know what else I heard? After me, it's you. You're gone next. Matter of fact, if you want to know the truth, Amelie was saying she wanted you out first, but Honey and her bitch ass decided she wanted me gone instead. We are on the outs. You don't have Logan like you think you do, because how are they going to get you next if they don't have Logan's vote? Think about that. And Clav, you know, he's not worried at all about Logan betraying him, because Clav know Logan is like his number 2 in this game. He trusts her fully at the moment right now. However, he does believe her when she says the talk about Honey and Amelie. He's like, I can't act on this information irrationally or too fast. However, if the time comes, I will talk to you again on how we can approach the situation. And Casey, that's not super what she wanted to hear, but she'll take it. Then, out of nowhere, Z has found someone's chip, and unfortunately, it was Honey immediately out of the challenge.
Man, this some bullshit. They done cheated.
Now, with Honey getting out, the shrimp immediately, like their heart drops. They can't go back to tribal. Please not again. So I feel like Clav and Casey, they stop talking. They both immediately start searching. Logan starts searching. Amelie put in overtime. This kind of wakes up the other team too. However, only moments later, Angel finds another chip, and it belongs to Logan. Shrimp are now down 2 people, only 3 tokens left. This is when I feel like Amelie kind of like yells at Clav and Casey. She's like, alright, plan. Casey, you are gonna search up high. You are a good climber. Look in very specific places that you yourself may want to hide something if you saw it. Clav, you're gonna stick to ground stuff. I need you to be quick about it though. I will look in containers, in buildings, stuff like that. Alright, let's get it, team. Honey and Logan, they're scared over on the bench. I feel like Recon goes to look and double check in the cafeteria because it's suspicious that no one found anything there. He just sees Pay along with Seattle and Angel just eating away at everything. And Recon's like, what's happening? Ain't no one searching. I mean, Seattle Angel, you keep eating. You do your thing. Pay, come on now, bro. And Pay, she just eats a little bit more. She's a little annoyed. She just pushes past Recon. She's like, don't tell me what to do. You're irrelevant. Exit stage left. Get out of my way. 13th place. And Recon hearing this, he's just a little confused, but he's like, whatever. So he goes search. He finds Millen, and Recon just starts talking to Millen like, did Amaya really set that trap? And Millen, he's not really one to like defame or be dishonest to a super level like this, but he knows Amaya will probably vote his name or try to get others to as well. So he's like, yeah, I think she was. I think she was trying to get one of the other teams, but that's just kind of weird, ain't it? Basically just throwing Amaya under the bus. Finally, Clav finds a token belonging to Recon. He is eliminated from the challenge. And then only within a span of like 7 minutes, 2 more are found. 1 more by Z, which ended up being Pay's, but another one found by Casey that belonged to Shiloh. And low-key, Amelie kind of wants the tarp, the blankets, everything. She wants to be safe, warm, comfy, snug, so she is ecstatic when she finds another token for her team, eliminating Draco. He unfortunately has to sit next to Pay on the bench. Millen and Amaya now searching very much throughout the camp. Very few tokens are left. So Chris puts up like an electronic board. It's really big and it has like hints. Like how many are left that's above ground, how many left are on ground, and how many are left that's in something. And this doesn't help too much, but it does help Millen locate one. Eliminating Angel didn't really matter. She was eating anyway. In Seattle, he kind of gets a wake-up call like, oh, all right, I really got to lock in. We got to start searching, bro. All right, everyone, let's do it. 3 to 2 to 3. Come on now. And so then on the board is a map with huge circles around the map, but somewhere in that circle are people's tokens. I then think that Casey starts hearing her name as Clav is calling for her, and he's like, look up there, and then kind of behind the beehive is a token. He's like, who the fuck put their shit up there, bro? Low-key, Honey should have hit her shit up there. That would have been comically hilarious. And Casey, she looks at it, you know, squints her eyes, and she realizes this is a moment to prove to Clav that she bout this, so she does some parkour maneuver, climb around that bitch, and as she gets the token, her hand is stung like 4 times, and she just like runs off, pissed as hell, stung. Clav runs away, doesn't get stung, and eventually Casey redeems the token, and she got Z out. Z put it there. Millen being very helpful, finding another token belonging to Clav, which means we have 2 contestants left for each team. Amaya finally being helpful, finding a token, getting Amelie out. Casey praying that no one finds her chips, standing for her team. Seattle had to look under the hood of one of the broken boats, but he found Millen's token, leaving Amaya defending for her team. Casey goes back into the cafeteria. She goes to the stove and she looks under, you know, the huge exhaust fans, and what do you know? She finds a token, and it belongs to Amaya, which means, unfortunately, Zebras, you guys have lost, and you guys will have to go to Tribal Council tonight, aka the Campfire Ceremony. And immediately, Aubrey can't believe it. She's like, bro, I step out for 1 second, I come back in the house, and y'all bitches burnt the kitchen down. Amaya's mad. She's like, bro, y'all should have hid your shit better. Recon Pay, it's like you guys didn't even try to hide. At least Recon search. Pay, your ass was eaten. And Recon's like, oh yeah, like you have any room to talk making traps and shit. You know, someone could have got hurt from that, low-key. That's a lawsuit. And Amaya, confused as hell, she's like, bitch, what you talking about? Traps? Yo, gray matter must be trapped in a fucking spiral going through turmoil. What are you talking about? You know, he just, you know, he goes, all right, bro, whatever you say. You know, he just walks off. They all storming back to their tribe, mad as hell. You already know Pay is right behind Draco. Congratulations, Otters. You guys win immunity again. All the stuff they didn't really need since they live in a cave Flintstone style. I'm sure the blankets and stuff will help, bro. Their cave about to start looking like Markarth from Skyrim. You know, Seattle, he's hyping hell. He's like, yes, sir. You know, yes, sir. You know, he's just, you know, high-fiving, dabbing up Kata, Jenny, Shiloh, Angel, Z. As they walk back, you know, he goes to Z and Shiloh. He's like, yeah. And at the same time, unanimously, they're like, yeah. Not reward, but you guys did win immunity. Congratulations on your night of peace. I think Casey is extremely happy that they won. She's still very much so worried about the future. However, at least for now, she can rest a little bit and try to talk a little bit more game. Maybe try to do something with Honey where she can flip it on Amelie. Alright, after arriving back to their tribe after the loss, I think a lot of the morals are down, but a lot of the strategy thinking is high right now. Immediately, I feel like there's people already forming talks. Pay kind of follows Draco to the fish pond, kind of talking about like, it's a shame that we lost, you know, but I just want to tell you, I will never vote for you, and it only makes sense in the game for you to keep me, because I will always benefit you. Draco, hearing this, he just kind of looks over at Pay and he's like, dude, if I promise not to vote for you, will you leave me alone right now? We just lost. lost. I don't want to deal with this. And Pay's like, oh, alright, whatever you want. Have fun with the fish, bye. So with Aubrey and Amaya, they're just kind of chilling at the water well, pretending to get water. I feel like Aubrey and Amaya, they the only two on their tribe that they can trust, in each other's perspective. I feel like Aubrey's like, look, I kind of wish I would have played instead because our team kind of fumbled. Amaya, you did a great job. You hit your shit well. And to be honest, I'm okay with voting anyone right now. Just tell me who. And Amaya, instantly relief because she has a couple people in mind. And instantly she's like, Pay has been weird talking about Millen liking me and stuff. I don't know if that was a lie. I don't think it is because Millen actually came up to me later, in the challenge. And if it's not Pay, I want Millen out. And Aubrey's a little surprised because Millen is like the most chillest one here. And Aubrey's like, what'd he do? And Amaya's like, well, first off, he hasn't really talked to me at all. Not game, not personality wise, barely anything. And then he just comes up to me talking about some romantical bull. I'm assuming he told Pay something because she also told me that he likes me. And if I gotta be honest, I don't even mind if I have to vote Recon because he was talking some craziness. Talking about setting traps and stuff. I don't even know what that means. And Aubrey was like, yeah, I was confused when I heard that. But I think it might be best to keep Recon for now because he's a really good, challenge person. And Amaya was like, yeah, I kind of agree. Then we have Recon and Millen getting their fire going, getting ready to boil the water that Amaya and Aubrey is gonna bring. And I feel like, as they're starting the fire, their height, they finally got it. Recon's probably talking to Millen like, look, low-key, if you want to, we can vote Pay out, Draco out, Amaya out. I think there's a couple options that would benefit the team. Amaya did do the best, so if I had to have a preference, maybe Aubrey, maybe Pay. I just haven't really talked to Aubrey too much. And not only that, but she's a little bit rude and she didn't do anything in the challenge. And Millen, I feel like he kind of nods and he's like, yeah, I understand that, but Amaya did the whole trap thing and I know that might not affect you, but affects me. And Millen, he's gonna pretend like it affected him, but what he really wants is for Amaya to get out of here. That way the truth never comes out, in the game about Draco setting the trap. And Draco's just gonna kind of do the silent treatment because the less he talks, the better his game probably is for right now. Pay kind of out of nowhere just barges in and she's like, hey fellas, so what we talking about? Recon a little bit surprised, but he's just like, oh, we're just fire, man. And Pay, her face is like an audible whomp sound as she knows these bitches lying. And Millen's like, look, I didn't think we were gonna lose the challenge today at all. I thought this is something we were gonna have in the bag. It's just kind of difficult trying to figure out who we can vote and stuff. And Pay immediately, she's like, well, I just want to let you guys know I have your back. And me and Draco are really good friends. Really good friends. And I promise you, he has your back. Pay kind of dropping hints and Recon's, he's like, so you want to vote Aubrey or Maya then? And Millen and Recon both alike are kind of relieved because that's what they were kind of thinking as well. So Pay, decides that's been 10 minutes, 8 minutes too long without Draco. Recon, Millen are like, look, we could actually do this then. Just vote clean with the tribe. We're gonna have to explain it to one of the two, but we'll get it done. And just like that, it is time for the Campfire ceremony. Each one of them arriving to their first tribal council. Chris is there waiting for them, ready to ask the questions, and as they sit down, he is immediately gonna address Aubrey as in, look Aubrey, you kinda sat out of the challenge today and your team lost. Does that make you worry at all? And Aubrey, I feel like she just kinda shrugs her shoulders. She like, I know I'm good at challenges. I know what challenges I'm good at. No one else really spoke up about wanting to sit down, so I did. Circumstantial, that's all. And Chris is like, aye, respectable. Alright, Millen, you found a good chunk of tokens today accounted for your tribe. However, you also got caught in a trap. How'd that happen? And Millen, he kind of shrugs his shoulder. He's like, I don't know. I was just kind of walking through the forest. I thought I knew where I was going, and the next thing I know, blam, I was hoisted up. And thankfully, to Recon and the help of Pay, I was set free. I I was able to search. I'm just, kind of sad our team lost, and Chris is like, yeah, shut up. Draco, returning to camp, was there any sudden game talk, or could you feel the presence change? And Draco, kind of like Aubrey, I kind of feel like he just shrugs and says, well, I didn't really talk that much to people. I'm a little afraid that might get me targeted, but I just wanted to clear my head. So I kind of went astray from everyone else. And Chris is like, oh, do you think that's bad for your game? And Draco's like, well, I hope not. I'm good in challenges. I'm someone here to just be an ally, that's all. Recon, Amaya, both of you suddenly argued for seemingly no reason after the challenge. What happened? Immediately, Amaya's like, not no reason. Recon was out here being accusatory and shit, instigating motherfucker. And Recon, he's flabbergasted. He's like, what do you mean accusatory? This isn't alleged, bitch. Cause now you got me mad. You got me messed up if you think I'm just gonna be called a liar right here. Millen can vouch for me. Ain't that right, Millen? My boy Millen. My truth-telling, always honest, wouldn't betray and lie to me, Millen. And Millen's like, yup. That's me. Amaya did it. And Amaya's like, oh, hell the fuck not. How could it be me? I was out searching. I was out doing my own thing. And Pay's like, Amaya, just stop, okay? I literally saw you. I didn't want to tell anyone. I didn't want to pick a side. But it's hard to just let you sit here and lie. And Amaya, she gets ready to blow up. And Chris is like, that's all the time we got. Everyone, please get ready to cast your votes. And that is what happens. One at a time, everyone goes up to the booth, writes down a name that they would like to vote for and see out of this game. Everyone has casted their votes. I will read the votes. The person with the most votes will be eliminated from this game and must walk down the dock of shame, get on the boat, and skedaddle. If anyone has an idol, please play it now. And, everyone just kind of looks at each other. Recon looks at Amaya. Amaya gives him bombastic side eye to Recon. Draco's just kind of looking up at the stars, wishing he was literally anywhere else. And Chris is like, alright, I will read the votes. The first vote goes to Amaya. The second vote goes to Amaya. The third vote goes to Pay. The fourth vote goes to Millen. The fifth vote goes to Millen. 2 votes Amaya, 2 votes Millen, 1 vote Pay, 1 vote left. And the second person voted out of Total Drama Yokavachi Island is Amaya. I'm so sorry. That's just how the votes ended up. And she instantly pissed. She's balling her fist. She's like, y'all bunch of dumb bitches. Honestly, when this season comes out, I want y'all the bitches to buy a UHD 4K Blu-ray so you can see crisply how fucking dumb all of you are. Fuck this game. I'm out of here. And just like that, Amaya is the second person voted out of this game. She is the second person to ride the boat of losers and walk down the dock of shame. Everyone else breathing a sigh of relief. Millen, his eyes were wide. He was trembling. He needs to stay here. He has reasons to get this money. He can't leave second. Pay's kind of looking at everyone like she expected she wasn't in good standing 100% with everyone. She did not expect to get a vote though. So she's kind of looking at Aubrey. She's kind of looking at Recon. Maybe even Millen. She's looking at all the people except the one that voted her, which was Draco. But she doesn't know that. Chris is like, alright, congratulations to all of you. You guys survived. You have earned the right to go back to your camp. And with that, they do. All kind of sad. A couple blindsided. Z, he wakes up around 2:45 a.m. hearing like a sad, distant, like very distant sound. And hearing the sound, Z kind of looks around and realizes that Shiloh is gone. So he kind of looks around and he finds Shiloh on the beachfront and he's like crying. He didn't notice Z was like coming up behind him or whatever. And Z sits down next to him and he's like, hey, calm down. What's wrong? And Shiloh, he just kind of looks at Z and he takes a moment even wondering if he should even bother saying something, but he's like, I've never felt confident. I'm afraid that, since you and Seattle are so close and both like very smart and strategy, you're gonna think I'm talking with Jenny and I'm gonna betray you, and I don't want that to be the thing. I don't want you guys to think that. I'm afraid you guys are gonna vote out Jenny, but she's my best friend here. I'm loyal to you guys, but outside of this game, I think me and Jenny are gonna get along maybe. And Z's like, whoa, you overthinking it. I promise you, Shiloh, like me and Seattle hasn't even thought that. We haven't even talked bad about you. Just stop thinking about it. I can give you my word. You're safe. Not only are you safe, but you're chill and you're a huge help. And then Shiloh's like, well, what about Jenny though? She's really cool, and I know she annoyed you, but she could be the fourth, like us four majority. And Z, he tries to explain like, yeah, I understand that, but when it comes to the other two, Angel, I find her a really good help for the team, and Kat and Angel are like best friends, I think. So if I try to take out Kat, I don't know yet. I don't want to take out Jenny. I know Seattle maybe wants to, but we'll have to talk. I promise you though, we're gonna talk about it, and it's not gonna happen out of nowhere. But let's try not to lose. And I don't know though. Seattle might have made his mind up. And then Sheila, once again, he starts, like tearing up, start to cry again. As he's like, well, hold on. I'm sure we can talk to him, both of us, aight? And that's when Sheila, hearing this, how sincere Z is, he gets really happy, comfort. He hugs Z, and even though Z tenses up, he hugs back. Maybe a little non-platonic, I have no idea, but let's get to a different tribe. It's 4:20 a.m. The only person up right now is Draco, or so he thinks. He is trying to search for an idol. He does not feel safe. Between the water well, he's looking up some trees. He just can't find it, and he's on his tippy toes trying to look at like a hole in some bark. But behind him, Pay scares him. He falls, and she just starts laughing. And she's like, make sure to take a picture from your trip. He gets pissed. He's wiping his pants off. He said, fucking hilarious. What are you doing? Why are you up? Why are you here? She said, oh, nothing. Just getting more blackmail on you is all. And he said, oh, really now? Tell them I was searching. I don't give a fuck. See what happened. No one cared. You think you got shot me? You don't got shit. And Pay, she laughs. She's like, oh, really now? Why are you so angry? You suck at idol searching, by the way. She reaches behind her on some telltale, pulls out the idol and tosses it to Draco. She's like, there's the blackmail I have on you. This was dead ass inside the bamboo pole, holding our tribe flag up. Day 3, I found it. Amazed no one found it before me. You're right when you said this tribe was ass, cause they are. And Draco, he's looking at it. He's looking at the, the scripture and everything it says. He's like, you actually found it? The fuck? The furk? And she's like, actually, no. She takes the idol, pushes it down his pants, and she's like, you found it. I'ma head back so they don't get suspicious. Wait 6 minutes. Come back to camp. I'ma tell them you were getting water. Bye. And then she like skedaddles along, and Draco's like, bro, I'ma die here. And by 8 a.m., the entire Shrimp Shuffler tribe was up, all doing their own thing, and right now, Casey and Amelie are assigned to keep the fire going with the wood they were given. And Amelie, I don't even know if she really likes it. She says, it's kind of crazy Logan assigns herself to go get water. One of the easiest chores, and you can search for an idol while doing it. I bet those 3 right now are searching for an idol and having us stay here on purpose. And Casey's like, yeah, I'm not dumb. I know. This is what she's doing. The 3 got marked up. She shook like a bit. And Amelie, she gets up. She's like, yeah, I'm not doing this shit. She just throws the sticks that were given to her at like, I guess the flag, because she's pissed at the tribe. But when it hits the bamboo, Casey, her big ass ears, they pick up something. And Casey's like, wait. She knocks on the bamboo pole. It sounds hollow. And then she knocks on the other side holding the flag up. But that one sounds like it's actually full and not hollow. Like it has a denser sound. And Casey's like, wait a goddamn minute. And so she has Amelie crouched down. She steps on her shoulder. She reaches in there and she's like, hey bitch, what the fuck? She grabs the idol and she shows Amelie. She's whispered but excited like, look,
Look what I got.
And Amelie is amazed at, the events that just happened. But she smirks and she has such a devious smile. Casey and Amelie, you already know they plotted. The guys are gonna work on expanding their entire shelter, making the entire floor level very nice to sleep on. And then they're gonna try to make like sand beds where they make a frame and put enough sand where it's like goes slightly above the frame. And the girls, they just kind of told them like, hey, we're gonna be going. And Angel, she didn't even really want to go, but she didn't want to say no and look suspicious. And she knows that she has to talk to someone because Seattle, Shiloh, and Z for sure hang out with each other. And she can do numbers. She gets the math. And she wanted to climb this anyway. She's kind of here to view. She loves views. She likes, landscape and everything. So she's leading in the front where Jenny and Kat are just kind of talking. And Kat's like, oh my God, I'm a little bit afraid of heights. This is kind of not my territory, but this mountain ain't so bad. We can climb up this. There's clear places to go on. There's very strong roots like sticking out of the side that we can grab onto, pull ourselves up. And Jenny's like, oh my God, Kat, you want to know what would be amazing? And Kat's like, what would be amazing? And Jenny's like, what if we found water and it was streaming down the mountain? We go up the water mountain, we see just a whole bunch of red onions, and we can use the onions to cook like in that movie Holes. Have you ever seen Holes? That's a great ass movie. And Kat is like, oh yeah, that is a pretty good movie. It's been a while since I seen it. I watched it with my pet gerbil. His name was Larry Wings. And Jenny's like, the fuck? What kind of name is that? And Angel hearing this, she just kind of laughs, she scoffs a little bit, and she's like, yeah, Kat, what kind of name is that? Kat's like, damn, it's Larry Winks. That's the homie right there. And Kat eventually laughs, and for once, Angel's actually having a good time. She gets to see the landscape. Everything's going nice. While everyone is kind of doing their own thing, these two trying to cook breakfast. Draco, being annoyed by Pay. Like, what are you gonna do with the idol? What are you gonna do with the idol? What are you gonna do with that? Suddenly they hear like, hey bro, I might need help, and all of a sudden like, very loud, I kind of need help. And so when they start seeing like the camera crew and everything rush over, everyone is now interested and kind of worried, and they see Aubrey in the swamplands kind of getting sunk by quicksand. And the camera crew's like, bro, I only get paid 11 an hour. I ain't going to I'm not risking my life. Everyone's just kind of looking, but then Recon's like, man, look at this. So he does some George of the Jungle, Dora the Explorer shit. He gets on a vine, cartoonishly swings, and is able to pull Audrey halfway out. He swings back, pulls her fully out again, and there it goes. Pause. The camera crew and production is shutting off swampy lands for now until they can get a gate or something up there. Aubrey's like, yo, Recon, thanks. Like, that shit scared me. I don't know what was about to happen. I was just walking and I sunk. I was trying to put my foot out. I lost both my shoes. This is some bullshit. And then not too long after that, the boats arrived to collect everyone to participate almost entirely luck-based immunity challenge. Let's go ahead and see what the challenge is. The castaways arrive on the island to see Amaya gone. Seattle and Jenny quite disappointed, along with Casey. They actually were interested in her. And then they noticed something right in front of them, which is a huge 48-foot pyramid. Amelie, she's kind of thinking about it. She was like, wait, Amaya helped the most last challenge and y'all voted her out? Y'all fumbled. Y'all stupid. And Aubrey's like, bite me, bitch. Oh, really? Bet. Mom, they're making a title sequence looking ass. And then Chris is like, shut the fuck up. Let me explain the game rules. Today, campers, is a game of speed and luck. 5 members of each tribe will attempt to find the correct door inside of a huge pyramid, and once it is used, it'll be locked and no one else can use it. Only one may pass through a correct door. A wrong door will most likely be a brick wall, or some even have a few surprises. There are 3 floors. 5 will be eliminated on the first floor. 5 will be eliminated on the second floor. If a team manages to have both of their people at the final 2, not only will the tribe be safe, but they may choose what other team is safe and will not go to council. However, there is a chance that 2 teams can win this, and then the losing team will automatically go to tribal council. Otters, you guys have to choose someone to not compete, and it cannot be Kata again. Has to be someone else. And Angel's like, oh, easy, bet, I'll be out. She just wants alone time, some peace, and everyone's like, oh, that was easy, hell yeah, let's get it. Everyone is at their starting line, ready to start exploring the pyramid. Chris says, ready, set, go, and there everyone is. First person inside the pyramid is Z for the otters, Recon for the zebras, and Casey for the shrimp. And immediately when inside, Seattle says, wait everyone, hold on, we need to plan. Everyone else is just going sporadic. And Jane's like, what is happening? What you find something? You got a plan? What do you got? And Seattle's like, we got a search in squad form, checking doors no more than once. If you see another player get fooled, warn the others. Do not pre-check doors. Eliminate as much uselessness as possible. And Kaz's like, oh, that's smart. We should like spit on the door if we get a trap or saw someone else get one. And Seattle, he's a little bit gross at the idea, but then he actually thinks about it. He's like, hold on, that actually makes sense. Hell yeah, let's do that. Great thinking. I will search by myself. Shiloh, Z, you guys are pair searching, and Kata and Jenny, you guys are pair searching. Let's get it, yeah. And then everyone else says, yeah. Over on Shrimp, we see Casey just flying, like grabbing door handle after door handle, pulling, and all of a sudden, while she's running, she's stuck in place as it starts zapping and electrocuting her. You know, she cartoonishly like gets electrified. Unmobile for a second. Amelie, seeing this, laughs so hard, goes to the door after, opens it, and congratulations, Amelie, you are the first person to find a correct door. Only 10 people can pass. Jenny and Shiloh searching together down the halls, and everyone can kind of hear the echo of Jenny talking. This reminds me of the one time I was at my rich uncle's house. He has a really rich house, and part of it doesn't have a light because he wants to save bills. And so it's like super spooky. It's like when you open a whole bunch of doors and it's like the Scooby-Doo scene. It's a whole bunch of spooky. You don't know what'll come out. Then you go into the door and everything is really nice, but then you're scared because it's dark. And then all of a sudden she's like, oh my god, I actually got a door. Look at this one. This one open. Shiloh, this one open. Look. Shiloh congratulates her, saying, get in it, which she do. He says, don't worry, I'll get my own. And then he starts searching for himself, in which he bumps into Z. Maybe fall on the ground. A sus pose. Flustered getting up, Shiloh runs away, gets a door. Thank God. He is on the next level. Him and Jenny both making it. Zebras have to have someone, in which very surprisingly they do. Congratulations, Aubrey. Even though the door right next to her, Draco grabs, and all of a sudden like the door is like a little trap door, and when he opens it, bees come out. They start stinging his ass. He starts running. Both him and Millie. You know what? I think this gives him so much energy to search doors. They both probably find it. Suddenly on bottom. Now they're on top. Only 4 slots remain. Z is really trying to find one. He sees Seattle suddenly have a big ass bag of rocks just fling on him for no reason through a door. He goes to help Seattle. Then, he hears Kat, screaming happily. She got a door herself. Shrimps are now really panicking. Honey's like,
Yo, what is going on, bro? We have to be doing something.
And then they just hear Pay, like, sucks to be y'all, as she gets her own door. 2 spots remain. Frantically searching, a lot of them getting some bull. Clav just straight up grabbing a handle, and it was just super hot, like Home Alone style. But thankfully for the shrimp, Casey finds the correct door, leading only 1 spot left, and it is to be found by a very desperate Z. Congratulations, Z. Seattle, you are eliminated, leaving 4 of the otters to go to the next round. Recon, you are eliminated, leaving 4 of the zebras. However, Logan, Honey, Clav, y'all did terrible. You gotta search better. Casey and Amelie, good luck. The contestants who made it past round 1 are about to start round 2. Ready, set, and go. So immediately as everyone runs off, they kind of just do it normally, flying and trying to open doors. But cartoonishly, Millen and Kata just bump into each other. Kata saying sorry, Millen saying sorry. They keep trying to like move out, but they keep moving left at the same time, right at the same time. Eventually, Kata just makes fun of this situation, starts dancing, and Millen just matches her energy, both doing the Millie Rocker song. Before Aubrey sees this, gets pissed, tell Millen to stop messing around and hurry up. Z and Shiloh kind of searching close, and Z sees Shiloh just get blasted by a trapdoor. Z quickly goes to Shiloh. He's like, hey, you good? What happened? You alright? Clearly worried over Shiloh, and this makes Shiloh feel like very happy that he's even being considered and wanting a little bit more attention. Sheila's like, oh, my arm, ow. Z starts rubbing her or whatever. They they have their moment. Casey, she knows she can search a lot faster than Amelie. So when she actually finds a door, she quickly yells out for Amelie. Amelie comes over and she's like, I'm gonna keep searching. Where do you search? She tells, make sure they strategize. And she's like, all right, come through here. Amelie passed, which is a huge strategical move on Casey's part because almost immediately she is also the second person to find a door. The other team's getting nervous. Jenny's like, oh my God, Z, I don't know where to look. I've been checking everywhere. I just can't see anything. I'm getting very nervous. I'm afraid I'm gonna be eliminated. And Sheila's like, calm down, Jenny. Me, Z, Cat, everyone, we can just do this real quick. All searching side by side. Jenny on the left finds one, and Kata to the right of them finds one, and Zilo and G are like, damn, we about to fumble. Now the entire zebra tribe is looking at each other like, hey, all of us are about to lose. We are about to lose this competition. We have to have at least one of us. And they're searching. They searching crazy. They want one of the spots. Shiloh and Z, they're also really searching, especially Z, because they know if they find this, they win. But out of all four of these, Millen finds the last door, securing his team maybe a potential spot at safety. Unfortunately, Draco, Aubrey, Pay, Shiloh, and Z, all of you have been eliminated from this challenge. Kata and Jenny carrying otters, Millen hella carrying zebras, and Casey and Amelie carrying shrimp. Now, as the final round starts, everyone waiting for two people to make it, signifying the winner. The real drama is happening on the sideline. Recon is kind of talking to Pay about what her favorite restaurants are, and she listed them off. She's like, oh, Panda Express orange chicken with the rice, pretty good. But I also like Popeyes. They got the best fried chicken. And Recon, he has his own food chain called Freckle Bitches, but he doesn't want anyone else to know that because he already got money, his bread long. But at the same time, he's like, I don't know, Popeyes isn't really that good. Have you ever had Freckle Bitches? And Pay is like, Freckle what? And Recon is like, I see, you've never been down south. Pause. But Pay isn't really interested because past Recon, she's looking at Aubrey and Draco. For some reason, Draco's glasses are on Aubrey and Aubrey's beanie is on Draco. Just giggling, having a good time, and Pay is like, hey, cut it out, y'all, cut out. Get your beanie back, get your glasses back. We got root for our team. Yeah, let's go, Millen, let's go, Millen. She wants nothing to do with Aubrey wanting Draco or any of that. She said, hell no, I don't care if it was Recon flirting with Draco. Where Angel is kind of noticing the same problem. She's noticing that Z and Sheila are super engaged in conversation, talking to each other, big smiles in Seattle. He also noticed this as a little bit because it used to be him, Zelo, and she talking all the time, but now he's just noticing that Z and Shiloh kind of conversating hard with each other instead of a group thing. And Angel, I feel like she just kind of whispers to Seattle I know you see it. You're not dumb, Seattle. You're not dumb, but that's all I'm gonna say. And Seattle, he just kind of just looks forward. He hears her. He hears her. He doesn't want to have an opinion. He doesn't want to have an opinion. Not right now, anyway. Because she's clearly trying to hint at him that these three, there's clearly a wheel. Meanwhile, Shrimp kind of chilling low-key, and it's not even fair. Because Honey, Clav, and Logan all talking, having a good time, being like, man, I hope we win. It would suck if we didn't, And they just joking about it because they know they save. How you three gonna do the worst in the challenge but be alright with trying to, get rid of Casey or Amelie? That's crazy. For the sake of them, I hope they win. It's like KC, more like KC. And Logan just starts belly laughing and then pulls out a joint. But in the middle of everyone conversating, waiting for someone to be the first winner out the pyramid, congratulations, Casey, you have won it for your tribe. You are the first person out the pyramid, immunity winner. And if Amelie makes it out the pyramid next, you guys have full power. Amelie versus Millen versus Jenny and Kata. I mean, Jenny just opened the door and a whole bunch of glue just splattered on her, and then feathers, basically the chicken treatment, running around with a chicken, which might have actually paid off because she actually ran, not opened it, but ran through the correct door, meaning otters, congratulations. None of you are going home. Same thing with shrimp. I'm so sorry. Zebras, one of you guys are going to be eliminated, sent home, and you guys once again lose and sent back to tribal. I think they're all pissed. I think they're all just kind of looking at each other because Draco and Aubrey were already kind of tense from Pie doing her bullshit. Recon's just confused why Pay did that. Pay, Pie, your decision, what you want to call her. Bitch loves Pie, so maybe that could be your nickname. And no one's blaming Millen. Everyone's chill with Millen right now because he tried his best. I think they all just have a little hate circle right now. Otters, for the third time in a row, you guys are safe. Once again, they're all celebrating, extremely happy. So I was like, that's it, guys. Huge help, Kata. Huge help, Jenny. Thank you so much. Yeah. And everyone goes, yeah, except Jenny. She goes, boss. Shrimp, once again, you guys are safe. You lost once, and now it seems you guys are ready to take this seriously. All of you earned it. Congratulations. Both of you may head back to your tribes. Speaking of which, we see the Zodiac Zebras all finally arrive after a very depressing walk, and seeing everyone kind of ticked off, Recon is like, hey, at the end of the day, this was a luck game. And so I think, and immediately Pay cuts him off, and she's like, well, you want to know what I think? I think maybe if Draco and Aubrey wasn't outside of the game and while still in the pyramid smooching and talking shit on Millen, we might have actually fucking did it. Aubrey, Draco, both flabbergasted, immensely confused. Millen is pissed because why is he getting shit talked on, especially being the last one there. Draco wants to say something so bad, but he knows about the idol in his pocket, so he just clenches his fist, walks away. Aubrey and Pay just give each other scolding looks, and so Millen and Recon just kind of go to the ocean. Chill out. Millen already super angry. Draco screaming to Pay that she's crazy as Aubrey goes after him. Pay just kind of laughs when everyone isn't around. She looks at the camera and goes, he loves me. Aubrey and Draco obviously sitting down. Aubrey, she lost to Maya and she felt like she wouldn't find anyone in this game, but now she feels a huge connection and alliance within Draco. They're talking about their home life. Both of them kind of grew up a little bit rough. Aubrey is here for her and her, future, but not only herself, her brothers. Draco humbly finds that respectful. And I think Draco's like, he doesn't want to say he has the idol just yet, especially, to Aubrey just yet, because he doesn't want, her saying to use it on her or use on him, because he wants this in the long run. However, he does say, don't mention this to anyone. I'm pretty sure Recon will be on board. We might have to vote Pay. Meanwhile, Millen and Recon. Millen's talking to Recon like, I did the best. I was great on this team. I tried my hardest. Amaya doesn't like me. She talks shit on me, apparently. Pay is the only one that understands me here, and she tries her best to get along. She tried telling me that Amaya liked me, but Amaya apparently just wanted to do that for strategical purpose. Now, Draco and Aubrey are talking shit. I'm a nice dude here. What's going on? And Recon, hearing this, he does understand, and he's a very sympathetic person. He doesn't want Millen to feel bad or like he's being targeted unnecessarily. So I feel like Recon is just like, here, let me talk to Draco and see what's up. And so I think he calls Draco over. They talk, near the fishes. But little does Recon know that Aubrey was kind of sneaking by and eavesdropping as they talk. And Recon, just kind of talks to Draco because he does kind of like Draco, saying, hey, I think Millen really wants to target you or Aubrey. I think Pay might want to target you or Aubrey. I think the easy vote tonight would just be, backdooring Aubrey. And Aubrey comes out the bushes pissed. She don't give a fuck. She's undoing her earrings. Talking about what the fuck you mean. What do you mean? So Millen just decides now? Millen the tribe? The Zodiac Millens? Think for yourself. We don't gotta go with him just because his feelings are hurt. And deadass, me and Draco weren't even flirting or anything like that. We just switched hats and shit for a second because I'm bored of wearing this wet ass beanie. It's cold out here, dog. Sometimes it's hot. Why is it hot and cold at the same time? This is some bullshit. And second off, we ain't ever even talked shit about Draco. I don't know where Pay had her episode from because that is not what happened. And Pay, just like Aubrey was also kind of creeping in the woodwork. She comes out and she's like, bullshit in the pyramid. I basically saw y'all trying to wear the same pair of glasses glasses at the same time with how close your faces were. And then outside, you were basically having heart eyes as you were shoving them on his face. Yo, Aubrey and Draco looking at Pay exactly like how I think they would be. Aubrey, you know, she tried to defend herself. She's like, you are doing this without any credentials, any proof. And Pay just holds up her hand, you know, snaps, you know, she's like, hey, dialogue canceled. And then she just turns around and leaves. Millen, seeing Pay, you know, come back mad as hell, he comes over there and he's like, hey, why did y'all insult Pay? Draco just gives him a blank stare and he's like, you know, are you that stupid and gullible? And Millen, you know, already thinking they were talking shit about him, even though they realistically weren't, he's like, all right, whatever. And this kind of makes Recon mad too, because Recon is also under the impression they potentially talk shit, and this only makes him believe it more. And there it is. It is time for Tribal Council. As they arrive to Tribal, they see Chris there, big smile on his face, ready to ask questions and get someone eliminated. Chris's first question is, alright Millen, you were the last one to keep searching for your team, however you guys lost. As the person who carried, how do you feel about this Tribal Council? And Millen, he already has a plan in his head. He already knows who's going home. He's like, Chris, I'm mad, I'm pissed, but I feel good because I know I'm safe. I know who's going home too. And Aubrey kind of scoffs and is like, oh, is that so? And Recon, stepping up for Millen, tired of the shade, said, yes, it is so. Millen is a player just like the rest of us. Aubrey just kind of, you know, stares at Recon and she's like, dude, when you watch this season back, you're gonna feel like the rock that Patrick got to go in the snail race. Cause you dumb, you ain't doing shit, but somehow you're still winning. What are you doing? You're throwing. How can you not see they're conspiring? And Millen's like, me and Pay aren't conspiring. She just happens to be the only one here who is a nice person and treats me decent besides Recon. But Pay talks to me on personal levels. She understands. And Chris is like, Draco, Millen is talking about your girl. Crazy, aren't you gonna stop her? And Draco's like, Pay is a friend. That is it. Make that strictly clear. However, if she keeps telling lies, she might not be so friendly. And Pay's just like, calm down. I see you over there, Toodaloo. Recon, you have both sides kind of fighting for you to view them as the correct side. However, someone probably has to be wrong. So how do you view this? Recon is like, I might be wrong. I might be fooled. If I have to, I will apologize in due time because everyone has ignorant moments. And if I have to learn from this, so be it. But I'm going to go with my gut because it hasn't failed me yet. And with that, it is time to vote. Everyone kind of takes turns voting, all going up, writing down a name of someone they would like to see eliminated from this game. And there it is. We have all the votes. If anyone has an idol and you would like to play it, the time to do so is now. No one speaks up. Draco is the only one with an idol, but he doesn't say anything. So Chris says, all right, time to get to the votes. The first vote goes to Recon. The second vote goes to Draco. The third vote goes to Aubrey. The fourth vote goes to Pay. That is one vote Recon, one vote Draco, one vote Aubrey, one vote Pay, one vote left. And the third camper eliminated from Total Drama Yokavachi Island. I'm so sorry, Aubrey, you have been eliminated. You received 2 votes. That is enough. Aubrey, you know, feeling just like Amaya did. She's like, y'all are actually the dumbest team in Total Drama history, and I've seen Pacatail Island. Y'all do what you want. I'm gonna be chilling with Amaya, talking shit, laughing at y'all. Yo, I don't even gotta be out here that long. I got a feature. I wasn't even here long enough to really get hungry. But y'all starve. I'm gonna have my kimchi. I'm gonna have my steak, my eggs, my potatoes. Y'all deal with rocks and rice, little bitch. Recon, hearing how passionate Amaya was, and now how passionate Aubrey was, he starts having second thoughts because he's willing to trust his gut. But, you know, dead people don't lie, you know, type shit. So why would these two keep on holding this even though they're gonna get out and we're gonna see it by the end? Why would they stick to this lie? Why would they be so passionate? And why the hell is Pay smiling to the left of me? So it starts with Kata at 4 a.m. She kind of wakes up because she hears a sound. She hears a little bit of distant chuckling, followed by by shushing. So she slowly creeps her way out of the cave and starts to do an army crawl slowly to a hidden area to try and listen on them. And while she's crawling to get there, she looks at the camera and she's like, you know, this reminds me of a time I crawled through the gate at the camp area when I was in the scout. And the camp leader there, you know, he just kind of stared at me with, you know, with wide eyes. I thought I was caught and I was going to get in trouble, but I thought it ended up being a staring contest. So we just stared at each other and I was waiting for him to blink, and we stared at each other. Eventually he blinked, and so I said I won. He turned around to go to someone else, and it ended up being he was actually in diabetic shock. I thought he was having a staring contest with me, but he was trying to signal. He probably left because he thought, oh brother, she ain't gonna help me. And so since that day, I took precautionary measures and trained myself in some first aid. Hold on, wait, what are they doing? She sees Z and Shiloh playing Tickle Nut, cuddling, laughing. She can't believe it. I mean, she's not mad or angry or anything. She's just laughing in disbelief. She retreats. She's out of there. And so around 5:30, everyone starts waking up. Shiloh and Z by this point are back at the camp to pretend to wake up. And as Angel was on her way to the water well, Kata followed her, you know, giggling, ready to, you know, expose the tea. And she's like, I saw Shiloh and Z kissing last night. I think they like each other. Angel kind of stops in her tracks. She looks at Kata. She's like, you're just now finding this out. I could have told you days ago they liked each other. Why are you staring at me so hard? Damn bitch, you ever blink? Kata just kind of laughs as they make it to the water well, and Angel's like, well, you know, Seattle, Ginny, Z, and Shiloh are all close. We're the obvious bottom too. So it's funny that you think the relationship is cute and all, but that's gonna lead them straight to, you know, like out of the team. We're gonna be out of the team. And hearing this, Kata didn't really think of the situation like that. She's just been enjoying the game and the winning, but she frowns realizing she is in the bottom too. Ginny at this point was also kind of curious what they were doing, so Kata, you know, talking to Angel a little bit more with Ginny over here, it's like, well, let me talk to Shiloh or Z and see what they think. So she goes to talk to Z. Ginny all of a sudden jump scares Angel, surprising her, and she's like, so well, y'all talking about, I heard my name, and I heard Shiloh's name, so that's what I heard. Yep, that is what I heard. She's talking to Z right now. Z's talking to her. Oh my, am I in trouble? I sure hope not. Because, and then Angel's just like, hey, shut it. Kata is just talking to him. That's it. She kind of looks over there with Ginny, you know, seeing Kata and Z talk, and she's like, golly. Z looks like he knows when you die, and Kata looks like she knows how. And then Ginny, she's like, oh my god, you are so funny. Why haven't we talked more? I love your humor. Can I have your number? I mean, I don't have a phone right now because they took it, but I do have a phone. Well, not now, I mean, but outside the game, you know, do you have a phone? I mean, I do, but not right now because they took. And, you know, it just kind of fades the camera there to a different team being Shrimp Shuffler. 6:45 a.m. Everyone is kind of huddled around the fire trying to stay warm. It's a bit cold out. They don't have a nice cave to be in to, you know, like conserve warm. Amelie is like, you know, it's cold as fuck. I'm hungry. This shit sucks. And Logan, hearing this, hearing people shiver, complain, she can't hold it in anymore. She might get in trouble, but she don't care. She whispers something to Clav real quick. He thinks, but then nods, and she pulls out a joint. She kind of has it in her hand. Wait and sees until anyone notices. Casey does. She's like, oh shit, is that what I think it is? Amelie, seeing this, kind of looks up to the sky, you know, like, thank you God, you have brought thou Logan upon me so we can smoke this joint. And that is exactly what they do. You know, they light it with the campfire. Logan, your contraband is making everyone happy. Everyone very much appreciates you right now. So they end up taking this smoke sesh onto the hot springs. That way, when it's smoky, the producers don't get, you know, like, I guess, super concerned, because they can just say the smoke is the steam from the hot spring. They're laughing. They're having a great time. They all smoke and they passed, and Logan, you know, brought 2 little joints with her, and they are baked. Honey is like,
yo, if you think about it, lasagna, just spaghetti cakes.
Casey says, if we can see air, can fish see water? Or are they just like, this is normal? And Clav is like, why is it called a building if that shit's already built. And Amelie was like, true. If I punch myself and that shit hurt, am I strong or am I weak? And Logan, she just wants to throw another one in there. She's like, if two vegans argue, is it considered beef? And Amelie, she is for once relaxed. She is having a good time. This hot spring is probably the best thing their tribe got. And she's like, you know, this makes this so enjoyable. We can relax until the challenge. I bet ain't no one else getting down. Or should I say hi? And Casey's like, hey, I got a joke, but I forgot it, so I don't got a joke. And Clav, hearing everyone, he kind of self-realizes. He's like, bro, our goose is cooked. We need to cut off. And Honey's like, fuck that. Pass me the roach. I don't care if it's paper. I'll still hit that shit. Cheat the fuck out of it. And there it is. The camera's finally off of them so we can see the Zodiac Zebras, the 4 of them that are left. So with Pay and Millen just kind of chilling at the fish pond, Pay's like, you know, it's so nice here. The fish all swim in peace, except the crawdads, but they're kind. Some of them are mean though. I'll cook them if they test me. Bet I won't. Millen laughs and just kind of looks down at them, and he's like, I like the orange fish. Thank you for talking to me, by the way, and like trying to calm me down. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't be here, so as long as I'm in this game, I will help you. I knew there would be liars here, but everyone is just so untrustful besides you. And Pay smiles, liking the loyalty a lot. She's like, I will definitely use my resources to move you along as well. This does mean we would have to target Recon. He must go. Millen, a bit surprised. He's like, Recon? But why not Draco? Draco's been doing nothing, but Pay's like, enough. If we are going to help each other, you must trust. I see this game for what it is. I can see the moves. I can hear the news through the static. Without me, you'd be gone immediately. You must trust me and do as I say. And Millen's like, yes ma'am, whatever you say. Meanwhile, Recon and Draco are talking on their own. Recon is like, hey, I just want to say no hard feelings. I'm just a bit confused in this game and I should have thought harder about the vote. And Draco's like, no shit, you fumbled the vote and now Pay is still here and she's scheming. And Recon's like, I'm still sorry. I promise I have no ties and I can still be swayed. I am having second thoughts and I'm more than willing to try and make something happen. And Draco's like, I am unsure of your legitimacy, but I have no choice but to trust you if we wish to target Pay. Don't betray me again. Recon's like, shoo-wee boy, you got it, partner. And just like that, Chris announces that it is time. Everyone heads to the middle for a challenge and a twist. We are now going to reveal the twist, both major twists that will impact the rest of the season. Everyone has joined me to see what the twist is. Aubrey gone, a little shocking, but not as shocking as this. Everyone, drop your buffs. The team you are on is no longer the team you are on. We are finally switching things up. Random teams will be drawn, and here are the new Zodiac Zebras: Casey, Sheila, Millen, Z, and Jenny. Congratulations, there you go. You are now the pink tribe. The new Otter Outlaws: Amelie, Angel, Kata, Honey, and Clav, which means congratulations, Seattle, Logan, Draco, Pay, and Recon. You guys are the new Shrimp Shufflers. Logan, you are the only original Shrimp Shuffler going back to the tribe. Kata, Angel, Amelie, nothing really changed for you. And Millen, you're also chilling. Now, before you guys get to know each other, I want to say this. The second twist of this season is every episode until we get to the merge will be a double elimination. That's right, all of them gasping. They looking at each other very much in disbelief. Every time there will be only one winning tribe and the other two will be sent to Campfire ceremony. With that being said, let's get to our first challenge. This is a simple one. It is called Dropout. There will be bribes offered to everyone. If you eliminate yourself, you will be able to have whatever that bribe is after you leave the games. Like the entire game, not just this challenge. The last team to still have people on it wins immunity, and the other two, because of their greed, will be sent to tribal. Let's get this started with a very simple $100. And obviously everyone's just kind of looking at each other, you know, like, boo, tomato, tomato. You know, Ginny's like, remember guys, we cannot be eliminated for this. We all got to stick strong. I want to be the one winning for this. We cannot get out. Let's do this. Amelie, though, she in her head already has like a price, so she's like, you know, I'll get out if this happens. And I feel like that's a couple people, because some people just want stuff. Like, some people here don't got a mansion to go back to. Recon does. Amelie does. Honey, and not a mansion, but she's living well off, I'll tell you that much. All right, $100. How about 1,000? A couple people kind of raised their eyebrow. They're like, oh, we into the 4 figures? I didn't know this was, all right. Couple people thinking about it. I'm like, all right. How about 4,000 and a PS5? Everyone's looking at each other. Z is like, nah, this ain't worth it, guys. It's just a PS5. Imagine the 2 milli we get. Kata don't even play video games like that. Clav is kind of thinking it'd be nice for a PS5. A PS5 and $7,000. This is the last time the PS5 will be offered. You know what? We'll throw in a $500 PSN gift card. Bam! Millen drops. Everyone on his team looks at him, kind of mad, a little surprised. He's like, yo, that's $5 grand, a PS5, and like any game I want like that. That's, you know, y'all should drop too, honestly. Like, not right now. Like, someone here, you guys should lock in one person who will not drop. And Sheila's like, you know, no one should drop. And Casey's like, yeah, Millen, like, you know, she won't say it out loud, but in her head, she's like, Millen, are you dumb? We're on the outs. Clav, just like that, out of nowhere, also dropped. They kind of look at him, you know, kind of angrily, like, Amelie doesn't think that's worth it at all. Angel's kind of pissed. I'm like, all right, the next bribe is a smooth $10,000. Millen and Clav a little mad they, you know, got off this early. Pause! Seattle, bam, drops. Draco, bam, drops. Amelie, Angel, both them drop. Casey, she's like, I shouldn't. $10,000 is so much. But then I'm like, $10,000 and a 2025 Chevy Malibu. And instantly, Casey gone. Ginny doesn't have a car. She wants one. Bam, she drops. Shilo don't got a car. You know, he kind of looking around. He's like, oh my God. Z's like, please don't do it. And, you know, she was like, I don't got a car. I've been needing one. Plus, it's 10 grand. Oh, I'm so sorry, Z. You got it for our team. Honey really, you know, would just like a free car like that. They dropped. Seattle's really mad they dropped early. Logan hella wants a free car. Z, Kata versus Recon and Pay. Now, the next one isn't really a bribe per se, so it's $5,000 and you get to keep your secret. Each one of you remaining have a secret you don't want the other contestants to know. If you drop out, we won't expose it. And instantly, Pay drops faster than a fly. They looking at Kata, and Kata's trying to think. She's like, what secret do I got? And Recon, he doesn't want people to know he's a millionaire because that would get him out faster than anything. So he looks, he thinks he might have the numbers with Draco and Pay, especially with Draco, and he's like, you know what? I gotta drop, guys. I'm so sorry. And Shrimp Shufflers are the first team eliminated, being sent to Tribal Council, in which Z, he's like, I don't want to tell them I'm related to Heather because I think that's what it is. And you know what? He drops to, you know, he wants $5 grand as well anyway, because he was also kind of thinking about that, because $5 grand is kind of hard to forget about. Which means, Kata, congratulations, you have won it for the Outer Outlaws. You guys are all safe, cannot be eliminated, which means the Shrimp Shufflers, along with the Zodiac Zebras, you guys are going to Tribal Council separately. Go back to your tribes, have a quick talk, a lot quicker than usual, and try and find out who may be getting voted off. Otters clearly celebrating on their way back to camp, all very proud of themselves, mainly Kata. However, they see a poster exposing Kata for her quote-unquote secret, since she didn't take the bribe. She has played in 2 of the biggest fan-made total drama seasons created by those who like the show, and out of the 2 seasons she played on, she won both of them. Now, this is the real total drama. It's a little bit harder. Everyone is kind of looking at her surprised, but Kata herself, she's like, oh, That's the secret. I didn't expect it to be that. That's neat, I guess. And Clav is probably just like, well, you know, that is just fan-made. This is the real deal. You're very capable for even coming this far. Just getting casted is a chore. And Honey's probably like,
Yeah, don't worry. We're not gonna judge you based off that.
Cat and Angel kind of help them and show them around the camp places. Cat and Angel know where the coconuts are, so they decide to go get them. As they walk to get coconuts, Cat is obviously like, you know, thank the stars that both of us are still here on this camp. Angel's like, yeah, it's nice we have immunity, but there's 3 of them. They were all on one tribe. There's 2 of us. And Kata, she's like, yeah, but well, think of it this way. Me and you are the only ones to never gone to tribal yet. Angel, her stomach rumbles, you know, she's hungry. Kata realizes that, and Kata's like, you know, my favorite food is spaghetti tacos. And hearing this, for once, Angel gets interested as she asks her, you know, have you seen iCarly? Kata says she has, and, you know, Angel for once is actually excited to talk to Kata mutually. Talk about iCarly, their favorite episodes and characters. Angel likes Spencer, Kata likes Gibby. They talk about their favorite episodes as they gather coconuts, but Kata picks one up, and her and Angel at the same time notices it has a red X on it. They kind of try slamming it on the ground, try blasting it open. It takes a little bit, but eventually Kata gets it. And after she smashes the coconut, Kata sees the idol, grabs it, hyped as hell. Angel looking at it, surprised. You know, Angel's like, yo, hide that in your beanie. Hide it in your beanie. Don't tell anyone about this. If we need to, if we lose, and it's them 3 against us, we got this, big dog. Me and you. I always liked you, Kata. We've been homies since day one. Angel, that's crazy what you're doing, but, you know, I respect the game. You need to. So they both kind of go back to camp with some coconuts. And, you know, to bathe, Amelie and Angel both go at the same time just to talk and stuff. And I think immediately when they're alone, they agree that both of them should have been on the same tribe from the start. Angel definitely agrees with this. Both talking about the difficulties of the tribes. Amelie isn't a big fan of Clav at all. Talking about he's annoying and way too, like, directional. Like, you know what he's gonna do. And Angel talks about Kata being annoying. Though, you know, due to the recent events, I feel like Angel would be like, she's not all bad, though. And she's mainly saying this because if she is in a pickle and she has to get out of it, Kata does have the idol. They both talk about their struggles. Amelie has had success and is rich. Angel, not so much. Amelie trying to give her, like, tips. And, you know, Kata comes over with some fishing stuff and they get ready to fish. You know, Kata brought the fishing stuff because she knew her and Angel alone were hungry, let alone these 3. So they about get fishing. Clav and Honey just kind of tend to the fire, staying warm. You know, Clav is, you know, talking about the tribe shift that basically they just move. Clav, you know, is a little worried about Logan and Casey. If it was up to him, even Clive would still be here. He doesn't think they should have lost. We definitely need to keep an eye on Amelie. She's probably already plotting with us. She's literally over there, you know, talking to the girls now. We might lose more people because Casey and Logan on their tribes are on the outs and they're both going to tribal. And I miss my gerbil, low-key. I just want to meet my gerbil again. That's all I want. And Honey, hearing this, he laughs a little bit.
You got a pet gerbil? I got a couple ferrets, low-key. I call them Reggie and Leaf. What's your little gerbil's name?
And Clav is like $1.87. And Honey just kind of laughs, talking about, you know, how the gerbil snuck out one night. And when they found him, he ate half a sleeve of Oreos. He was hungry. All right, as the zebras now head to their tribe, they're not as lucky. They lost. Not only did they lose, but Casey is pissed. Like, she immediately storms off. Millen, not reading the room, kind of says, you know, like, what's her problem? Sheila, you know, kind of says, you know, it's probably the loss, the fact that she has to go back to tribal. The tribe shift just happened, and she is on the outs. And Jenny kind of backs this up. She's like, yeah, you did kind of fold immediately in the beginning. Like, you could have gone a little bit longer like the rest of us. At least we kind of tried. You didn't really try anything. You folded the first chance you get, little bitch boy. But then she's like, you know, at the same time, all of us kind of folded, so it's not really your fault. I forgive you. Don't worry. You're not a little bitch boy. I take that back. We all kind of folded. We could have done better. So in all honesty, no one is to blame. We're all good. I'm gonna go talk to Casey. You three have fun. I'm gonna go talk to Casey. Make sure she's all right. And Jenny does find her. She's pissed still, but she's trying to chill. She's trying to calm down. And Jenny, she's like, you know, what's wrong, Casey? And Casey immediately, she's like, me and Millen are on the outs, yet he has the audacity to get out first. She put a lot of things on the line to get this far, just for Millen to put her and him in jeopardy. Over some, what, a little bit of bucks? Not to mention you, Shiloh, and Z are probably all best friends. And Jenny, you know, feels bad. For once, she doesn't really know what to say. She hasn't really had to deal with confrontation yet in this game. You know, Casey is like, aren't those two kind of together? Jenny's like, yeah, they kind of are. And Casey's like, well, don't you think it would be smart to blindside Z now? He got the most out of anyone in that challenge. And he's super strong. With double limbs all the way to merge, it's only a matter of time before merge happens. And if he's at merge, it's going to be even harder to take him down. And I'm going to guess merge is at final 12 or 11. Keep in mind, Jenny, we are here for $1 million. Maybe even 2. Alright, pans up to the boys tending the fire. And Millen, he's happy. He's like, honestly, I prefer this tribe. There's so much more. The other team had nothing but snakes and messes. Pay is great, trust me. When we merge, we can trust her. That was the only good thing about that tribe. And Z's like, so what happened exactly with the vote? You know, Millen kind of explains that Draco is the biggest snake. Draco can't be trusted. He always lies, full of deceit. He plotted on the team. And Shiloh, hearing this, he's like, you know, I don't really respect a game like that, low-key. And Millen's like, well, yeah, and I bet Casey's is exactly like that. See how she stormed off for no reason? What a quitter. And Casey was listening this entire time. She's pissed, coming out the woodworks. She's like, that's priceless coming from you. You got out first. For what even? Urkel, dull scissors, bowl cut, color palette, smug Harry Potter cousin looking bitch. You got out first. You talking about me being a quitter? That's crazy. And Millen's like, nah. I needed that. Keep in mind, you got out too, Casey. You know, Jenny comes in talking about, please don't fight. You know, y'all got this. Please don't, you don't gotta fight. We gotta go to tribal. Everything will be all right. We'll figure it out. Don't worry. You two don't need to fight now. Everything will be good. Casey kind of pushes past her, and she's like, I don't know how your team didn't boot you off. I promise, Millen, look at me, boy. I promise you, I am not going this tribal. I put that on my life, Millen. He's like, yeah, okay, see what happened. You ain't shit. And hearing this is when Z kind of yells. He's like, hey, fuck out of here, both y'all. You know, they both go separate directions to cool off. This tribe is definitely having issues. Which leaves us with the shrimp. So immediately, Recon kind of explains to them, you know, I'm sorry. I wouldn't have dropped if it was anything besides, you know, like a secret. I do have a secret that I can't let come out. I hope you guys don't think any less of me. I hope my character integrity shows. If it was anything else, I wouldn't have dropped. You know, Draco, you know, he's like, you know, it's all right, dude. Don't worry about it. You know, all of them kind of repeat that. You know, Logan shows them around camp. She is the only one from this original camp. She has to show everyone around. And then she's like, you know, can I have someone help me go get like branches and stuff? And Draco agrees to go help Logan. Recon and Pay introduce themselves to Seattle, all just getting to know each other, and out of nowhere, Pay's like, you know what's funny? I stabbed a dude in Seattle. And Recon, hearing this, he immediately looks at her crazy, flabbergasted, and Seattle laughs. He's like, that's it? I've shot a dude in Seattle. And now Recon can't believe his ears as he's looking at two undercover psychopaths. And Seattle's like, yo, imagine getting popped in Seattle by a dude named Seattle. They both start laughing, and Recon, yo, he's looking at the cameras like, is this admission of guilt? Hello? Like, he's scared. His eyes are bugging. Recon can't believe it. Pay laughs and says, what a chump. You know, Pay, you know, seeing Recon freaks out. She remembers, you know, Draco. It's been a while since she freaked him out. And now she's like, wait, he's chilling with Logan. Let me go investigate that. So she gets up. She says she's going to go explore. They say, all right. And she sneaks. She sees Draco and Logan both smoking weed. Her eyes widen for the first time. She is hearing Draco laugh with Logan, who's smoking out their mind, having a good time, talking about troubles. Logan showed him the hot spring they're in, and Pay is pissed. face. She gets up and leaves to go gossip to the others about what she saw or lack thereof. And Logan, she's just kind of telling Drake about some good stuff to find. She's like, there's this 12G sativa cart called Dirty Sprite. Doesn't taste the best, but it slaps. And Draco's like, oh, bet. Have you ever had Purple Haze or Memberberry? And Logan's like, I haven't had Purple Haze. Hard to find, but Memberberry is fire. And so Logan, she hits the joint. She's like, so I think it's safe to say we're good. Which means, who do you think we're gonna vote? And Draco, he's like, easy. Me, you, and Recon are gonna vote Pay, and maybe even Seattle's gonna vote Pay with us. And Logan's like, Pay? I thought she was your girly friend. And Draco's like, dude, no. Hell no. She's just annoying and she tortures my soul. No bottom of my shoe. He suddenly gets alerted, starts looking around nervous. Oh God. She can always tell when I'm finally about to relax. She always knows to mess it up. She's probably gonna be here any moment. We should probably get heading back. And that is what they do. Zebras are going to Tribal first, where someone will be 15th place. So immediately as they sit and see Chris, he's like, all right, so first off, was the rewards worth it? Millen nods. Casey, she does appreciate the money, even though she is, peed off. Shiloh appreciates the money. Z thinks it was dirty that there was a secret, and he tells Chris that, and Chris is like, well, you snooze, you lose, buddy. Get your money up, not your funny up. And then Chris asks Millen if he feels targeted, because he got out first, and Millen's like, nope, I do not, because I know exactly who everyone is voting for. Kind of eyeballing Casey, and Casey's like, it don't matter who they vote for, bitch. It don't fucking matter, bitch. And Millen's like, keep that energy. Keep that energy. You're gone. Sheila's like, hey, don't do this again, bruh. And Millen's like, nah, she started this. She's gonna be so confident when in about 10 minutes, her ass gonna be walking. Grima. And Casey's like, Millen, you're real fucking dumb. Real fucking dumb. And Millen's like, keep that yap up. About to be out. Ain't shit you can do, Bobby. And Casey's like, ain't shit. He's like, yeah, ain't shit. Just like you, ain't shit. And Casey's like, well, what the fuck is this then? Reaches in her hand, bam. She don't care, bam. Shows him the idol. She's like, you think? You fucking think? How about you look, moron? You got 4 glasses. Millen's like, don't matter, you're still out. And Casey, she can't believe it. She says, she's showing him the idol. She's like, what the fuck is this? What is this, huh? The fuck you think this is? The fuck you think you are? You ain't shit, Millen. You mook. And Millen, realizing the situation, he's like, oh, fuck. Nah, that's fake. That's gotta be fake. Let's get this girl out. She's desperate. Let's embarrass her. Fake ass idol. Gotta be. And Z starts whispering in Shiloh's ear. Shiloh starts whispering in Millen's ear as Jenny gets up after whispering to Z, going to Casey and whispering. Shiloh now whispers to Z. Everyone whispering. Chris is looking hella interested. And he's like, hey, you know what? Whispering's done. It is now voting time. And that's what they do. One by one, they go up to vote on who they want to see out of this game. If anyone has anything to play, please do so now. Everyone looks at Casey. Casey looks at them and she crosses her arms. She's like, huh. And Millen was like, I knew that bitch was fake. Fake as fuck. Chris is like, all right, I'll read the votes. Let's see who's about to walk the dock of shame. First vote, Casey. Second vote, Millen. Third vote, Millen. Fourth vote. And the 4th person voted out of this game is Millen. That is 4-1. Him seeing that everyone voted for him, he stands up, pissed as hell, spits on Casey's shoe, grabs his torch, throws that bic in the lay, and just walks off. He is pissed and fuming, and there he goes, eliminated with the best of them. After a lot of drama, there it is. You 4 have survived the first double elimination. You may now head back to camp. Have a good night. It's time to go to another tribe, welcoming the new and improved Shrimp Shufflers. Alright, welcome everyone. How has the new tribe been treating you? And Seattle immediately, he's like, I kinda missed the cave and our rewards, but honestly, this tribe has more hope and has more game. I like these people. And Recon's like, yeah, besides Millen, our tribe basically took over this one. And Logan has been a great host. She's an amazing person and she should be proud. And hearing this, Logan's like, the fuck? Why are you talking like that? You talking like I'm already already, R.I.P. And Pay, just trying to ignore this, cutting her off. She's like, Chris, our other tribe was more dangerous of landscapes, and this is calm. Kinda nice, actually. I bet it's nice to smoke with someone else's boyfriend in a hot spring. That's how nice this place is. And Logan, she's now on full alert. She's like, hold up. And then Pay's like, oh, and fresh crabs. They're pretty nice, but if they pinch me, I'll eat them with butter. Bet I won't. Draco, hearing everything, he's also starting to get concerned. Chris is like, hey, Draco, you all right? He's like, yeah, my bad. I think this is gonna be pretty good tribal. Yeah, pretty good tribal. My wish is probably finally coming true. Yeah. And Logan's looking at him. She's like, boy, will you lock in? Logan, you have some pretty good strains, though. You got him geeked. Seattle, he kind of stands up and he goes to Logan. He kind of whispering in her ear. Recon is confused now. He goes to Pay, whispering in her ear. Draco hates the fact Recon is talking to Pay. He thought Recon was chill. Draco now goes to Pay, asking her what's going on. She just shrugs and said, I don't know. Seattle gets up, now going to Pay, whispering. Draco goes to Recon immediately. Is like, yo, what's going on? Ain't no one talking. Recon, he himself is actually a little bit confused. Logan gets up now, a little bit afraid. She goes to Draco, starting to whisper. Pay sees this, gets mad, pushes her out of the way. She's like, hey, Draco, I just remembered, let's talk. Recon now whispers to Logan. Recon, still confused. He's like, man, I wish voting would just start. And Chris is like, blam, wish granted. Everyone stop, hush, hush. It is voting time. And the last vote, the 5th person voted out of this game. I'm so sorry, Logan. I was rooting for you a little bit, but my biasism can't change the votes. Recon kind of hugs Logan before she leaves. I mean, she looks at everyone a little bit confused, but, there's no shrimps to hug her to console him. Before she leaves, though, she does pass a couple joints to Draco. So they go back to camp. Immediately, Recon's a tiny bit confused. He's like, what happened? Logan was so nice. She didn't do anything. Pay's like, well, someone had to go. And Seattle is much better, so you'll be fine. Recon, hearing this, he gets a little pissed. And he's like, you know what, Draco? I need to talk to you for a second. So they go talk. And Recon's like, dude, I didn't vote her. Draco's like, neither did I. And Recon's like, so you were right. She's crazy. Her and Seattle, they was talking about shooting and stabbing people like it's normal. That mental. And Draco's like, bro, I've been trying to tell you this. I promise you, we will be fine. Pay will be the next one to go. And then they decide to sleep. Seattle and Pay super stoked that they survived this elimination. Alright, around 4 a.m., the Otter Outlaws, everyone kind of gets up early due to strong winds and stuff. Everything's falling around them. They're getting a little scared. So they just kind of huddle in the cave area so nothing can get to them. And I just feel like while they're there, Clav's like, man, a double cheeseburger is so good sounding right now. And Amelie's like, butter chicken, orange juice, that would be killer. And Kat agrees. She said, that sounds good. Angel, she wants tacos. That's all she could ask for. And Kat is like, well, how about instead of talking about food, I go get us some coconuts. I saw some imported trees. And Amelie was like, oh, all right, bet. And so while stuff is falling and everything and stuff is becoming loose, everyone just kind of go ahead and try to look for like the trees they do have imported there. Kata, Clav, Amelie, they all pick up coconuts that fall on the ground. However, Honey is in the trees, knocking away the very loose ones that aren't coming down just yet. So that like adds a lot more. Honey, she tells everyone like, hey, look at me. Because she's getting a lot of coconuts. They're all watching her. They're actually rooting for Angel, Clav, Amelie, Kat. They all hype. And so Angel goes up the tree as well because she actually really likes climbing trees. And she starts some getting coconuts too. However, Kata notices a weak branch. She said, hey, watch out. But Angel grabs it, falls. And immediately she's like, oh,
Oh, that shit hurted. That shit really hurted.
And then she does need medical. And the next thing they know, she is taken away by medical. Her fate unknown. So they go back to their cave. Honey is like, hey, don't worry, I'll cut this, harvest the coconut, the milk, the edibles. We got this. I hope Angel's okay. Kaz like, me too. I'm really worried. She was my friend. And Amelie is like, it didn't look good, and it was a big drop. And Clav is like, that's probably not helping. That might make Kata worry a little bit more. And Amelie is like, being real, stay mad. Kat is like, even if I have to help her walk, I will. I want her to leave or win this game like anyone else, not to a stupid imported palm tree. Exutor looking ass. And by this time, it is 9 a.m. and we just now have Casey waking up. And she's like, does it feel good to wake up on my own time? No Millen snoring, no Millen getting everyone up. Praise Jesus. And Z's already like cooking and stuff. He's like, hey, I got a pan hot frying some fish for breakfast. Hope y'all hungry because there's a lot of coconut fish. Them winds knocking down coconuts left. Alright. Z's kind of in a good mood right now. You can tell when he said, cause he'll sound like this. Oh, depressed. Henrietta Ferkel. Shiloh kind of helping Z cooks add some salt they've got so it would like extract some of the moisture, add a little bit of flavor. While Shiloh does this, Z hugs him from behind a little bit. Casey seeing this PDA, her eyes, her eyebrows kind of go up a bit. And Jenny's like, oh, that's adorable. Look at you two. You're cooking and you're being nice. Oh, Casey goes, blech, lovey-dovey stuff like that. She just doesn't like. It's like Hallmark to her. Even Jenny's like, oh, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of those corny movies, but like the cute Hallmark movie, except a Toll Drama Island. Oh my God. That by the way, the food smells so good, by the way. I cannot wait to eat that. Yummy, yummy in my tummy. Casey's like, bruh, girl, breathe. We all hungry. And Sheila's like, good, because the food is done. And as they eat, even Casey, the fish, the coconut, the little bit of season they were able to get naturally, she actually is kind of digging it. And Casey's like, tell you what, keep making fire like this and we good. I bet they ain't even eating like this. And Shiloh's like, the fish is glossy, beautiful, cooked perfectly, tender, yes sir. And Gina's like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing I ever tasted. This was like better than Hell's Kitchen when I went there because I wanted to tie it on I was hoping they were recording, but they weren't recording. And then we see Otter Outlaws about 30 minutes before the challenge. All of them are getting ready, but still no sign of Angel. Kata's like, Angel's starting to worry me low key. She might miss the challenge. And like it's about 10 more minutes past. They're all ready to go up to the challenge. But Amelie sees a boat. She's like, hey, I think I see a boat. And then Clav, he's like, wait, that's Angel. And it is indeed Angel. But Kata and Clav help her out of the boat because Angel has crutches. She's like, I won't even lie, guys. I fucked my shit up. Kata's like, you're back. What's wrong? You're in crutches. She's like, yup. Twisted my shit bad. They wanted to medevac me a little bit, honestly, but I'm in this bit. I said, hell no. Honey's like, good shit. Stay until you can. Fight. You. Amelie's like, well, you gotta be careful. It's gonna be a very much tougher game for you right now, especially in crutches. Honey's like, yeah, we about fight for immunity, though. Hopefully you can sit out, we can win for you, and all of us save you. Live by the sword, die by the sword. 5 minutes before they have to start going to the challenge, Seattle and Pay, both at the water well. And I feel like Pay is gonna tell Seattle, she's like gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. Draco does have an idol. And Seattle looking at her immediately, he's a little bit shocked, but he's like, oh, okay, well, that's very good to know. She's like, yep, so that means we gotta vote recon if we lose. Seattle's like, bae, he was giving me off vibes anyway. I don't think he got he don't got the nuts for this. He don't got that dog in him. Hey, the main reason she even told Seattle this wasn't to really out Draco for the idol, but just so she knows that Seattle will vote recon instead of Draco. And there it is. It is time for everyone to go to the challenge. And they arrive and immediately they notice Logan is not here along with Millen. After seeing Millen voted out, Draco is immediately hyped. He's like, yes sir, I knew it. We would get his dumb ass. And Pay's like, aw, man, rip. Clav, noticing Logan is gone, he immediately gets upset. He's like, wait, how could you do that? She was nice, and I don't think she would have any reason to get votes that don't even make sense. It was her try. And she was very smart, camp-wise and challenge-wise. And Pay's like, hey, challenge about to start. She got murked. You mad, stay mad, Papa Perk, little boy. And Honey's like, the fuck? You know, the host, me. I'm like, all right. Anyway, everyone listen up. Time to explain the game you definitely already know. It is the classic game from Squid Game. Each team will compete in Glass Bridge. Everyone jumping, resting their sole survival in this game on luck. Every team has their own set of panels, and the answers will remain mystery. The team to make it the furthest wins immunity, and the other two will be at the campfire ceremony. To make this fair, otters, you must sit one person out, immediately eliminating them, and they obviously choose Angel. And immediately Amelie's like, this is some bullshit. This is luck based. And Angel, you know, already what we're thinking. Well, I'm sitting out. Good luck, gang. Kaz's like, oh, this actually seems kind of fun, low key. And Pay, hearing this, she's like, hey, that's the spirit, girl. This seems exciting, especially knowing I'm not jumping first. Seattle says, shit, neither am I. I know better than that. And Casey, hearing them, she's like, well, actually, dibs on not going first either. I'm already doing a 1v3. Let's be honest, it's y'all three, and then there's me. No Kendrick. By the way, Kendrick Lamar killed his shit at the Super Bowl. That was fire. And Jenny, I feel like she's excited anyway. She's like, oh my god, I love Squid Game. This is my favorite one in the game. Oh my god, did I mention Thanos? His purple hair got me acting. By the way, how did Thanos die with a fork in a country that uses chopstick? That wouldn't make sense. The fuck? I'm like, alright, everyone, please line up at the glass bridge. O means they are alive, and the X means they have been eliminated. When I say go, everyone will go at once. You guys may start, but I'm gonna warn you, there might be some traps. And I think Pay is like, alright, so who's the silly goose going first? And Draco's like, I'll go right after Pay does. And Raycon's like, bruh, alright, I'll just do it. Clav, he said, I'm nervous, low key. We kinda high up. This shit got me scared. I hate heights. Kav's like, well, there's netting to catch us, but I don't like heights either. Honey's like, step aside. I'll do it. So it is Honey and Recon. And Casey's like, hey, Jenny, you said you love Squid Game, so go on then. And Jenny's like, oh my god, you are so right. I need to go first because it is the best odds as is complete randomness. Okay. I'll go first. This is so hype. All right, they all get ready. And the sound alarms, they all jump. Both Jenny and Recon has fallen. Being eliminated, you can hear them scream as they fall. Amelie immediately like, she's like, that's how we do it. Let's go. Everyone congratulating Honey. And Clav is like, you got this. And she's like, I got this. No, I don't. I went once. It's someone else's turn. And Draco kind of talking to Pay. He's like, Pay, you go, then I'll go. No balls, bet. And Pay's like, I'll go the second you do, pussy boy. And Seattle, he's actually getting a little upset hearing this. And he's like, man, y'all acting like some damn mooks. Paladin having ass plebes. I'll just go. Clav is like, all right, here, I'll save everyone the trouble. I'ma go. My strategy is to always go left. You know, they're having trouble figuring out who to go because Shiloh and Z kind of don't want to go, but they don't want to say it. And Casey's like, I'll tell you what, I'll go next. But it's not now, that's for sure. And Sheila's like, that's not fair. We should rock, paper, scissors or something. And Z's like, you know what? I'll just go. I have pretty good clairvoyancy. Suddenly, everyone's left tile turns a static blue, almost like electricity, while the right one is normal. And Clav, he's like, that do not look good. Amelie's like, it's probably gonna hurt, but I bet it's the right one. And Shiloh, he's like, nah, Z, I think it's a trap. That shit about to kill you. He's like, gee, thanks for the confidence. And Seattle said, I'm not even gonna try, and I ain't getting shocked. Hell nah. All right, all three of them about to go. The buzzer sounds, they jump. Clav and Z both chose the electric panel. They get electrocuted a little bit before their glass breaks. Seattle, not only did you choose the right one, but you also did not get zapped. So I was like, let's go. Hey, I ain't going again. Y'all gonna settle your shit because I ain't going again. And Pay and Draco's like, damn. And Kata, seeing this, she's like, well, all right, I guess I'll go now. It's fair, I suppose. Honey's like, respectable. And Casey's like, well, look like it's you, buddy. He's like, what? You said you'd go. She said, I know, but I lied. I deadass don't want to go. And Sheila's like, hell no, you are going because you said you would. Z just jumped, got zapped, and now he out. You gotta go, because that's what you said. And Casey's like, you can yap all you want, little baba. I'm moving for she. And Sheila, he looked at her so mad, but he's like, you know what? Whatever. So he decides to go. And just like they argue, Draco and Pay are also arguing. But Draco is getting so annoyed at Pay, she's just kind of mimicking him. He just decides to go. Hopefully he'll lose. But as everyone kind of looks, they all realize that the right tile has Legos. And Draco's like, damn. That's crazy. I really don't want to step on Legos, but that's for sure the safe one. And Sheila's like, hey, if I make this, it's your turn. And Casey's like, I promise, on God. They all look and they don't want to hurt themselves, because just like in Squid Game, they are barefoot. Stick to the glass a little bit easier. Draco is the only one to choose Lego. He hurts himself with them by stepping on them, and then the glass breaks. Kata chooses right, almost slips off, but doesn't. Shiloh, however, does choose the right one, but does slip off. Casey is so mad. She's like, man, he fumbled it. Fuck the big three. It's just big me. And Pay's like, well, my word is my word. I'll go next. And Kata's like, oh my God, that was so scary. I almost fell. I'm not doing that next. Amelie, no offense. You haven't gone. And Amelie's like, well, I just don't want to. I'm sorry. I would actually like us to win before I would have to go. That'd be great. I hate heights. And Honey's like, you know what? I'ma just go. And then you will. Period. I'll throw you if I gotta. However, as they look at it, they notice the tiles are super narrow. Both of them. The left and right one. You're gonna have to balance if you can land on it. They all jump. Honey chooses the wrong one, breaks it. Casey jumps, chooses the right one and is able to balance. Pay chooses the wrong one and it breaks, but she reaches out to the right one. And since it's like thin but like sturdy, she is hanging off of it, and Seattle, I guess, jumps to the one beforehand, kind of helps Pay up. And you know what? I'll allow it. She did some, bravery shit. She got it. And Pay, because Seattle helped, she's like, hey, just for that, I'm gonna go again. And Amelie's like, damn, Kata. Looks like it's your turn. Kata just stares at Amelie with her big ass eyes for a second. Then, just does a tisk, and then is like, all right, whatever. Kata's super scared, but she wants to do this for her team. Casey, she's hyping herself up. It's just her. But instead of glass, it kind of looks like ice. Like the tiles are made out of ice. Now, the funny thing is, they all choose the right slab of ice, but they all slip and fall, eliminating all of them, which does unfortunately mean Zodiac Zebras, you guys have lost the challenge, and you will be seen at Tribal Council, aka Campfire Ceremony. They're extremely pissed, but they just walk off into the sunset as they get ready to go to their camp. R.I.P. It is now Seattle versus Amelie. Which one will choose the right tile and win for their team? Which one will grant immunity for their entire team, getting big respect? And then which one will fall, break their glass tile, disappoint their team to immeasurable measures, and fumble the bag? You guys will have to find out right now. Amelie falls. Congratulations, Seattle! You chose the right one. Your team has one immunity. Congratulations, Shrimp. None of you are at risk of being eliminated. They all dab each other up. Draco and Recon even celebrate. They're all dabbing each other up, and even though they all look hype and happy, Draco is secretly not happy on the inside because he wanted Pay out. Unfortunately, Zodiac and Otters, both of you will be eliminating someone from your team. Everyone heads back to their camp. Alright, so Zodiac Zebras immediately coming back from the immunity challenge loss. Casey puts her stuff down. She's like, well, this gonna suck, but I'ma use my idol, so good luck figuring out who's going, you three. I'ma go fishing. She immediately leaves, and Z's like, shit. Yeah, damn.
She got us.
And Ginny's like, wait, so you're telling me that one of us is about to be eliminated, but we were supposed to make the final 3 together? What happened? What happened? And Shiloh's like, well, hey, wait, maybe we could pull a great move. We could try and convince her to not use the idol. Like, Ginny could go talk to her and maybe, like, I don't know. And Z finishes his sentence. Z's like, she could say that Shiloh's Ginny's best friend and that you both will vote me if she does. That way she'll feel safe enough to not use it. And Ginny's like, wait, that's actually so smart. It's a little bit deceiving, but oh well, that's the game of Toe Jam. And then Z's like, alright, remember, try and convince her. You want her to vote me because Shiloh is going to as well. So basically, Ginny is gonna try and convince Casey that her and Shiloh are voting Z, so maybe Casey won't use it and feel safe. Ginny doing some, questions at first, like, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? Mine is mint chip. And Casey's like, pistachio. Then Ginny is like, I've actually been thinking, me and Shiloh, we're really good friends, and me and him don't want to be broken up together. And so me and him have decided that since you're going to use your idol, we're all going to vote Z tonight. So will you vote Z with us? And Casey, hearing this, she's like, if it's guaranteed, that's going to work out great, maybe even better. Then she's like, obviously, you know what? Sure, yeah. Ginny is very happy now. Casey's like, so, Ginny, what would you do if you won? And Ginny's like, oh my god, I want to travel everywhere in America. I want to travel everywhere in the United States. But they're both the same place. Oh my god. I want to visit Peru. I want to visit Singapore. I want to visit Canada. I want to visit Germany. I wanted to visit Texas. That's America again. And I would get my parents' house bought off. I would buy me a house and I would buy my brother a house. They talk about that while Z and Shiloh, they play tickle nuts a little bit while they're gone. But then Z's like,
I really hope Casey doesn't use her idol. This is stressful.
And Shiloh's like, it's okay. Things will work out.
Do you think maybe we should vote Ginny?
What? Then she'd be out even if Casey didn't use the idol.
But that's very unlikely, but she about to use it, and I'm probably gonna get out.
And I feel like, Shiloh's able to calm him down a bit, shushes and calms him down. We are now moving on to the Otter Outlaws. Coming back as well from the challenge loss, Amelie's like, well, gang, I tried my best. And Kata immediately, she's like, what? You went once and lost. And you forced me to. And Amelie, she's a bit taken back. She's like, I didn't force shit. I just said I wasn't going. I was the only one left, goofy. And hearing them a little bit angry, Angel's like, hey, shut up, both of you. This ain't solving anything. How about we just try and focus on something else? Angel, main reason she's even stepping in is because she's actually a little bit worried she's gonna get out because of her injury. And Angel, knowing Kata likes her, she kind of like, Kata, how about you help me to the beach with my crutches? And Kata's like, all right. And then while they're there, washing sand off, Angel's like, hey, I think I may be the target. Not only are me and you on the outs, but I'm injured. And Kata's like, yeah, I won't lie, I kind of worried about this. I think it'll be fine, but I don't know, I'm a little bit worried. Angel said, fine? How the hell am I gonna be fine? I'm up for debate. And Kaz's like, well, just hold on, I have a plan. And while they talk, so do these three, all from the shrimp. Honey's like, alright, well, low-key, I kinda like Kata more than Angel. And Clav is like, yeah, me too. So I think it's pretty simple that we vote Angel. By the way, I want to shout out Clav, shout out Clive, and shout out Lee Everett. And hearing them talk about wanting to vote out Angel, Amelie's like, well, hold up. I actually like Angel. Not only that, but she's a much better player. And Honey's like, She was a much better player. Clav is like, yeah, Amelie, think of the team. And Amelie's like, bitch, do you know what show you're on? I don't agree with this at all. I think Angel should stay, but if it's gonna keep me safe, sure, whatever. But I just want to say I don't agree. Kata should go. I'm gonna go search for coconuts or some bull. And while she's trying to leave, Honey's like, Kata shouldn't leave. She's morale. And then Clav is like, look, Amelie, I promise, if Kata is up because we lose next time, we will vote her off. And Amelie, hearing this, she'll get voted off if we lose again. She said, gee, thanks. And while she walks away, she like mumbles stupid purple worm bowl cut bubble gut bitch. And Clav heard a little bit of that, and he's like, she's getting on my nerves. And Honey like, well, we need her, so, and she's strong. Amelie kind of goes to Kata and Angel and mentions that she wants to vote whichever person they're gonna vote. She's not gonna talk about what she was just told, because she would like to keep them, you know, as friends in the long run. But for right now, she kind of wants to be on this side a little bit, though Kata does annoy her some. Angel's like, oh, thank God, Amelie. You're like the only smart one on this island, and I'm happy to have you voting with us. Kata, hearing this, she raises an eyebrow. And then Angel's like, yeah, we are definitely voting Clav, and Amelie immediately agrees. Kata's like, wait a moment now. I like Clav. We should discuss this. Like, I think, well, I don't know, we should vote Honey. And Angel's like, why? And Amelie's like, yeah, that's dumb. Anyway, I feel like they're gonna throw votes on you, Angel, but we will be majority. She's like, on me? Well, alright, but I hope that doesn't happen. And Amelie's like, how is your leg? And she's like, shit still hurts. Hey, Kata, go fetch me some clean water. And Kata's immediately like, sure. While those teams are getting ready to murk someone, let's go take a look at Shrimp Shufflers. And at Shrimp Shufflers, they're all kind of relaxing, chilling, bathing in the glory of winning. But then Recon sees something. He's like, hey guys, there's something near the ocean. And everyone immediately runs to like the sand. And it's a crate, kind of a big one. They managed to open it up, and it's just cheeseburgers wrapped around in that aluminum foil stuff. It's like 12 of them, along with like 24 things of fries. And it's a little note saying, congratulations on winning. And immediately Seattle screams a glory cry. Starts eating like his life depends on it. The others starting to take bites. Pay putting mayonnaise on hers. Chewing slowly, savoring it. She's like, this is quite delicious. This will help us win more. This nutritious. And Draco hearing this, he's like, oh brother. And then he eats something. He's like, hold up. You right, these kind of fantastic. Recon eating it, enjoying it. He's like, I'm so glad we won. You know, I know a place that makes better burgers than this, but that's a secret. Pei looks directly at Recon and says, oh, you mean freckle bitches? And as soon as she says that, it almost echoes in Recon's mind. Recon stares at Pei. Recon is trying to let no one figure out he's a multi-millionaire with a fast food franchise called Freckle Bitches. His heart dropping, and Pei look at him. She just shrugs. She's like, that's just my opinion anyway. They have good burgers. And she continues eating, and Recon swallows nervously his bite, unsure if she knows or if that was just a coincidence. I mean, she did look right at him. He's like, I was gonna say steak and shake. And Draco's like, yo, they have fire shake. Shout out the Nutella shake. They got full tummies and immunity. The Zebra tribe, right before Tribal, they're all kind of getting ready, or starting to, the whole 4 of them. And Z pulls aside Shiloh. He's like, hey, I really think we need to vote Ginny. Really? And Shiloh, he starts getting upset, and he just kind of glares at Z a little bit angry, shakes his head no, grabs his stuff, and he's like, let's vote like expected, please. He walks up to Zay, gives him a little kiss, and then everyone is now ready to go to Tribal. We are unfortunately about to lose 2 people. Obviously, Chris is hosting it. He's like, welcome campers. Now, I gotta ask immediately, Casey, how do you feel about being 1 in a trillion? And she's like, feels pretty good, Chris. My idol about to come in clutch. Jenny, hearing this, she kind of nudges Casey and whispers, you know, like, remember the plan. And Chris is like, well, if that's the case, Jenny, if she uses her idol, considering Shiloh and Z are a couple, who's going? And Jenny, hearing this, she's like, oh gee, Chris, don't ask me that. That makes me nervous, and I hate that. I just want to get along with everyone. Chris, hearing this, he's like, that's great and all, but who's getting out? Jenny gets a little bit angry, crosses her arms, and after a moment of silence, she flips him off. And Chris is like, right, I'm gonna pass the ball to Z. All right, Z, who's going then in this scenario? Z also crosses his arms, also angry. He's like, you know what? He also flips off Chris. And then seemingly almost for no reason, before Chris can ask Casey a question, she also flips him off. Z nudges Shiloh a little bit, and then he flips Chris off. Chris seeing this, he's like, all right, well, fuck y'all then. I'm gonna make y'all vote. Then I'll have my answers. How about that? And so like that, everyone, one at a time, votes in the booth. They're all very nervous, but they have no choice. And Chris is like, if anyone has anything to play, do so now. And there is suspense as everyone kind of looks at Casey, even Chris. And she's like, yeah, stick to the plan my ass, Jenny. Chris, I'd like to use my idol, slams it down on his podium. This idol on me. Jenny frowns and she's like, fuck. And Chris confirms this is a real idol. Any votes casted against Casey will not count. The first vote, Casey, does not count. The second vote, Casey, does not count. The third vote is Casey, does not count. 3 votes Casey, 1 vote left. The 6th person voted out of this game, I'm so sorry, is Shiloh. You have been voted out. Bosie and Shiloh, they're like, what? He's like, oh, hell nah. Fuck no, fuck. He really wants to say he should have voted Jenny, but he doesn't. And Chris is like, I don't know what your plan was, Shiloh, but voting someone with an idol wasn't it. You're gone. Vote of losers. And Jenny's like, that doesn't make sense. I lied to you. If I lied to you, Casey, why did you vote Shiloh? That's not fair. And Casey's like, because you had the guts to lie to me. He didn't. He is also in a showmance, and Z is a stronger person for the team. Z's like, this is bullshit. And Shiloh, seeing how mad Z is, Shiloh comforts Z. Quick game of tickle nuts. They do the kiss. He wishes Z well. Win for us. And there it is. The boat of losers is where Shiloh is headed, right back home. Congratulations, you 3. You can go back to camp and you have survived the campfire ceremony. The otters all arrive to Tribal, ready to see who may get voted out. Chris immediately is like, welcome. I do love ruining 2 people's dreams all in one day. And Kata, she's like, hey guys, you hear that? The other team went first, which means whoever gets eliminated right now has the better placement. And Clav, hearing this, he's like, we should aim for not coming back here. Kata's like, well, I know. I'm just saying. And Chris is like, how's the leg, Angel? She's like, fucking hurts. What do you think? He's like, you and Kata are on the outs. Any worries? And Kata immediately answers, she's like, I mean, I am nervous, but things should be fine, I hope. And Amelie, hearing this, she gets nervous. She looks at Kata, confused by that. Amelie now getting worried and drawing her own conclusions. And Clav is like, Angel's injury doesn't affect her in any way in this game. And Honey's like, yeah, she's still a very good player. And Chris is like, sure she is. And Amelie, hearing this, her and Angel both at the same time flip Chris off in unison. And Chris is like, alright, bet. I'm not doing this again. Everyone, time to vote. Wrapping it short. I got mansion to be at. Medi Petty scheduled. Everyone, hurry up in voting. Everyone a little bit confused. Not sure really what's gonna happen. Especially Honey and Clav. And after the votes are tallied, Chris is like, alright, if anyone has anything to play, please do so now. And immediately, Kata stands right up. And she's like, I think this is real. And she hands him the idol. Clav and Honey look at each other very surprised and shocked. Amelie looks a little pissed. Kata's like, and I'd like to use this on Angel. Angel very kind of surprised that Kata even had it. Now she's very surprised she's using it on Angel herself. She high-fives Kata. She's like, hey, that's my day one. My day one. Kata's so happy to hear the appraisal. And Chris is like, yeah, this is real. Any votes against Angel will not count. The votes are Angel does not count. Angel does not count. Amelie, that's 1 vote Amelie. Clav, it is now a tie. And the final vote goes to Kata, which means it is 1 vote each of them. It is a 3-way tie. Angel, Honey, you 2 will revote. And immediately Kata, Clav, and Amelie are kind of looking at each other extremely worried, all kind of bickering. Honey whispers in Angel's ear. Angel frowns a little bit, shakes her head no. After seeing Angel shake her head, whispers something again. Angel thinks but shrugs and then nods. both of them re-vote, and it doesn't take long. And Chris is like, both the votes are for the same person. The 7th person voted out of this game, I'm sorry, is Amelie. And hearing this, she's like, fuck! Angel, you voted me? What are you talking about? Angel's like, hey girl, it's a game, and I know factually, as painful as it may be, Kata has my back. Loyalty is the only currency in this game, and Kat is rich. And Amelie's like, well, how this for currency? And then she flips her off. She's like, fuck you, and Kat, fuck you too. I know you voted me the first time. Piss off, all of you. Bunch of stupid bitches. I swear, I bet the dumbest bitch is gonna win this entire game. Z and Casey are not happy with each other at all. And after Z complains a lot to Jenny, she checks up on Casey, clears her throat, and she's like, hey Casey. Z is like real upset. I know in my mind what you did was just a game move, and outside this game we're all gonna be besties because what you did was a game move and there should be no hard feeling towards it. But Z is pissed. And Casey's like, yeah, I'd feel like moldy cheese too if my side piece got murked. But you're right, it is just a game, and I think that you know more than you realize. Like, you realize it. She's like, Jenny, what do you mean? And then Jenny's like, what do you mean, what do I mean? And Casey is like, well, think of it like this. Besides Shiloh, why else did Z talk to you? Do you think Z will try and help you through the merge? Not to mention the amount of times he will win invincibility, putting you and me at risk. And Jenny is like, well, it's not really fair to talk like that. Yeah, I know me and him might not be the closest, but he's from my tribe, and he was always nice to Shiloh, and he was always nice to me. And Casey's like, nah. This is your tribe now. You have a better relationship with me than Z, right? Because I saved you, and I want to continue doing that. And Jenny, she don't really like thinking like this. She's like, well, I'll have to think about this. Casey's like, do you think, girl? So Casey stays behind, maybe trying to find another idol. Jenny comes back, and she tries to just talk Z out of like the conversation, talk about a different topic, but he can't help but think about it. He's like, Jenny,
I think we should throw this challenge low-key. We need to
get her the fuck out of here. And Jenny's like, I don't think that's a good idea. She could have another idol. Plus, I kind of want to have as many wins as we can. Z's like, yeah. It's gonna be harder to get out of merge though. And Jenny's like, well, how about we get to merge first? And after we get to merge, we'll talk about some, but we need to get to merge first. That's the first priority. And Z's like, whatever, I'm going fishing. You know, I'm going to my room, mom type shit. And Casey was eavesdropping on this, and then she talks to Jenny, and she's like, see, he's not letting you have your thoughts expressed. And Jenny is now, she's kind of getting mad at both of them, and she's like, fuck out of my ear. Stop trying to sell me. Try to sell me. I'm gonna know what's at stake. Trust me. I know. Piss off. This entire team mad. Boo. And Casey's like, was it son I said? Now, another tribe that's in a little bit of an awkward position, but at the same time, here, I'll let Honey do it. Honey kind of goes to everyone. Honey's like, I just want to be clear. I do not mind what happened. We are still a strong team, and as far as I'm concerned, it felt like Amelie was waiting until the merge to start playing the game. She was gonna betray us all. I could sense it, bro. And Angel's like, hey, look, I'm just happy to be here. Thank you, Kata, by the way. I never thought someone would use the idol on me. And Kata's like, hey, you're part of the team. I don't think your leg should be the reason you get out. I found some mushrooms along the way. You want to eat some? And Clav is like, nah, I don't think we should be eating random mushrooms. Nah. And Clav's like, we should, however, cook up some crab. I'm hungry, and I don't think we should go to bed on an empty stomach. We are not losing tomorrow. We gonna win this. And Honey's like, hell yeah, bro. So all of them decide to work together, all trying to catch crabs. Honey getting a lot of them. She chasing them down. Clav is using quick traps, which are actually working. Rocks and stick and all that with a piece of worm. A little bit of rice, coconut. Angel even has one pinned under one of her crutches. And Clav is like, hey, did y'all know that crabs and lobsters can be blue? And Angel's like, yeah, I've heard of that. They are like $500 though, and they don't taste any different. Kata is chasing a crab through a log. She reaches inside the log. She gets the crab. She pulls it out only to realize it's not the crab. It's an idol. And immediately she stuffs it in her beanie, grab the crab real quick, and she's like, hey, I think we got enough, guys. We should probably head back and, just get these crabs out here. We gotta do it, man. Come on, let's hug out and eat. Look, let's eat. I'm hungry. Who got it? I need it. So everyone hype about that. I feel like the cave gotta be the vibiest area, low-key. Angel and Honey, for the most part, doing the cooking. They all eat. And Angel's like, honey, you know what you're doing. It's pretty good. And honey's like, hey, if it wasn't here, it was Hell's Kitchen, know what I mean? And Clem is like, you'd probably give Gordon a heart attack. Honey laughs at this. Kata, with her crab, was actually eating some of the mushrooms she found. And it only takes about 10 minutes before Angel kind of looks at Kata. And she's like, hey, Kata, what's up? What's up? Are you okay? Now, this team should be happy considering they won, but the tensions are just as high. It's around 4:03 a.m. and Draco suddenly screamed because Pay decided to put a spider on him as he sleeps. He woke up because of it and it bit him. After it bit Draco, Pay kills the spider. Recon, hearing this, asks what happened. Draco tells him and he's pissed at Pay. Recon's like, yo, we need medical, and Seattle's just kind of laughing at this. He's like, you squealed over a bug? Calm your tits. Medical finally decides to come. Draco feeling woozy. Seattle, Recon, and Pay are just kind of over at camp as he gets treated. Seattle's like, yo, can you imagine if he gets medevaced? That's another placement higher for us. And Recon's like, do you hear yourself? He could die. What's wrong with y'all? And Pay's like, hey, that's another placement. That's more screen time on me. Recon's like, the fuck? And then suddenly Seattle, he says, ow. And then Pay's like, ooh, what was that? I feel like I got pinched. They both pass out. Recon seeing darts out of them. He stands up. He's a little freaked out. He runs away a little bit, but then he gets darted. And Draco, even though he's passed out or comatose from the spider bite, he gets shot with a dart as well. Just like every single other contestant, they get brought
To the challenge area.
hours later. Everyone wakes up in a secluded cube all by themselves, and it is kinda dark. One by one, they slowly wake up wondering where the hell they are. Each one of them starting to freak out. Some of them, like Recon and Seattle, being composed, but others like Jiggy and Kata are kind of freaking out, wondering what Squid Game they just got dragged to. Angel's like, yo, low-key, that dart kind of made this leg pain go away, so I don't mind. I know this is just a show. They can't scare me on me. Z, he knows this is part of the show, but he is pissed that he just got the Cosby dart. Honey kind of just laughs at the situation like, oh, this is a new experience. I can say, yo, I did this. Clav is feeling along the walls, kind of like Casey trying to analyze. Draco barely wakes up. He's on the floor and he can't move. You know, like how Trent had that foaming at the mouth stuff when he ate the pufferfish? That's exactly what Draco's going through right now. And Pay's chilling. She's just sitting. Then, in every cube, a TV comes on that's hanging above the wall, and Chris McClane shows up. Chris on the TV is just like, I know y'all probably a little bit freaked out, wondering where me and Chef took you. Chef will be waiting for you after you complete the first part of the challenge. Let me explain and go over it. Everyone is in a room that is almost impossible to escape. But first, two people to put all of the clues together and escape their cube will be immune and cannot be voted out tonight.
Assuming there's even a vote.
Anyway, you could have started immediately. I'm just blabbering on. And immediately, I feel like Pay wants to be one of the ones to solve it. Draco, unfortunately, just sitting on the ground. Casey, however, I feel like would definitely be getting a lot of clues. When the challenge started, the lights came on the cube, revealing like a very skeptical but crowded, cluttered room. Like, imagine an apartment, like an entire apartment, if it was in like a cube with no walls. It's weird to explain. Having to look at the temperature that is set on the gas stove. Casey, Clav, Honey, Z, all trying to figure it out. Some doing better than others. Seattle has no clue what he's looking for. He's just trying to like break his way through. Jane's like, oh my god, I wonder if this means anything. Oh, here's a toothbrush. It is blue. Does that mean blue plus purple? Oh, purple's over here. The clock is purple and it's set to 12. Oh my god. Like connecting dots that can't even be connected. Recon, I feel like, is one of those calm types, just going around the room, collecting evidence as he sees fit. I feel like Kata actually really likes stuff like this, and I feel like in her free time, she might even do like escape rooms in general. Angel on her crutch, like slowing down just a little bit. Z, he's not dumb by any means. He's actually one of the more smarter contestants, but he's not like escape room smart, if you know what I mean. Honey, I have no idea. I feel like they're looking for stuff to steal. Clav is another one that's kind of getting really far along with Casey. Pay is sniffing. She's almost able to get it, but the first person to escape their room is Clav. Congratulations. You have escaped your cube. You are immune from being eliminated this episode, so enjoy your immunity while it lasts. Have a free Sprite cranberry. We are looking for one more person to escape their cube, and that final person is Kata right out the gate. Clav seen Kata walk out the cube. He's immediately hyped. You had to use a lot of problem solving, but immediately they both get darted. They get kidnapped by Chef and brought back to camp. Chris shows up on the screen to let everyone know
that they failed. Boo. Losers, losers, boo.
Chris then says, I will meet you outside. Everyone's cube opens up immediately. Pay helps Draco out of his cube, still motionless. Everyone immediately shooting daggers at Chris and Chef. First off, they want to know where Kata and Clive went, and why didn't you just bring us here? Because we would have went, bruh. And Chris is obviously, you know, like, it's funner this way, low-key. That shit was kind of hilarious. And see, I was like, hey, bro, do that again. I'm gonna have to beat your ass. And Z is like, yeah, on me, I'll beat your ass, bro. You never do that again. And Chris is like, yo, chill out, calm down. You signed a contract, pussy boy. Everyone, this challenge might seem a little bit familiar, but each one of you is going to be assigned an animal that is somewhere on this island. They all have collars, so they can't go past a certain, like, distance. So you guys do have a parameter of what to search, and the animals given to you are going to be random. Everyone, please draw a random animal ticket. Pay gets 2, one for her and one for Draco. Draco gets an owl and Pay is a lion, so when no one is looking, she switches hers and Draco's. He can't even say anything. I mean, he knows what she just did and he's so angry, but he can't do anything about it. Casey gets a polar bear. Honey gets a pigeon. Z is an eel, and Angel is a rabbit. Seattle got an alligator. Jenny with that frog, and Recon with a goat. All right, Chris is like, what y'all waiting for? Go. So immediately, bam, they all book it ready, except Draco, who's kind of at the start, and, you know, Angel, she's going, but she's not booking it too oh, she got a rabbit. She got one of the fastest animals. Poor girl. Z actually has a little bit of an advantage because he immediately knows his animal is underwater or in the water, and there's only like 2 or 3 bodies of water, but his problem is how he's supposed to get an eel. And by the way, only the first 3 to get their animal are immune. Everyone else will still compete. Draco knows he's not gonna get this because he's not gonna chase no damn lion, bro. And Pay, she realizes that since Kata and Clive got took, accidental Clive shout out, I meant Clive, that means if she wins, they're probably also gonna take her as well, which means she won't be able to help Draco get through this. So she's like, all right, I need to stop torturing him real quick. Let me lock in. I'll wait and sit this one out because I'm not gonna chase no damn lion for him. I'd be lying. But this is better for the other contestants because with 2 of them dropping out, that's immediately better odds for everyone else. Honey is desperately chasing the pigeon.
Hey, get back here, you little shit. You little sky pigeon, you little sky rat. Come back here, bitch.
That pigeon looks so stupid. This is like the only pigeon that's hard to catch. Z thinks he sees his animal in the water. He dives in to get it, but it's actually Seattle's alligator. Z tries to run, but after he tries that, he gets bit on the leg. He starts punching and mollywopping the alligator, knocking it out. He isn't really that harmed. Yeah, he's bleeding a little, but it's not really that bad. And Z's like, oh my god, I thought that was gonna be worth it. I thought he was gonna barrel roll me. Seattle, hearing this commotion, immediately sees the knocked out alligator. He's like, bam! Bet. Too easy. Too easy. Too easy. Congratulations, Seattle. You are the first one out of the 3 to get their animal and win immunity. Casey almost immediately spots the polar bear at the edge of like where it's allowed to be because it's super easy to spot in a forest. But she's like, okay, I found it. Now what? I'm not gonna go get it. The fuck? Like, how do I handle this? Oh, I gotta go find some like poison berries or something real quick. Some little tranquilizer. I gotta steal some from the camp. So I feel like she is gonna try and steal some darts from the camp. But Recon already beat her to it. He thought of that immediately. He stole like 2 or 3 darts just in case. He wasn't really afraid of a goat, but at the same time, he didn't want to risk it. Darted the goat. He got the goat. He is the goat. Congratulations, Recon. You have made it through. Leaving just 1 spot for someone to get their animal. Z has finally found his eel. He grabs it and then it electrocutes the shit out of him. Ginny sees her frog. It's jumping around going ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ginny's like, hey, stop jumping, jumping, jumping. Angel, you know, kind of gave up on chasing after the rabbit because she's found it like 11 different times, but she just can't get it, bruh. She's like, man, this is some bull. Z keeps getting electrocuted as he runs towards the finish line, only to be so disappointed when he sees Ginny already there with her frog, even petting it, you know, and the frog likes her. She's like, oh, Z, I'm so sorry. If I knew it was you, I might have waited. Oh, Z. And he's like, nope, no, Ginny, it's all right. Trust, I'll be good. And everyone hearing that the animals are all gathered, they're all like, damn, all right. For the 6 of you left, you guys might not want to hear this, but 2 of you are about to be eliminated. Yes, sir. You will not go back to your tribe. You will not see those who have already been immune. And this game that you're about to play to see who goes and who stays is quite simple. 1 by 1, each of you, some of you never meeting each other before, have to vote someone to be safe. 1 by 1. You cannot vote for yourself. The 2 people at the end who are not voted on will be eliminated. This is going to be a lot of pressure, but you only have 60 seconds per discussing period. And the timer already started. You got like 42 seconds left. Casey and Honey were from the Shrimp tribe in the beginning. Z and Angel, both from the same tribe as well, along with Draco and Pay. Everyone has oranges and some ties. They're free to move how they please and talk. And I think immediately Pay comes up with land. She's like, Casey, Honey, Otters barely sent anyone home. I don't even see Amelie. They took y'all's girl. Casey, Honey, I will vote one of you if you promise to try and save me and Draco. Casey's like, Pay, you freaked the hell out of me, but I don't see Angel or Z over here talking. They're trying to tell Draco on the ground to vote for them. So you get Draco's vote, you got ours. And you know, she's like, you know, even as a sign of good trust, I'll let Honey go first. And Honey's like, oh, bet. So the first voting happened, and the person that does have the most votes is indeed Honey. Congratulations. She's like, oh, thank God. You know, she walks off immediately, gets darted, and then took by Chef. All right, 5 of you remain. You can go ahead and talk. And immediately, I think I see Z turning the gears in his head. What's happening? So I feel like he goes to Pay and Draco. He's like, hey, low-key, you guys help to vote get Casey out. I'll vote one of y'all safe right now. And Pay, she doesn't know she want to betray Casey this early, but she keeps her options open. She's like, all right, you help vote Draco safe, I'll vote you safe next time. He's like, bet. But then immediately she goes to Casey, you know, make sure the plan is still on. They're both gonna vote Draco anyway, so Pay can just go along with both lands. Honestly, it's unanimous vote with Draco and then 2 votes Z. Draco, congratulations, you are surprisingly the 2nd person safe. You somehow made it through this challenge, not being able to move. All right, the final 4 in this challenge. Casey is realizing maybe she's gambling a little bit too hard because Pay is talking to Z and not Casey, and immediately Angel's like, whoa, no one's really talking to me. And she's like, Casey, me, you, come on, bro, me and you vote each other, please. And Pay's like, yo, don't worry, Z, I'ma vote you this time. But Pay does not plan to do that at all. She knows that merge might come soon and Z is going to be a huge threat. Angel and Casey vote each other. Z votes Pay, and Pay votes Casey. Casey is so happy that she's immune. She's like, oh my god, I did not want to go out like that. That would have been terrible. Thank you. We do kind of have an issue though. They are all looking at each other like, oh, Angel, she's like, I think the best route, you know, she's in her mind, she's like, if I don't talk, maybe both of them will vote me, thinking it's not even an option. And this fact only gets confirmed when both Pay and Z start trying to haggle Angel like, hey, vote me, I'll vote you. Z, you know, like, hey, vote me, I'll vote you. And Angel's like, no way, they're both telling me this. That means I'm gonna win. That means one of them, or probably both of them, is lying. I don't know what to do. And Pay and Z are both coming to this conclusion. They're like, we have no idea who each other's gonna vote because we want to be safe and not them. And so every person votes, not even voting who they want in this game, just trying to vote strategically. And I'm sorry to say this, but there is one person with 0 votes, and the first person eliminated out of this game from this challenge is Angel. I'm so sorry. I don't know why. I mean, I would have been like voting you from the beginning, especially with the crutches, but at the same time, it's probably like a communication problem. Kata wasn't here to have your back. Kata is about to be so sad, bro. And a couple of y'all might be rolling your eyes already, but it is indeed Pay. With 2 votes to stay, congratulations, barely slipped out of it.
Pause!
Barely escaped the challenge clutches. And Z's like,
damn, bro, this sucks. What? I was meant for better than this, bro. What happened, bro? What are you talking about, bro?
but that is the conclusion to this episode. With 9 people being eliminated, that means we have the final half, the Elite 9, who made their way this far after a very long battle that they're definitely not done with, but they are halfway through. The contestants can pat themselves on the back because out of 18 contestants, we are down to the final 9. It is 10 a.m. I have all the teams line up. They looking at Chris, ready to get this day started, wanting to know what the news is. And the news he presents them is, congratulations, everyone. Drop your buffs. You have made it to the merge. And instantly, so many of them are hyped. Draco is so glad that he's not forced to just be stuck around Pay on his tribe. He now has open freedom. Kata and Clav are celebrating so hard right now. This is all they wanted. Their goal in this game was to make merge. And now that they're here, they're kind of realizing like, oh my god, I could win this. This could be it. This could be the chance for me to change my life with millions. Recon, Honey, they're not really like minds blown or anything. They are very happy and grateful to make merge. Jenny is ecstatic. Same thing with Casey, because she had to do a bit to get here. Seattle, he's proud of himself he made merge, but it's not like he's gonna hype himself up or anything because he didn't expect to get this far. But since he's already here, he might as well try. And then Pay in her mind is like, meh, I knew that I would get this far. I knew this would happen. And then I announced to them, with merge comes the freedom of semi-modern luxury. Instead of living in shacks and caves and dilapidated survivor areas, they now get the true total drama treatment. With that being said, you guys have everything you need in the chow hall. Have a good time, have a good merge feast, and there's beer pong in there. Everyone here is above 21. Hey, I feel like she goes to Draco and she just like surprise kisses him on the cheek. She's like, I'm gonna go lay down, y'all have fun. And she just immediately wanted to sleep on a real bed. Oh my god, she wanted to do that. Same thing with Jenny. She was like, oh my god, these are actually really nice beds. I was expecting them to be very shitty beds, but instead they're you like instantly falls asleep. Seattle, Draco, Honey, and Casey do decide to partake in the beer pong. Clav, Kata, Recon, they all get a little bit of food, but they want to head to the beach. They want to chill, relax. They're on their Danganronpa vibes. Number 2, Pay, before fully falling asleep, you know, she pickpockets and checks Jenny, make sure she doesn't have any idols. She don't, so she's good. She then falls asleep. Draco, He can almost sense that Pay's asleep because he has like a blanket of safety and like he's calm. He can tell when he's not in danger. That's so sad, honestly. And I doubt most of y'all have even played beer pong, let alone like double beer pong, but me and my friend Tyler, bro, we are gods at beer pong, and right now I definitely feel like that's Draco in Seattle. Honey caring a little bit for her team, but Draco just swishing. Seattle, he doing the Jordan on that bit. I'm talking LeBron, yeah, like he doing everything he got. Like Casey and Honey right now, with how many times Seattle and Draco has got in, like they drunk, they slip.
Honey can't handle the alcohol. She's like, hey, I'll see y'all later. I'm seeing triple.
She go to sleep. Seattle decides to go into the kitchen to help, like maybe earn him a couple points, because he does know he need to make some friends, especially in merge. And he actually likes Draco and Casey a lot, so he gonna make them a few like hamburger grilled cheese with the garlic dipping sauce. Draco and Casey playing beer pong. Casey, when it's solo, she's actually doing great. She's beating Draco. Clav, Kata, Recon, they're all kind of sitting there enjoying like chips and maybe like a ham sandwich, and they're just looking at the dock of shame, and they're like, man, I ain't never want to go down there. And Kata just pops the question. She like, have you guys like seen the show, like Total Drama and stuff? And Recon, he's like, no, not really, to be honest. I mean, I've heard about it, I know what it is, I did my research before coming here. And Clav's like, I'm a huge fan and I love this show. And immediately Kata and Clav start talking about like previous contestants, like who do they like, who they think the best winner is. Clav thinks that the best winner overall is Priya, and he really likes like the new season and the new vibes and stuff, where Kata, she actually really prefers Gwen or Cameron. She loves how Cameron played in his game and tried to help people. And Recon, hearing this, he's realizing, he's like, these are two very nice strategists and they know this game. And he's like, you know, I don't know if any of them would expect it, but what if right now we become an alliance? And Clav and Kata look at each other, they're like, you know, Clav, you know, Kata's like, Clav, I actually think you're a chill person. You're one of the best people on the island. I haven't even really got a chance to talk with you that much. So I would love to actually get this final three right here. And Clav, he thinks about it, and out of like everyone left on the island, he definitely does not mind hanging with these two the longest. He's like, you know what, bet, it's official. And they're like, what should we call ourselves? And Kata has like a little bit of a goofy name, but she's like, what about Trey Winners? And Clav, he actually likes that. So from now on, he's like, all right, this is the three right here. This is the gang. And Clav's like, hold on, I gotta go pee. And so whenever he goes like on a private thing to, you know, to pee, he actually get hit with a dart and then he's dragged away. Now, as for the three asleep, it's a little bit funny because they actually, even though they're asleep, they shoot a dart in all three of them. And two of them are like sleeping, knocked out, but Pay wakes up. She's like, ow, what the? And she picks out the dart and flings it because it don't affect her. She's like, what's going on? And she sees mass people and she just starts throwing haymakers. I'm talking punch. She leaving teeth on the ground. She's bloodying noses, and these some like big people trying to kidnap her, Saw style. And then all of a sudden she falls on the ground to reveal like 30 darts in her back. Seattle just got done making the grilled cheeseburgers. He puts them out, you know, he's like, hey, your food's done, I'll be right there to eat with y'all. So he goes back into the kitchen, they grab their food and they eat in the chow hall. And while they do that, he just got darted and took from the kitchen. Recon and Kata are starting to realize that's taking Clav a little while, but Recon maybe thought he had to use the bathroom a different way. So he's like, hey, just leave him alone. And so Recon's like, Kata, if we actually do make the final three together, who do you think would win? And Kata obviously hopes like in the back of her head that it is her, because anyone would like to be the winner and be a millionaire, multi-millionaire. But Kata's like, I don't know. It just really depends on what happens in this game and how the jury thinks. I really hope all three of us can make it there, because that would be fire. Between like me and you, Recon, these contestants are a little nutty. No professor. And then Recon goes, ouch, and then like falls over asleep. Kata's confused, and then she gets darted, which leaves Casey and Draco just eating their sandwich. Pay would hate this if she could see them both talking, having a meal together. And Casey is a little bit curious. She's like, you know, if you don't like Pay at all, why do you guys always hang out? And Draco's like, bro, you remember like Cody and Sierra from season 3? It's like that, but 30 times worse and on crack.
She is mental. Please, next vote, just help me get her out. And Casey thinks about it. Pay hasn't ever really tried to get Casey out, and she plays her game by like pure strategical sense. She doesn't let personal relationships or emotions get in the way. She plays it like a game of chess. And getting out a piece that can't get her piece out doesn't make sense in her mind. But she does understand that, you know, Sierra was crazy, and if he's saying that Pay is Sierra, then it must be bad. All of a sudden, though, after he takes like his 8th bite, almost done with his sandwich, he just falls flat with a dart stick out of his neck. She's like, what the? And all of a sudden, bam, she gets darted as well. They're the last ones dragged away. And after the joy of being immersed and having a great party and relaxing, they are found in a very scary situation. So basically, they up about 50 feet, maybe about 150 feet, and they're all standing on a podium, and the podium has a thin thing like you're supposed to walk across, a thin beam that leads to the middle. And they kind of all wake up standing up, which is already disorienting. But immediately, you know, Clav's like, hey, where are we even at? Kata, her anxiety is starting to spike so extremely high. She hates heights, so does Draco. And Honey kind of notices the balance beam, and they're like, hey, if I'm supposed to walk across that shit, ain't no way. Because the balance beam is like 15 feet. You gotta do a lot. But Chris pops up on the radio. They can hear him, and he basically explains the last person to push their button or the button in the middle, their entire platform is gonna drop and they gonna get murked. And they can see the bottom, so there's no net, there's nothing. They're a little like scared and confused, thinking Chris has finally lost it. But Pay skips across the balance beam, pushes the button, and just like that, a door opens for another room, but she can't go in it until everyone else who is gonna be present is present. Now Draco is a little mad that Pay could do it so easily, so he's gonna take a go at it, and immediately he starts wobbling and he almost falls, and he actually does fall. But of course his wrist is grabbed because Pay caught him in time, and not only does she pull him up, but she just throws him across to the safety. She's like, you can thank me later, Draco. And after those two get across safely, everyone realizes that the starting platform, that they haven't moved from, just cracked a little, and now Jenny and Kata are both freaking out to the point that they're crying a little bit. Anxiety getting to them crazy. Casey and Recon, however, are now on the move. Honey, Clav, and Seattle are still waiting for, Chris to say, JK, y'all don't gotta, because it's clearly you're gonna fall to your death. But then Casey and Recon both make it, and it cracks and crumbles even more to the point that they're basically standing on like a sliver of the podium that was at the start. And Seattle, he has big feet to begin with, and he's like, you know what, I'm no longer chancing, and he's going really, really slow. And Honey, Clav, they're taking their chances, and Clav, he's like, yo, Kata, you gotta do this. If Chris has actually lost it, you don't want to be a statistic of his mental breakdown. Even though Seattle went first, Honey surpassed him along with Clav. Everyone is now looking at the three. Seattle jumps like 2 feet. He did not want to walk that. And it's between Jenny and Kata. Kata finally, from the peer pressure of Clav saying it, she gets up, starts walking the balance beam, but halfway she slips, bonks her head, and she fell. And now Jenny, looking at this, her eyes widen, and everyone, it kind of goes silent for a moment, and they're like, bro, Kata really just got clipped. Her life expired. What happened? Jenny, you gotta come over here. And Jenny, she's like, all right, well, I can't be the last one. That's good. So she starts walking over, but she gets like 2 steps in and immediately slips like she stepped on banana peel. And bruh, only one of y'all were supposed to go. How incompetent. They head into room 2 with, like an audio tape ready for Chris. And on the audio tape, Chris says, it's very clear there is a bomb sitting in the middle of this room, quite a big one too, the size of a bowling ball. Basically, y'all gotta pass it to each other until it blows up. And Casey immediately with the idea like, hey, if we never pick it up, perhaps it just won't blow up. And cartoonish fashion, Chris pops in and he's like, by the way, if the bomb isn't picked up in 20 seconds, the entire room explodes. Immediately, Pay grabs it and throws it to Draco. Draco, realizing the game started, he's like, hell no. Throws it to Honey. Honey throws it to Seattle. Seattle throws it to Recon. Recon tosses it
straight back to Pay, and Pay, she gets a little bit angry at this, tosses it to Recon, he tosses it to Pay, and it's literally a game of hot potato between the two of them until Pay, you know, suddenly when it's passed to her, she holds it for a second, she just looks at Recon, she then puts the bomb in her shirt, hugs Recon, and then they both blow up. Once again, only one of you are supposed to go. Y'all gotta stop dying in pairs. This isn't how the challenge works. Now for the third challenge, they walk into the third room. They're all very freaked, but you know, just happy they're alive right now. And they just notice like grates in the floor, and there's like 5 handcuffs kind of on a chain tied to the ground. Well, technically there's 7, but there's only 5 of them here to put it on. As instructed by Chris, they have to, you know, they put it on. They just want out of here, even though they are kind of starting to think maybe doing nothing is going to be a good idea. But after all of them, you know, like cuffed to the ground, the room, aka the entire thing they're attached to, slowly starts filling up with water. And Clav, he is so angry. He's like, bro, I saw the grates and I knew this was going to happen, and I still cuffed myself. Draco kind of like feels the cuff, and he's like, wait, there's braille on this. And after feeling a little bit, Clav is like, wait, I think this is like corresponding to the alphabet. And they notice that the lock, you know, they have to enter code to unlock the chain, and the last person, which means thank God only one is dying, to figure out the password is the one that's gonna keep on their chain, and they might get drowned. But the water's filling up fast, like they only got 2 out of the 5 digits they need, and it's already to their stomach. Rather quickly, however, Casey finds out the combination to her, swims out, climbs the ladder, she's out of there. But when she solves it, the water starts rising faster. It is now up to everyone's shoulder, and it definitely does not help when Honey also solves it, and it only takes like 20 seconds, and now the water is fully above their head. They cannot breathe. Clav in Seattle super trying to stay calm. Draco is freaking out, hyperventilating, almost underwater, trying to solve it. And even though he's the only one not staying calm, maybe that worked out for him, because he used his adrenaline, solved the code, heat, breath of fresh air, and now these two are both starting to about to drown. Clav immediately, you know, gulps his first lungful of water, solves the code, but on the way to the surface, his ass drowned. And Seattle, since he's the last one to solve the code, he also just kind of drowns down there. That's crazy. There were supposed to be 5 or 6 rooms, but now I'm afraid we might not even get to the 5th one. We're stuck at 4. And this one is simple. There is a Glock with 1 bullet in it. One big Glock with a bullet in it. And one of you has to harakiri, aka sacrifice yourself. And immediately, Casey grabs the gun, shoots Honey, and she's like, hey, we can go on to the next room now. I'm like, bro, that is not how it works. And Draco just watches Casey out of nowhere just drop dead. He is so confused how that even happened. But all of a sudden, Draco is smacked back into reality by Pay. She smacked the VR headset right off him, and she's like, hey, congratulations, you won the immunity challenge. And he is having a heart attack. He's so confused. But then he hears like Honey and Casey just straight bitching to each other, because Honey's pissed that they just got shot. And a lot of the contestants are super mad at Chris for putting them through this, but he's like, hey, just be glad y'all are not actually there. It was VR, y'all got it. Calm down, stop crying about it. You only died for like half a minute. Draco, Honey, Jenny, and Kata kind of need a moment to themselves to like kind of just relax, lay down before the vote. Pay is kind of watching Recon talk to Clav as they like have a good conversation and chat it up. She's kind of squinting over there, writing in her diary like it's some magical thing. And she's not forgetting, you know, the fact that he was targeting her. So I feel like she's gonna be like, hey, Casey, can you come to the beach real quick so me, you, and Seattle can talk? And then Pay's like, you know what, I'll be right back. And so I think she's gonna get Honey and Jenny. She tried to get Kata, but Kata is very, like, you see how wide her eyes are right now? Imagine that, but her pupils are like 14 times smaller. That's what she looks like. She is scared, bro. She is shook. And these 5 are at the beach, and Pay basically explains to them a little bit of something. And just like that, everyone is joining us for another campfire campfire ceremony, Draco definitely pitched the idea to Recon and Clav. You know what? Can we please just get payout? And I think they are both definitely for it, especially Recon right now. And so knowing that, I think as soon as they sit down, you know, for tribal, Chris immediately questions like, all right, Recon, how do you feel that Pay killed both herself and you just to eliminate you out of spite? Immediately he's like, well, I don't understand why she did that. And immediately she cuts him off. She's like, well, I don't understand why he kept tossing it back to me. It's supposed to be a one-on-one thing, and I only tossed it back to him because he tossed it to me, but then he kept choosing me instead of solidifying a different choice, which is kind of weird. And Draco's like, well, if I would have got the bomb, I would have kept handing it to you every time would you gave it to me. And she's like, well, of course not. And Clav, seeing this and hearing her, he's like, bruh, did y'all just hear this? And Jenny is like, it's okay to not have double standards, but it is okay to have double standards. It's a little bit of a different contract since we're in a game like this. It is a game of betrayal and everything, so we might have to play the games of a social contract a little bit differently than the Commonwealth. And Honey's like, bro, what the hell did you even just say? Calm down, bro. And I feel like Seattle, he's gonna pipe up a little bit. He's like, hey, I just want to make it clear in this game that I appreciate making it this far, and I'm glad you guys have chose to not vote me out. But when I play this game, not only am I playing with the perspective I'm gonna get out at any moment, and I just kind of I have to be at peace with that, but I'm also playing this game because I'm hopefully looking for a better life. This could be a chance. And I'm playing with a whole bunch of players who is also playing this game for hopefully a better chance in life, because money is definitely an issue. And I think it's good to keep in mind, you know, like, who needs this money more than others kind of thing. And Pay's like, yeah, I got so much college debt to pay off, it's crazy. And Draco just kind of scoffs. He's like, I wish my financial situation could even think of going to college.
Are we not gonna mention the fact that I got shot?
And Casey's like, bro, drop it already. I didn't know it was VR. And Honey's like, that makes it even worse. And Jenny, she's like, what even happened? What are you guys talking about? Did someone shoot someone? Was that a game? What happened?
And Honey's like, it was a game to shoot yourself, but she picked up the gun, shot me, which broke the rules, and her herself got blasted.
And Casey's like, it was the final 3. I thought we were all dying one by one, and there was only gonna be like one person left alive. And Seattle's like, I would have done that. I would have shot if it was the final 5. And Jenny, hearing Seattle, she's like, that's crazy. The fact to even say that every human life is valuable and sacred for the most part, unless you did something really bad. Like, if you did something bad enough where on your grave there has to be an asterisk next to it, then maybe you're too bad. But you shouldn't be able to shoot someone just in the face because it's the final 3. Like, all 3 of them could have lived and they didn't know that. I said you had to kill yourself, but she killed someone else. That's not even fair. That's murder. And Seattle's like, bro, I'm not even fucking dealing with that. I shoot people for free. And Jenny, hearing this, she's like, oh, okay. With that confessional that I hope is definitely fictional, I hope, each one of them are now gonna have to write a name of someone they want eliminated from the game. This is the first merge vote, and we will see who got eliminated. All of the votes have been casted. If anyone has an idol and would like to play so, this is definitely the time to do it. And besides Pay, no one knows who else has an idol, so they're all kind of looking at each other, hoping like this plan isn't gonna go rebunk. Alright, after no takers, we are going to reveal the votes. The first vote goes to Recon. The second vote goes to Pay. Immediately Draco's like, yes, yeah, today's the day. The third vote goes to Recon. The fourth vote goes to Pay. And now Recon is wondering like, hey, why do I have 2 votes against me? That's kind of whack. And he's gonna be real shocked to find out the 5th vote is also for Recon. That is 3-2. Everyone else is in the clear so far. The 6th vote, should I say, is Recon, which is his 4th vote. The 7th vote goes to Pay. The 8th vote goes to Pay. It is now a tie, 4-4 with 1 vote left. And now Pay, she's not showing it, but for the first time, she's like putting all of her fingertips together, you know, evil style, Dr. Evil, and she's like, oh, are these peasants actually going to take me down? And Recon is bug-eyed, nervous, sweating. The last vote, and the 10th person voted out of this game. I'm so sorry, Recon. Are walking the dock of shame, and immediately him, Kata, Clav, they're all like, huh? Honey's like, what?
What happened?
And Pay's like, oh, I might have told every single person here that Recon was a multi-millionaire with his own restaurant franchise across the nation. And Seattle's like, yeah, sorry, dude. There's people here who are sleeping on air mattresses. I don't see any reason why you should get any of a higher chance to win this million. And Casey's like, yeah, you hid that entire fact from us. And Pay's like, sorry, Recon, shao. And he is so angry. He dabs up Clav, he dabs up Kata, and he's like, all right, bro, y'all did your thing. You know, I'm not gonna cry about it, because you know where I'm gonna go? I'm gonna go eat lobster bisque, and he's also dining on some filet mignon, peppercorn with blue cheese crumble, Mr. Goodman style. Recon, I won't even lie, in the rough drafts, you got super far in the game, but canonly and factually, you're the 9th person, 9th place, which leaves us with the top 8. All of them have worked very hard to get here. About an hour and a half before the next challenge is to start, we find the final 8 contestants all in pairs talking to each other. Draco knows he can't like go anywhere without Pay following him, but he does know that Pay hates onions and the smell of onions, and so he doesn't mind onions, and so he's making like bloomin' onion rings, a burger with onions on it. He's making everything, and Pay knows like he's doing this to piss her off, but she's gonna stay resilient. She's gonna keep messing with him. You know, she keeps taking his glasses, you know, throwing them somewhere, make him go fetch them. He's mad about it, but hey, at least he's eating good. Pay is stealing some of his food though. Clav is one of those people that were shocked by Recon's departure, and he knows he needs to get like a bit more footing, but besides like Kata and Honey a little bit, he doesn't really have anyone strong. Now Casey's just chilling in her cabin, and Clav goes in and he's like, I need to talk to you for a second. Casey's all right with that. She's like, what's up? And Clav is like, look, I don't know me personally, but I have maybe 1, maybe 2 people in this game that I can maybe count on, and it would be good if one of those maybes turned into a definite. And out of everyone left in the final 3, I would actually like it to be me, you, and Kata. Is that something we can like try and arrange, something we can try and do? And Casey, she hearing this, she already knows she has Seattle, she has Draco, and if she were to add Clav and Kata to this, even if she's not loyal to them, as long as they're loyal to her, that's half the people remaining, which means no matter what, she can't go home. So even though she's unsure about how loyal she is to this, she's like, Clav, I think you're one of the smarter people here. Out of everyone, you're one of the people here who's like more deserving to win. So you know what? I'll actually be down for that, because I don't have people either. And now that part is true. She kind of burnt a lot of bridges. She only has Seattle because he respects her game, and he also knows that there's a lot of likable people still left in the game that would get jury votes. And his plan, Seattle's plan, is to actually take Draco and Pay to the final 3, because he doesn't think Draco has like outstanded himself enough as a person. Even though he's tried, it's just Pay keeps belittling him, and he knows for a fact ain't no one gonna vote Pay to win. And he's honestly just kind of chilling with Kata. They both laying on the sand, having a good time, soaking up some sun. And Kata, she's kind of like, man, I can't believe I made it this far. Honestly, I thought I'd be the 3rd or 4th one out. I never even thought I'd make merge. And Seattle's like, yeah, I didn't think I'd make it this far, but I didn't doubt myself. You can't doubt yourself, Kata. You got like talk. You gotta talk the talk. You gotta be confident in yourself. I know I don't talk to people much here, but I do like y'all, believe it or not. This is a good crew, and I am sad for some previous contestants who have been eliminated. Some of those were my friends. And Kata's like, yeah, I know what you mean. And Kata's like, you know, to be honest, Seattle, there's a lot of people here who I would rather go than you. And I'm kind of even considering a final 3 with you, considering who I want to be gone, because some people here would beat me, you know, in a jury vote. And not only that, but I feel like I need to establish more of a game. And Kata, for a second, thinks about showing Seattle her idol, but Kata decides against it. She just keeps it in her beanie. And Seattle, he actually enjoys this conversation. It's not hectic like Pay or Draco. It's not full of strategy like Clav and Casey. It's not about weird, useless stuff like Honey and Jenny likes to talk about. He really enjoys this time with Kata right here. Now, Honey, Jenny, they're just swimming. They're fine. Jenny's like, oh my god, I can't believe I finally got to wear this bathing suit. I wore every single one except this one. I
I can show it off. I can't believe I made this far to wear every single bathing suit. I didn't believe it. And Honey's like, yeah, I know what you mean. Like, the water's great today. The temperature's good. The wind is barely blowing, which means no cold on your skin. It's a good time, low-key. And, you know, they both, at the same time, kind of look at the boat, you know, on the dock ashamed, the one that the contestants get, like, eliminated on. And Jenny's like, man, I hope I never have to go there. That would be sucky. I never want to go there. I never want to be eliminated. I want to win this game. I made it so far. I made a lot of friends. Yeah. Honey's like, yeah, me too. I think that I'm gonna go farther. I ain't done yet. I'm for sure gonna get this bread. I'm bread snatching. And Jenny just laughs and agrees. Eventually, Seattle gets hungry, so he goes over to like Dre and Pay. Did I say Dre and Pay? What the hell? That's kind of fire, low-key, Dre and Pay. Anyway, he just sees a mountain of food. He's like, Draco, you gonna eat all that? And Draco's been telling Pay she can't have any because that's like Draco's food. And Draco's like, yeah, you can have some, don't worry. And Pay, she's like, bro. And Seattle, he thinks, you know, he loves the bloomin' onion with the fresh sauce dip. He's like, Draco, you cook pretty good, low key, dog. This shit pretty good. And Pay is just so mad. She's kind of thinking of hitting Seattle low key, but then she's like, hold on, out of everyone here, Seattle's the only one that could beat my ass, so let me stop. But she ain't afraid to throw hands with anybody else. She said, bring it. Oh God. Now the contestants are becoming aware it is like 20 minutes before like the challenge, so some people do want to grab a bite real quick, while others just want to get ready for the challenge. Draco, he doesn't really eat much, and honestly, like I said, he likes onions, but it's not like he loves it, so he just gives his food to Seattle, Jenny, and Kata, and he just eats some like tiramisu yogurt. Y'all ever had tiramisu yogurt? Oh my God, bro, that stuff is so delicious. It's like 80 calories. Oh my God, it's good. And so honestly, some bonus points for Draco from Seattle, Jenny, and Kata. You know, they realized he's nice, and he is a nice contestant. He's just kind of been on nerve and on edge because of Pay. And they all get to thinking like, why haven't we voted Pay out? And you know what? They all have like a bubble right above their head. You know, Seattle will remember this, Kata will remember this, Jenny will remember this. And they're all like, you know what, Draco, you've gained some respect. You might go farther in this game. Now, in the cabins, Honey's like, all right, who in the fuck stole my hairspray? And no one stole it, but Pay did put the hairspray in Casey's bag because Pay is clearly seeing that Casey's a threat in this game. Pay isn't stupid or blind. She's seeing that Casey's just, you know, maneuvering her way through this game. She's gonna get to the final three, and Pay ain't having that. She's gotta plant some evidence on Casey because Casey needs to get out. Pay can't have this. And so, as Pay wanted, it doesn't take long until Honey's like, hey, yo, what the fuck? Casey, what the hell is that, you clown? And Casey's like, what? How'd this get in my bag? I didn't do it. Are you talking to me? And Honey's like, yeah, you with the fucking Simon the Chipmunk vest and the Brock from Pokemon eyes, you fucking goof. And Casey's like, oh, hell no way you talking to me, bitch. And while Pay's getting some popcorn, Clav is in the middle being like, stop it, both of you. We have to get cereal. And Honey's like, the fuck? And you know what? That was exactly what they needed to break the fight. And then Chris announces it is time for the challenge. Please, everyone, arrive at the carnival. And so that is what they do. And he's like, all right, welcome everyone. Let me explain the rules, okay? And you gotta listen closely because this is dangerous. Some of you might get hurt, so listen up. This carnival is rigged to blow up in exactly about 30 minutes, give or take. I won't tell you the exact time. But as you can see, right next to the forest opening, there are 7 bunkers with keys. Scattered in the carnival are keys that you must try and get a bunker for yourself, lock it in. It only fits 1 per person. Whoever doesn't get it is eliminated. The fun fair is now open for business. There are 2 keys on the merry-go pane where you must ride one of the horses full of full turn, and after it makes a full lap, it'll either pop out pain or a key. There are 15 horses to choose from. Oh, why is Chris McClane like an evil vampire. Let me stop. What am I doing? Duck, duck, shoot. So it's basically 2 ducks shooting tasers at you. You gotta do a long walk while going in cover, trying to dodge the tasers. You gotta punch or kick out a duck. When you do, it'll give you a key. Each duck holds a key. Mirror, 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 mirror. Mirror, mirror. On the wall. Basically, there are 2 exits. A lot of pain, though, and some mirrors, if you bump into them, might just be more than a bump. No Amber Heard. And the Parish wheel. I wouldn't recommend this one. Like, our intern we put up there actually fell. He kind of didn't make it back. Condolences to his family. There is a key on the tippity top, though. So if you can get there, good luck. There's only one, though. And go. And immediately, some people know what they want to do. Some people know what they don't want to do. Obviously, a lot of people are going to realize that mirror, 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 mirror is going to be the popular choice. Kata chooses it. Jenny chooses it. So does Clav. And immediately, with these 3 being the first ones in there, everyone else just moves on by. Now, Merry Go Pain is actually an alright one. And it sounds a lot better than potentially being tasered by a rabid duck. Seattle hops on a horse. Casey does. Honey does. And then so does Draco. And Pay's like, ooh, I want to mess with Draco so bad right now. But no one's at duck, duck, shoot, which means I might be good. So Pay is the only one competing at duck, duck, shoot right now. But immediately a duck she couldn't even see blast tases her. She's on the ground. Seattle's kind of having a bad feeling about his horse. Everyone kind of does an entire lap. And then all of a sudden, Seattle and Draco's horse just catch on fire, setting them on fire. They go to one of those dunk tanks you're supposed to throw baseballs in. They hop in there and they're like, bro, how is that even legal? Casey's just tossed like a whipped cream pie at her face. She is annoyed by that, but she's glad she's not on fire. And then Honey gets a boxing glove to the face, like springing out of there. Draco, Seattle, Honey, they say, hell no, I ain't doing that again. Casey's like, you know what? She picked one of the ones that no one picked. She's gonna go on there again. Draco knows that Pay went to duck, duck, shoot, and she's alone, and he's not gonna let her just get that so easily. Seattle kind of has the same vibe, but Honey is going to mirror, even though he's gonna be late. And Draco sees Pay getting up, and he starts laughing a little bit. He's like, do you get tased? She's like, shut up. And Seattle just kind of pushes past them, and he's making cover. They're both starting to play the game now. Casey now gets the punch boxing glove, but she goes on a different one, trying again. Kata at this point has hit 2 mirrors, and both of them have left like oily residue on her skin, and she hates it. And then she keeps slipping, she keeps falling. She's like, bro, this hurts. And Jenny's like, ow. And then Clav, hearing this, he sees to see what happens with Jenny, and she's covered in tar and feathers. She went through some mirrors, and that happened to her, and he's trying so hard not to laugh, but he's like, look, let's just leave this place. And Honey, seeing them 2 leave, Honey's like, oh, bet. So they just kind of follow like the tar footsteps and the oily footsteps of Kata and Jenny. They both decide to go on the duck, duck, shoot after seeing the others left, and they're like, nope, I'm not gonna take the chance of whatever that is. Now these 2 are like, bro, why is everyone here? And Draco, while looking back at them, also gets tased. Jenny, her eyes wide and seeing this, and she's like, nope. And Clav, he's like, you know what? I'ma try anyway. I do not care. And Seattle has actually made it halfway through, and he does get tased, and he realized it really hurts. But he also realized, even though he's gritting his teeth, he didn't fall down like the others. And so he just starts running at full speed, because even though it's a long distance, it's not that long, especially since he's halfway there. And he gets tased again and again, and he's actually tearing up a little bit, but he uppercuts one of the ducks, and he does indeed get the first key. Congratulations, you do survive this purge round, Seattle. You are not the one being eliminated. And now these 3 are like, all right, now we really got to start trying this. Casey once again gets an electric boxing glove right to the face, and Jenny gets a birthday cake to the face. And Jenny's like, ooh, this is one of my favorite flavors. I actually love this one. This reminded me of one birthday I had that my friend Sierra, she actually put my cake right in the face. She put my face right in the cake, and it was actually pretty funny. They took a picture of it, and my aunt always shows people around reunions. I don't like it because because my aunt always shows embarrassing pictures. And Casey's like, shut up. She gets back on another horse because now there's not that many left. They have to get it eventually. Jenny gets on a different horse, and then all of a sudden we hear, yeah, oh yeah. And it's not the Kool-Aid man, it's Honey, because they were actually able to find the right exit, got one of the keys for Mirror Mirror. And Kat is like, bro, what? And so Kata, knowing that she's not going the right way, she starts backtracking. And so it does help the fact that Honey did get through, and Kat is the only one there. Now, this last duck, he is shooting trust, and he actually does some Kanyarista. He hits Pay, then Draco, and then Clav, all of them bugging, tweaking on the ground, the duck hiding somewhere else. All of a sudden, Casey's horse blows up, her hair becoming like frizzled and stuff. Pepsi commercial. But to make it worse, Jenny's horse on her second try pops out a key, and Jenny's like, yay, I knew this was good because first I got cake. I got to eat so much cake and it was delicious. I almost ate that entire cake get through. I mean, it was actually pretty good. I thought about going on the horse again because I thought it would maybe give me more cake. And Casey's like, bro, there's literally 3 horses left. She gets on another one as Jenny celebrates her victory. And Clav notices that Draco keeps popping his head out and stuff before moving, and they're getting closer and they're like kind of right next to each other. And so Clav pops out right before he knows Draco's going to. The duck shoots the taser. He ducks. Draco pops out, gets tased. Clav says, move, bitch. Pushes Pay out of the way. Roundhouse kicks the duck. Congratulations, Clav. You now have the final key from that game. And when the others see him come back, they're like, yes. They were kind of rooting for Clav low-key, and they're hoping that one of these 3 get out. Seattle, however, is kind of hoping that Casey stays. Pay, seeing that Casey's getting one of the 3 horses left, Pay immediately goes on a horse, and then Draco goes on the other. Kata screams in celebration as she gets through. She has made it on to the final 7. Casey is balling her fist seeing Draco and Pay because she's like, no way, I did all of this. And Pay is just glaring at Draco like, what you gonna do, pussy boy? I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this. You gonna be mad, and then you gonna have to fight Casey. And Draco's also giving dares, a lot of daggers towards Pay's direction, daring her to do something. Then Draco and Pay simultaneously gets boxing punched off their horse. Casey, congratulations. You have won the final key of that game, which means Draco and Pay look at each other horrified. Pay is horrified, but Draco is happy because this means this is his chance to finally get out Pay. They both look at the Ferris wheel. They both look at each other just mischievously, and they book it. Draco's obviously a little bit faster, but Pay throws her pen at his like calf, like throwing knife style. It actually like stabs him a little bit. He goes down, like, what the fuck? Pay laughs, like skipping, past him. Everyone who has already gotten a key is watching extremely intently, rooting for Pay to lose and Draco to win. They both start climbing. They don't want to, and they are extremely scared, but they got the adrenaline of not only being potentially eliminated, but now they realize they both want each other out. Pay does have a little bit of a lead climbing, and she's throwing debris and stuff because this is a dilapidated Ferris wheel. So when she's grabbing stuff, it might break off and she almost falls, and then she throws the stuff that broke off at Draco. He keeps having to dodge it. However, in his advance, since Pay is like going the dangerous route and taking all the dangers, he can just go the safe route that she made. Both their hands are like an orange rust, climbing and climbing. Draco is slowly getting closer. Pay even starts kicking at him before heading into the Ferris wheel. Draco, he's getting angry. He starts sweating, growling. He also climbs into the Ferris wheel thing at the top, only for him to feel cold as ice because he sees Pay standing there smiling with a key in her hand. Draco, he can't believe what he's seeing, but he just looks down looks outside of the Ferris wheel, he realizes how far up there are. He's like, Pay, you know what? I'm proud of you. And Pay's like, huh? And Draco's like, I've actually liked how you've played the game. I've admired you this entire time. Can I have a hug? And Pay is so in shocked and surprised, but she did have an aura feeling she would meet her person on this island, so she's very happy he's finally decided to cave in, even if it's only because she might get the money. So they hug, and then all of a sudden Draco starts jumping up and down. Pay does for a second as well, but it starts rocking, and Pay tries to stop, and Draco hugs tighter, starts jumping more, and Pay's like, hey bro, stop, but he just keeps going, and all of a sudden, snap, the Ferris wheel bunker thing they're in just starts falling and falling until it hits the ground. The contestants all stand in horror and shock as they witness the ambulance and lifeline team just tend to Draco and Pay. They are happy to see they're both alive. Pay has a broken leg, completely broken, shattered bones. Draco has a completely broken arm, shattered bones. It's a horrible thing to witness as they both get life lifted to the hospital out of this game just like that. I mean, Draco was out anyway, but he took Pay with him. Yeah, huge twist. Bet you didn't expect that. But just like that, we are down to the final 6. Half of them has to go before the jury can vote, and they're all trying to get a footing in this game. They all made it this far, and they're not gonna quit now. They can't believe they just saw both Pay and Draco go like that out of nowhere. But low-key, a couple people are like extremely happy that this happened, because instead of the final 7, they're at the final 6. Today is a challenge that is probably going to be one of my favorites. Now, Seattle, he's catching big Z's in the cabins. He's sleeping, he's snoozing, he's just waiting for the next challenge, and that might be a good strat depending on what the challenge is. Honey, Cat, and Jenny, they're all baking like brownies in the kitchen to celebrate the final 6 and to celebrate the clear villains Draco and Pay finally being eliminated. However, they do feel a little bit bad about how they were eliminated, but these brownies don't feel bad though. They about taste delicious. And while he's sleeping and they're celebrating, Clav and Casey are actually talking game on the beach, because Casey, found Clav. He was already laying down catching some rays. She decided to catch some rays with him, and she's like, that trio you were talking about, that is still on, right? Like, you still want that to be the final 3? And Clav, he doesn't know about taking Casey to the final 3, but he definitely wants to take her to the final 4. So for now, he's like, yeah, I really want this to happen, and I'm not joking. I will try everything to make sure you're safe. And Casey loves to hear this, because what Clav doesn't know is Casey's just trying to go to each person and just talk a little bit of game, but she is talking much more game to him than the others. All of a sudden, they hear, hey, the brownie's done, brownie bed, hey, soup's on. And then they hear like a triangle being hit many times. Seattle wakes up. He loves him some brownies, so he does not mind going to go there. Seattle and Casey, along with Honey, just want to eat in the comfort of the cabin. Delicious brownies, fresh cup, ice cold milk. While Clav actually invited Kata and Jenny to go eat on the beach, and he's like, Kata, Jenny, first off, these brownies delicious, thank you. And Kata's like, hey, you're welcome. And Clav was like, all right, I want to be serious. Us 3, I really think should go to the end. And Jenny, her eyes widen, because she's being invited quite a bit. She was surprised. Kata also surprised, but her eyes always wide, bro. Off the park, she sweat. And Clav is like, I think out of everyone, us 3 represent the nicest players among the entire cast, and I think it would be among our best interests to get this to the final 3. And I hope you guys understand, because Kata, I like you. Jenny, I really like you. And both them kind of smile. They're happy with Clav. Jenny even going as far as to hug him. She's like, I know I don't show it that much, but I'm actually very insecure, and I'm afraid every day in this game I'm gonna be eliminated. I'm just surprised I made it this far, and I'm happy, and I'm thanking you. Please, can we get this 3 to the final? And Kata's like, yeah, Clav, please. This is actually awesome. We can get this 3 to the end. This kind of boosts their morale. Now, Honey, Seattle, Casey, they're eating, they're enjoying their time, and Seattle's like, we gotta get some people out of this game game that the jury members are gonna vote. And Honey, you know, they look a little bit uncomfortable, but they nod. They're like, yeah, I know we're at a point where friends really shouldn't matter. And I know at the end there are some of my friends that I would not be able to beat. And I do need this money. And Seattle respects the fact that Honey willing to like maybe vote someone out that if they need to. And Casey's like, I'm down to do whatever, low-key. As long as you guys inform me and I'm safe, I'm on the know-how, please. Because I got a person in mind that definitely gonna beat people in jury, but I'm gonna keep that on the low. Because just like Honey, I don't feel safe. And Seattle's like, yeah, I don't feel safe either. But Casey and Honey actually aren't aware of one thing. Last night, Seattle, when he went back to the cabin, he looked in his bag and he had something in there. From the hospital, Draco has sent him the idol and it is now hid. Draco has then made it his heirloom. Seattle can use it however he wishes. Seattle is extremely grateful to Draco, and idols cannot be used past the final 5. So it's this one and the next one. But he's still trying to get alliances and stuff because he knows he got it. They're full, they're happy. Just as the others arrive to the cabin, they start relaxing, laying down. They get ear blasted by noise from the intercom. It is time to arrive at the challenge, where someone will be granted individual immunity. Alright, they see tarps over some pretty big things and they are curious, but they don't gotta be curious for long. Quickly, Chris and I announce that they are going to be doing a childhood classic. Maybe not childhood classic for you guys watching, but they are doing wacky races. Behind each tarp is a mystery vehicle, and that vehicle is the one they are going to use. Honey, Casey, Cat, and Seattle are hyped because they kind of like, I mean, these three love driving. Cat can drive. They love driving. Clav and Jenny, though, they're like, we haven't really drove yet before, Chris. And he's like, it's alright, I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. Whoever crosses the finish line first wins immunity. The next 3 people to cross wins $1,000. The next person to cross just gets nothing, and the person who is in last has to clean the toilets. And immediately they're all like, oh, alright, yeah, don't worry, we can drive. Oh, we got it. They're locking it all of a sudden. That $1,000 definitely got some people hyped. And Sale's like, wait, do we still get the 1,000 if we're first? And Chris is like, no. And Sale's like, well, I might just not get first then. Does anyone want to choose a car? Anyone? There's randomness to it. And immediately I think Jenny is like, ooh, I need whatever's under the pink tarp. I love pink. She uncovers it and it is the Krabby Mobile. Look, you said you never drove before, but you don't need a license to drive a sandwich. Please leave a like just for that alone. After seeing this, everyone is a little confused, but she does start it and it does drive. So she gets to the, you know, the starting line. And Kat is like, you know what? Let me go with purple. I like purple. And she gets the Scooby van. The 2 of the goofiest vehicles immediately chosen. But Kata seems much more than happy to have this choice. She immediately goes and it starts it up. She's ready. She's feeling a little bit more confident now. Seattle goes to the tarp that's kind of lower on the ground. He's hoping that it's like a Lambo or some kind of lowrider, but instead it's a Mario Kart. And even though the handling is a little rough and it's a tight fit, especially for a big boy like Seattle, it does drive fast. So good luck on that. He's like, man, I can't really switch from the brake to the gas pedal too good, so I'm just gonna keep on the gas, going 100 because I keep it 110. Which means we have 3 options left. Who won it? And Casey's like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and be with the blue. And Casey gets a motorcycle, Franklin's motorcycle to be exact. And she is hyped. She's like, yes, sir. Do I get a helmet? Which she does when you drive a motorcycle or when you like operate a motorcycle. Please, no matter what, wear a motorcycle helmet. Not a bike helmet. That won't help you. That won't help shit. But you need a motorcycle helmet. Honey and Clav just kind of look at each other, and Clav is like, you know what? I'll go ahead and choose red. And he gets probably my favorite car of this, which is the goofiest, at least to me. It's a 2013 Chevy Captiva Sport Fleet Red. This is my car, literally in real life. This is what I drive. I paid in full A. It's really good. I love the heated seats. It's a very smooth ride, and it's big, which leaves Honey. She's just leaving it up to fate. She wanted whatever was left, and they get the Total Drama Limousine. I mean, it's gonna be tough on corners, but if you want to like ram someone, hey, that would be the choice. And you know what? Honey might actually do that, especially since that's the only advantage they got, plus they can hit from the front. Pause, because of the huge like buffalo bull on the front. Isn't that illegal? Someone arrest Chris. Basically, you guys must race through the entire map and get to the finish line. There is quite a track they gotta do first, but then they can just go off and then start heading there. But this is basically so they can get a handle on their cars and get used to it. Everyone is behind their car ready, and the light turns green. Immediately they are off. Some are more scared than others. Hey, when you're in this car, you feel pretty safe. KC, Seattle, I do not blame them from staying behind. Jenny kinda does so as well. Clav in front, Kata in second. Jenny now passing Honey. Casey trying to, but Honey keeps blocking her. Clav is kinda doing the same thing for Kata, but as they are the first two to leave this portion of the race, it's now a lot more open world. And I think with that, they are able to start finally like trying to pass each other, have a fair race, though Kata is still a little intimidated. Casey finally finds an opening to pass Honey, and then Jenny along with Casey finally makes it across. Honey and Seattle lacking behind, but they quickly make up for it. Now that it's open road, Honey can finally put pedal to the metal. They start passing the cabins. Seattle's finally trying to maneuver some. Jenny is realizing they're behind. They do not want to clean stinky restrooms. They pass that, which means they're now racing around the chow hall, and then eventually the doors wide open. They got to go through the chow hall onto the next part of the map, which is sand, which might affect some of them. Casey and Seattle making up a lot of ground. Clav has to slow down a little bit to position the car, you know, like through the double doors. Casey just, you know, zooms past him. You know, Clav kind of hurries. You know, this motivates him some now. Jenny, the handling on this car is incredible, but it's not that fast. Plus, you're not even doing pedal to the metal. You're being like very skeptical. Honey was able to get their car through the chow hall a lot easier than Jenny though. Now, since they're hitting sand, my car does burnouts really good on rocks and like water. I even have like a traction control I can turn off if I want to do it on purpose. But even when I'm not doing it on purpose, it still does it, so I doubt it would be super good on sand. Same thing with the mystery machine. I'm almost positive we've seen that get stuck before. But Jenny, hey, lucky for you, this drives on sand. This is literally meant for underwater use. So immediately, I think she just kind of glides through this like ice out of nowhere. Casey's lucky she has that lead, but Jenny is right behind her. Seattle's car is pretty good for this kind of terrain as well. Now they have to drive slow and careful because the Pierre got extended, and that is now the map. And there are guards to prevent them from going off, but if they hit it fast, it might just break and they fall anyway. But since Casey and Seattle have thinner cars, it does allow them to maneuver a little bit quicker. Honey, on the other hand, is kind of pissed because now they got to be slow about it. And now the next one is a whole new playground because you got to be very careful. Everyone's obviously going to go different directions. You got to watch out for like trees and stuff. You obviously can't hit it. If your car gets stuck, just like put a tree thing under the tire. That way it has traction to go over it. Jenny, I don't know if your car will be good at this one. Kata, Honey, this might actually be where you start shining. Why is my car last? Hold up. Casey's though, I feel like she can just thwit through this, bro. She chose a good one. Honey finally making some ground. Seattle and Casey are now on to the last portion of the map. Seattle didn't see Casey coming out of the forest though, because that's how much ahead she is. So he's actually slowing down a little bit because he thinks he's in first. He just wants that 1K, which does allow Ginny and Honey to both pass him. Kata and Clav falling behind. Now they gotta like dodge stuff being like, they gotta dodge ducks trying to shoot tasers at them. They gotta dodge mirrors, you know, that'll make the car slippery. They gotta dodge like the boxing gloves trying to punch them and their vehicle and the glass out. And Casey is actually getting punched by this, which is allowing Jenny a little bit to try and get in the lead, but Casey's not falling off. They start doing a wheelie. Honey is pedal to the metal now, ignoring everything. Their car's long. Even if it starts slipping and sliding, they just gotta get the front under control, and if they do, it just, you know, whatever, they got it. However, I do think Seattle would probably be able to pass them, as they do see Jenny is in front, and then he sees Kata super far ahead. He's like, what the hell? I thought she was behind me. But that's not the case, and only is that not the case, but congratulations, Casey. You have won immunity. She is so extremely happy. Everyone is pedal to the metal now. Clav and Kata keep passing each other. Seattle throws a red shell at Ginny, allowing him and Honey to both pass her. He gets a grand. They get a grand. Ginny recovers just in time to get a BS 4th place, which should have been probably 2nd. These two are fighting. They do not want to clean toilets. And congratulations, in 5th place, Kata barely, extremely barely. We had to run the replay on that. Clav, I'm so sorry. It wasn't my car's fault. It was for sure your fault. Go ahead and clean the bathrooms. Casey, congratulations on the win and the immunity. You cannot be voted out at Tribal tonight. You will be guaranteed a marshmallow. I will see you guys there. Now, when they get back, it's immediately split half and half, and everyone is extremely concerned because these three were just planning to vote Casey tonight. But now they can't do that, and they really don't want to vote Honey or Seattle off. Ginny really likes Honey, Clav really likes Seattle, and Kata really likes both. But Clav knows they like gotta come to a decision. That way he can go tell Casey, yo, who to vote anyway. And Clav is kinda okay that Casey won, because he's trying to pretend he's in a Final Four with her anyway, which might actually happen. And now they're eating sandwiches, they're having a good meal, and they're also talking strategy. Sounds like, all right, congratulations, Casey, you did your thing. I got my 1 grand. Honey, you got your 1K. Honestly, Honey, I thought you might have been like last, because that was a tough vehicle, but you did your things. Honey's like, hey, I appreciate it. And Seattle's like, all right, well, it's time to start taking out jury threats, who it be. And Honey, just like the same problem that Kata has, she kind of likes everyone, but she knows she can't get out Seattle or Casey, because that just wouldn't help them get a milli or 2 milli.
Well, between, you know, all of us, I just have the weakest connection with Kata.
And immediately Seattle in his head, he's like, oof, because he actually likes Kata. She's the only person he's got to know on like a good level in speaking wise. They've actually talked quite a bit on this island. He's like, well, why not Jenny? Not only is she kind of a threat to be voted, but she's extremely vocal, and she's not horrible on challenges. And Honey's like, you think she's gonna give votes to win? And Casey's like, actually, I kind of like the idea of voting Jenny low-key, because not only, you know, is what Seattle said accurate, but Jenny also has a lot of jury member friends that are probably talking for Jenny. And Seattle's like, all right, yeah, we should vote Jenny then. Honey's like, oh, okay, well, just fuck my opinion, I guess, but I'll do this, I suppose. Anything to get in the final 5. And so as they are walking out to go to like the campfire ceremony, Clav, you know, pulls Casey aside, and Clav is like, hey, I just want to let you know we are going to be voting Seattle tonight. And he's like, do you know who Seattle is gonna vote for? And Casey's like, nope, I have no idea. And immediately he raises an eyebrow to this, but Honey's like, hey, Clav,
I just want to say something real quick. Between you and me, Ginny's about to get voted out tonight. I don't know if you trust Casey, but, you know, good luck with that. If you were smart, you would vote Ginny too.
And then, you know, they walk away. Clav quickly whispers to Kat and Ginny. They start freaking out. Nothing like last-minute paranoia before the voting occurs. All right, what is good, you six? One of you is about to leave. Welcome to the dock of shame. Casey, congratulations on immunity. You cannot be voted out. Clav, how was cleaning the bathrooms? And immediately, I think he just glares at Chris. He's like, that shit nasty. These motherfuckers nasty. I don't think one person cleaned it, because tell me why. I found orange hair. The only person in this bitch that has orange hair is Aubrey. Why did I find Aubrey's hair in the drain? That's disgusting. It hasn't been cleaned since then. Are you kidding me? And don't even get me started on the toilets. Honey, Seattle, Jenny, what y'all gonna do with your 1,000? And Honey's like, oh, I'm gonna get a new wig, maybe even 2 if I can afford to get a deal. Get a full Brazilian. I'm going out. Sarah's like, yeah, I'm probably gonna pick up PS5 and then put a lot of gas in my car. I might even just get a gas station gift card so I know it's only for gas. And Jenny's like, oh my God, don't even get me started on the stuff I would buy. I would buy. I'm like, hey, you right. Let's not get you started. You know what? We should get started? The voting process. And that is what they do. One by one, they each cast a vote for someone to be eliminated. So far in this game, only to get snuffed right now. All the votes have been casted. If anyone would like to play an idol, please do so now. And everyone kind of starts looking at each other, very skeptical and unsure. And Casey leans in kind of towards Honey, and Casey whispers, and she's like, hey, you know, out of everyone, I'm the player on this season known for hearing stuff they aren't supposed to, cause I got big ass ears, and I literally saw you talking to Clav before this vote, and I heard what you said, so don't worry. I made sure to inform Seattle. And Honey hearing this, they're like, hey, I don't give a fuck. What you gonna do about it, little boy? You ain't gonna do shit, bitch. And Casey kind of scoffs, like, all right. And then all of a sudden, Kata is like, I would like to play my idol, but not for me, for Jenny, which means any votes casted against Jenny do not count. And all of a sudden, there's only 4 players eligible to be voted on. Seattle's like, hell no, I also would like to play my idol. And Casey, she kind of got wide-eyed. She was like, whoa, Seattle didn't even tell me you had an idol. Good shit, Seattle. That's a good play. This is a real idol. Any votes casted against Seattle do not count. The first vote goes to Seattle. Does not count. The second vote goes to Jenny. Does not count. The third vote goes to Seattle. Does not count. The next one goes to Seattle. Does not count. That's 3 votes Seattle, 1 vote Jenny. None of them count. The next vote goes to Honey. There's only 1 vote left. The 13th player voted out of this game. I'm so sorry, Honey. Oh, Lordy, I thought you would be a winner, and I kind of wanted to make that so, but it just didn't happen. You got blindsided. 2 people played idols. 2 people were safe. 3 people, actually. And this is just how it went. Honey is pissed. What the fuck are y'all even talking about? Why would you get me out? I'm on your side. And you know these 3 bitches right here are like the most likable. What are you doing? Y'all stupid. And just like that, they have to ride the boat of shame. The boat of losers. Oh my God, Honey, I'm so sorry. But with that, we do have our final 5. We will see all 5 of them on finale night. Casey, a player who's not afraid to play the game, but that has caused her a lot of harm in jury. Her other tribe mates do not trust her in this final 5, but she thinks she has what it takes to win this $2 million and continue this legacy she's been on. Clav, a contestant who at first survived by manipulating others in the shadow, has been more outspoken recently and has garnished friends and alliances to get himself farther in this game. He will use this ability and the alliances he's made along the way to make it to the final 3 and win this game for the jury, who never knew he was going to be the winner all along. Seattle wasn't even an original contestant on this season. He was a replacement for another contestant after I found out they were fraudulent. He believed in himself, but he never believed he would make it this far or to the final 3. He's made it aware to people that he's living in a struggling position where he could definitely use the money to help him. He's in a household where most people there sleep on deflated air mattresses. He's lucky enough to sleep on a pull-out couch. However, since he is the strongest contestant and he hasn't made an effort really to befriend the jury, he is afraid of what's to come in this game. Ginny is the definition of someone who never thought they could make it this far and they just wanted to play the game for fun. However, when she thinks about it, she thinks she can make it to the final 3 and garnish, gather, and collect the jury votes she needs to get this $2 million. She knows she has people on the jury that she would vote for and that would vote for her. She made strong alliances and she hoping that bails her out and helps her win this game. Kata, the friend of everyone, never harming anyone, never double crossing, she has only been honest and loyal. The only player in this game that can say that. She used her abilities and outdoor experiences to survive this game, help her teammates, and provide for the tribe. The jury, aware of her efforts, may think once or twice about casting a vote her way to win this $2 million. They are here now, ready to play in this final 5 immunity challenge. This episode, we will find the true canon winner of this game. This challenge is quite simple, but it is gonna hurt. Each contestant must stand on a very big block of ice while holding 2 bags of embers with oven mitts on. If you drop either of the ember bags or you get off the block of ice, you are eliminated. They all step on the ice and Kat is like, ooh, that kind of cold. And Jenny's like, oh my god, this reminds me of the one time that me and my auntie polar plunged. That was such a fun time. R.I.P. auntie. Seattle's like, he is like, this is kind of cold, but I've been in worse conditions. I've been in colder. And then each of them gets the embers, and this is where they're like, okay, this is the challenge. I see now. The timer has started, and everyone is now participating. Whoever wins this challenge gets immunity, and they need it and want it. They didn't make it this far for no reason, and there are no more idols in the game. Clav, Casey, Jenny, Kata, all of them are trying not to focus on the burning hand sensation. Like they're trying to move their hands around a little bit to like cause air relief. But Seattle, he hates the ice part of this. He hates it. Now, these bags of embers are really starting to get to Kata and Casey. And Casey knows she's very much at like peril to be eliminated at tribal. So knowing she can't continue, she makes a last ditch effort. She's like, you know what? I have an idol. I'm not going to burn my hands if I don't have to. And that is her bluff. She doesn't have an idol, but she's saying she does. They can be used up to the final 5. And hearing this, Kata, Jenny, Clav, they all get like eye wide. In Seattle, he's a bit surprised that she has an idol, but he's like, I knew it. You were acting too calm. I knew it. And she's just laughing on the inside that Seattle's confirming it, and now they're all scared. They're gonna try harder to lock in this game. But Kata can't help but just like toss the bag and start burning too much. She almost started tearing up. She's sad now. It comes down to Jenny, Clav, and Seattle. Clav is like taking deep breath. He's just trying to calm himself. He's in much pain. Jenny is like waving her arms in a circular motion to like get the most relief from air. But doing this, she wiggles some and she slips and falls, eliminating herself, which means it is Clav versus Seattle. And Seattle's like, Clav. And he's like, huh? Clav, me and Casey won't vote for you. Throw right now and we will not vote for you. And Clav, he doesn't know about that because, he kind of wants to vote Seattle, if anything. So he just continues to stay put. But Seattle's like, all right. And their ice starts melting and melting. It's been about like 40 minutes now. Fresh embers are being added to the bags. And Clav is like, you know what? Is that offer still good? Is that offer still good, please? And Seattle's like, well, let me check my schedule. Let me see if I move Thursday. Yeah, it should be good. Clav drops, which means congratulations, Seattle. You won the final 5 immunity, guaranteed to be in the final 4. He did his thing. Congrats. Everyone else, however, must now prepare to go to tribal, and it will happen soon. You may talk amongst yourself. All right, these 3 here are talking to each other, and they just hear, Casey and Seattle laugh as, they walk on by to go to the cabins, making them only believe more that she does have an idol and he's safe. So that make, sense why they're both laughing. And they're like, man, I don't want to vote any of us out. Kat is saying that. Kat's like, I kind of wanted to vote Casey regardless. Can't we do that? And Ginny's like, yeah, I agree with Kat. We should still vote Casey regardless. Even if she has an idol, that still means that none of us are going to be voted by her. And Clav, he's like a bit nervous because he doesn't know if he wants to leave it up to chance like that, because what if they just betray him anyway, or they tell the others that he made a deal and they betray him? So before any of that can happen, he excused himself to like the bathroom, but instead he's actually going to the cabins. He's like, hey, you guys, if I vote your way, you won't vote me, right? He's just trying to get into the final four. He's usually loyal, but he's going into panic mode. And they're like, yeah, you might be able to vote with us. You willing to, no matter what? And he's like, yes, I promise. They tell each other who to vote. It is now time to go to the dock of shame, where someone will be voted out of this game and we will see our final four. Seattle, congratulations on the dub. He's like, hey, I'm in the final four. I'm doing this. I got the adrenaline. I'm like, hey, Seattle, you a good dude. Congrats. The rest of you, yikes. And Ginny's like, tell me about it. This is very sad. And I know Casey's gonna use her idol. One of us is gonna get it. It's probably gonna be me. And Kat is like, yeah, I'm also extremely nervous. I don't know what's about to happen. And honestly, I'm just happy that I got to make it this far. I hope I get to go farther. And Clav is like, yeah, I hope so too, Ginny, Kata. All of us are good friends, and they hug and stuff, and it's really sad almost. Casey, you just publicly announced your idol like that. And Casey's like, well, yeah, I'm not gonna burn my hands if I don't have to. Hell no. And Kata was like, yeah, that was burning my hands too. And Ginny's like, I think I got frostbite on my feet. All right, you guys, it is time to vote. There are only 5 of y'all, so the voting process is quick. If anyone has an idol, this is your last chance to play it. Everyone looks at Casey and she's like, well, to be honest, I'm sure you guys still voted me because you're not that dumb, but I actually don't have an idol. Clav, Kata, Ginny, all of their jaws drop to the floor. Ginny even starts like tearing up a little bit. Casey, she chuckles. She's like, no way. Tell me y'all didn't actually believe it. Oh my God. Casey can't believe it. All right, no idols are played. Let me reveal the votes. The first vote goes to Casey. The second vote goes to Kata. The third vote goes to Casey. The fourth vote goes to Kata. That's 2 votes Casey, 2 votes Kata, 1 vote left. The 14th person voted out of this game. I'm so sorry, Kata. You made it so far, and I kind of wanted you to win, low-key. You were an amazing character, an amazing contestant. I'm so sorry. Kata, she tears up a little bit, but she takes a deep breath through her nose, and she's like, you know what? That's fine. I had fun. She hugs Ginny, Clav. She shakes Seattle's hand, and she's like, you know what? And she even hugs Casey, and then she's on her way. She's like, you guys do it. One of you will win. I will vote one of you to win. Stay amazing. Bye. There you go, Kata. 5th place is pretty good. Congratulations to this final 4. Please enjoy your last night on this island. And hearing this, Clav almost like immediately feels nostalgic. He can't believe this is his last night after everything. And Casey's like, well, wow, this is really it, huh? That's a little surreal. And Clav is like, so what happens now? There's immunity tomorrow and then it's winner by fire? And Ginny's like, yep, that's exactly what it says in the rule. In the final 4, there'll be an immunity challenge. Whoever wins that is safe. They'll choose one person to be safe with them, and the other 2 will have to verse off in a fire making contest. Whoever doesn't make the fire first loses. And Seattle's like, well, honestly, you guys are amazing competitors, but I'm here to win, as I'm sure you guys are. I'm gonna get some sleep. I got 2 milli to grab real quick. Good night. And Clav, he just kind of looks at Casey. He's like, hey, the whole idol move, I know, I'm a little like sore about it, but that was honestly a very good play because you probably would have gone home. And Casey, this only confirms everything she thought, but she was like, yeah, I had a feeling. That's why I did it. Plus, I really didn't want my hands to burn, for real. And Jenny was like, oh my God, that's so smart. You are so smart. That's a very smart move. I should have made it. And then all of a sudden, she just falls asleep out of nowhere. These 2 decide to actually sneak out. One last time to be on the beach looking up at the stars, stargazing. And Clav is like, you know, no matter what happens, I'm glad one of us gets to be in the finale. And Casey's like, yeah, I appreciate that. Here's to a good finale. And they both actually end up falling asleep like that. Time for the final 4 challenge. This is the most important challenge of this season. It guarantees the winner into the final 3 cannot be voted out of this game, and they get to choose another person to come with them to the final 3, where the other 2 will have to fight in the fire making competition. In this challenge, each contestant is in the water under a grate. Their face is pushed up against the grate and the water sometimes goes above it. This is a survivor challenge. You may be aware what I'm talking about. They have to hold their breath when the tide comes in. If they get scared or feel like they might drown, they back out and they are eliminated. All right, they all get into their positions and the challenge has started. Now, to start off, Seattle just doesn't really like water to begin with, but he knows he needs this, especially if Clav or Jenny are still in. He kind of trusts Casey, but he doesn't trust either of them. It's basically a 2v2. Jenny wants to talk so bad, like her talkiness is building up, but she has to like conserve her air just in case water comes through. And the first tide comes in and they have to hold their breath for 8 seconds, which feels like a lot, especially for the first one. Immediately, Jenny's like, oh my god, I was so scared. I can't believe I had to hold my breath for that long. I can't believe the tide was like that. I hope there isn't more longer than that. And then immediately the tide comes in again, this time for 11 seconds, but Jenny is not able to hold her breath and have to eliminate herself because she used all her breath talking. And she is so upset and mad with herself. She's really hoping that Clav wins now. Casey is really hating this. Clav is as well. He hates every time the tide comes in, even if it's one of those like half a second ones. But Clav holds on because he knows Jenny got out. He needs to do this. But there's another tide and it just keeps rising and rising, holding their breath for 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 25 seconds, 45 seconds. And then finally they're able to breathe again. Casey and Seattle coughing, and Casey's like, oh hell no, Seattle, you got this. Casey was actually about to breathe through her nose because she couldn't hold her breath any longer. And she is pissed at herself, but she knows that Seattle has big lungs, so she's hoping he'll be okay. It is now the purples going against each other, wanting this, wanting to be guaranteed into the final 3. Time elapse of them keep, you know, coughing and then water coming in until eventually it rises and it just doesn't come back down. It is a race against who can hold their breath the longest, and congratulations, the winner and cannot be eliminated from this game at all, guaranteed to talk to the jury. Seattle, congratulations, you have won. He screams as he finally takes breaths of air. He can't believe he won, guaranteed into the final 3. Casey pumping her fist, she's celebrating. Clav and Jenny, you know, kind of have their heads bowed down, sad, but unfortunately for them, that is how the cookie crumbles. Besides them gathering their belongings and, you know, reminiscing over the island, their cabins, their old tribe, it is just time to go to the campfire ceremony. Seattle is given the marshmallow and he has one more he can give to anyone he wants, and it should be obvious, but just to make it official, he says, obviously for jury management reasons, I have to take Casey. Here you go. Casey is extremely excited. She pumps her fist in the air. This is exactly what they wanted. Seattle and Casey both trained Jenny to beat Clav in this fire making competition. They both get into position and then they start immediately. They both start scraping the magnesium or whatever, trying to get a good pile of it, putting husk and stuff. Casey and Seattle watch intently. They want to know who's going to be in the final 3 with them. After a couple more minutes, Jenny finally gets a fire going. Followed behind her is Clav, only like 10-15 seconds after. They're both adding sticks, trying to lightly blow on it. Pause. Clav making kind of like a TP looking thing to make the fire rise as Jenny keeps adding more husk. Clav's fire starts starts getting higher, but all of a sudden, the wind starts blowing, pushing his fire away and making it go away a little bit as Jenny keeps adding more of her husk, a lot of it, building her flame more and more, almost to the finish line. But all of a sudden, the husk, it does burn quickly, so it starts going down. Clavs, his stick are now on fire. He's adding more to it, making it thicker. His rope is starting to burn. Congratulations, Clav! You are guaranteed into the final 3. I'm so sorry, Ginny. You have been eliminated. She frowns for a second, but then she just shrugs. She's like, you know what? That's fine. I'm rich anyway. Thank you guys so much. You guys are so amazing. Seattle, you deserved it. I'm glad you won the final things. You won a lot. I'm so sorry. You are from my same tribe, so I hope you win. Casey, honestly, I might vote for you anyway because you did such a game, girl. You did amazing. Clav, I might vote for you to win because you beat me in fire, and what would I look like not voting for you? You did amazing, Clav. Thank you for always being truthful. Bye. And there we have it. The last member of the jury and the last person voted out of this game. You did so amazing, Jenny, which means we have the final 3, these 2 waving at us while Seattle's doing like a little rock sign. You guys will be flown out so the jury can ask you questions, vote, and then we give a $2 million check to one of these 3. Hey, the final 3 gets to talk to the entire jury. We get to see everyone back here again. Clive is like, woo, yeah, go Clav. And Clav hearing this laughs a little bit. And Millen's like, are you dumb? We're clearly rooting for Seattle. He did the best. Amelie scoffs a little bit. She's like, Seattle. I think Casey game, if you really think about it, Casey played the best game here. I don't know what you two are talking about, bozos. And I'm like, all right, calm down. You will have time to each ask one person a question. We will start with Clive. Clive, go ahead. All right, Clive, since you should definitely be the winner of this game, why should you win? He's like, well, if you look at the 2 contestants next to me, you may notice that I have the moral high ground. I was honest and truthful with everyone here. Kata, Ginny, if it was up to me, you 2 would be up here instead. No offense, Seattle. No offense, Casey. I'm very proud of my tribe, the fact that 2 of us got to the top 3. Amaya, it is your turn to ask a question. All right, well, my question is for Seattle. You had the least connections in the game, and everyone was kind of just a pawn to you, which I respect. But if everyone is just a pawn, why should the pawns vote you to win? And Seattle's like, well, clearly, between these 2, I have the challenge abilities. I was able to maneuver the game, give my team the morale, not only of strength, but of the mental power to win the competitions when we needed to. I mean, look at the first 5 out. There ain't one mook of my team there. Y'all fumble. I was always straightforward with people. If I didn't like you, I would tell you that. I would tell you I'm voting you out. Aubrey, go ahead. Ask a question. Seattle, I also kind of live a struggling life, and I know you do as well. Do you think it's fair to vote you just because you need the money more than the others? And Seattle's like, hell yeah, I need that bread, bro. You think I'm doing this for free? I need it. I got mouths to feed more than just my own. Please. Millen, go ahead. Ask a question. All right, this is once again also for Seattle. With your idol, did you ever think about using it on someone like besides yourself? He's like, that's a good question, Milan. It's Millen. Whatever you say, villain. To be perfectly honest with you, no. I only got it because of Draco. And a couple people are surprised hearing this because this is the first time they know about this. And he was like, yeah, I gave it to Seattle. And Seattle was like, from there on, I knew I was probably going to use it as soon as I could. It was either that round or the next round. It ended up being that round because there was only 4 people eligible to vote. Logan, your turn to ask a question. She has a question for Casey. I'm very, very happy that someone from our tribe will definitely be the winner. I'm very sure of you and Clav, but Casey, I think you did the most game and you survived the most despite the outcomes. You were supposed to be the first one out, and the fact that you're here, I love a story like that. And Casey's like, oh, well, thank you. That really wasn't much of a question, but Logan, I do appreciate that. Yeah, I was kind of targeted from the beginning and I had to be quiet when I could, make moves when I could, but yeah, I did what I could. Sheila wants to ask a question to Seattle. I think you did a great job of hyping up our team, and I think you had enough good of gameplay to maybe win. However, I've talked to some people, cough, cough, Z, and they're unsure you should win due to your morals. How do you feel about that? Well, immediately coming into this game, it's called drama. I don't know how much morals you can have in drama. You have to be one of the last ones at the end to even get a chance of winning, so as long as I'm here, I need a chance to win. Amelie has a question for Casey. I think you had the best plays. You were definitely the most strategic and you were not afraid to eavesdrop, but were you actually truly aligned with anyone ever? And Casey, she thinks about it a little bit and she was like, you know, not really, but I actually did plan to befriend Amaya as soon as merge hit. I really liked the vibe she put out, but it never happened, but I would have been probably loyal to Amaya. And Amaya, she's like, oh, thanks, hell yeah. Angel has a question to Clav. The other two didn't play a honest game, which is okay, but she didn't like the way they did it. She prefers more of like a sassy kind of game. She does respect how Clav played it. Clav, if Jenny and Kata didn't make it to the final 5, who would you have chose to come instead? He's like, well, if I could choose anyone, honestly, it probably would have been Clive or Recon. I know Recon already has a lot of money, but being up here should be more than just monetary or like an adjective to you. It should be about your personality and who you are as a character. And Z's like, that's exactly the reason why I want you to win. Clav, my question is, what would you actually spend $2 million on? And instantly Clav's like, well, I would for sure help my parents, my grandparent. I only got my grandma left. I would give my cat and my gerbil whatever they wanted, probably get 2 ferrets. I'll probably travel the world. I would also love to do that. Recon also has a question for Clav. Would you invest any of that money into my stock franchise? You could have non-diluting advisory shares with a 10% market cap. And Clav said, maybe. And Recon's like, oh, okay. And Draco's, I have a question for Casey. You were trying to help me get payout. I appreciate that so much. I'm honestly thinking of voting Seattle to win. Why should I vote you? Well, because Seattle is a diet me. Let's be for real. And he wasn't even supposed to be in this season, like ick. But in all reality, I played the games I had to, and honestly, Pay was gonna go and I was gonna take you far. You probably would have been up here instead of Clav. And Pay's like, well, I have a question for Seattle. I want you to win. Is there anyone here you were actually loyal to? Like, if you had to pick one person. He's like, well, Draco gave me the idol, so I guess him. And she's like, no, before he gave you the idol. And he's like, damn, I guess Z. And Z's like, oh, hell yeah. But Seattle, I understand that, but you didn't play the most, like, best game, dog. He's like, yeah, I understand. I have a question to Clav, and I appreciate you trying to web, get it. Kata and Jenny both use their questions for Clav as well. What is that thing around your head, by the way? Oh, it's a bandana, I think. I don't know. Maybe my creator will comment down and let us know canonically. Oh my god, you're in the file, dude. Thank you so much. You're repping. However, I gotta actually ask my question to Seattle. Seattle, you were on my team. I know Shiloh likes you, and he's my best friend on the jury. Should I vote you instead of Clav? Because Clav wanted me up there. I don't think you did. And Seattle was like, well, to be honest, I didn't care who won the fire. I think both of you have like equal reasons to win. If you were up here, that would have been fine. And now it is time for the jury to vote. Each of them doing so, writing a name on a piece of paper for someone to win this game. The first vote goes to Clav. The second vote to win goes to Clav. The third vote to win this game goes to Clav. The fourth vote goes to Seattle. The fifth vote goes to Casey. The sixth vote goes to Casey. The seventh vote goes to Casey. It is 3 votes Casey, 3 votes Clav, 1 vote Seattle. The 8th vote goes to Seattle. The 9th vote goes to Clav. The 10th vote goes to Seattle. The 11th vote goes to Seattle. The 12th vote goes to Casey. That's 4 votes Casey, 4 votes Clav, 4 votes Seattle. There's only 3 votes left, yet they are all for the same person. Congratulations, the canon winner of Total Drama Yokavachi Island after all this time. Oh my god. Congratulations, Casey! You have won this game. You tried so hard. She's immediately beaming with energy. Here's your $2 million check. She pushes Chris out of the way, sniffing the money, sniffing the check. 1.2 after tax. People are clapping for her. Seattle and Clav are extremely disappointed, but Clav is keeping his chin up. Seattle just looks pissed. Casey, congratulations. You deserved it. You played such a good game. You maneuvered through points you should have been eliminated at. You won exactly when you had to, and when your back was against the wall, you didn't try to talk to people. You didn't just cry and whine. You went and got aisles. Congratulations. She's like, hell yeah, I'm gonna go to college. I'm gonna do culinary school. I'm gonna go to fashion school. I'm gonna start my own business. This is my entire life ahead of me. Yeah. Thank you guys so much, and thank you guys so much for watching this. Don't worry, the finalists do get $350,000, about 190 after tax. That'll set you up for a very good time. And they all get to go on a year-long cruise. They're all excited for that. There you guys go. The 15 of you, I wouldn't get too comfortable. There might be a certain house all of you have to get to. Thank you guys so much for watching this. The last 3 votes are all for the same person. Congratulations. The winner after everything. Hope triumphed fair and good conquers evil. Congratulations, Clav. You have won this entire game. You showed everyone that playing fair and trying to be as loyal as possible while not being afraid to make moves is exactly how you take this game. Congratulations. I know a lot of people are extremely happy with this decision. Clive is hugging Clav. He can't wait. They about to spend this money on everything. Hey, you deserved it. You survived so long out here. You had to maneuver through the game. Congratulations. Thank you guys. I hope you guys like his win. Yeah. And with all 3 votes going to the same person, it is clear who won this game. All the odds were against them. No one wanted to talk to them. Everyone was afraid of their strength, and they weren't even accepted to be in this game to begin with. But here they are, the winner. Congratulations, Seattle. I know you need this money. He is extremely hyped for this. He's clenching his fist. He is so hyped. But yes, that's $2 million. Let's fucking go. And a couple of them are a bit shocked, but they do some, awkward claps. Seattle, this is how you win a game of deceit and dishonesty. You deceive and you be dishonest. There you go. Here's your $2 million check. He uppercuts Chris out of the way and then karate chops Chefs out of the way. Don't worry, you, Casey, and Clav are all being sent on a cruise. You 15, I will see you in a certain kind of house that might be full of havoc. Let me know in the comments which winning is your preferred one. The canon win, alternate A, or alternate B. Thank you guys so much for watching this, and I dare you to have a good day.